daily care.
I just remember when I finally came home a few days later, the house was completely
answer for this guy. He's been on fire this first quarter. That's the way you take it right to your opponent. You attack right out of the gate.
Nuggets have the possession. And draws the foul.
Trust me, you want to avoid early foul trouble. Take that one as a warning.
She said that the VA is
he could offense. He could he good on offense and defense.
At the line for 2 shots. Hasn't missed yet.
And he got the 49 up well.
It's the first free throw. And fails to hit him both. It's the first, misses the second. Finishing inside the paint on that one.
I see this happen all the time. It used to happen to me sometimes.
You see it, Way?
Offense allows more effort to translate to the defensive end.
Get that out of here.
Took it right to him, and the defender was ready. Jimmy Butler and a putback slam.
Ed, it's pretty amazing how athletic bigs can be when it comes to getting an easy 2 points, huh?
To discuss the illicit Chambers investigation.
To Jokic. Can't connect from in close. Nikola Jokic. He's 3 of 5. 60% shooting from the field.
They're going to have to find answers defensively and quickly because he's carving them up in the first quarter.
My God. We've got enough murder.
Murray into the front court. Now down 6. Gets it in the right corner.
I told you why.
Murray shot won't fall.
Well, can't take my word for it. You can't take my word for it. Go ahead.
Murray into the front court. Less than a minute to go in a tightly played first quarter. Here comes the screen. Nikola Jokic. He's now 4 for 6.
Old school equals high percentage.
Butler into the front court. He'll run the offense. Nice pace. Sets it up and slams it down. They have set the tone in this one.
I love when I see offenses come out in beast mode.
I see why they put him in the 49 up.
Inevitably, the floor will open up for you to knock down some threes.
To Jokic. Got a piece of it.
Jumping out the gym right now, Ed.
Great anticipation. To Butler.
Nature's recipe. A dog's best life measured in wax. That's why every recipe is made with carefully chosen ingredients.
Jimmy Butler missed his first. Now
Fuel
we
your
go.
dog's best life every day with Nature's recipe.
Is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tiny Cats, litter wrenchings come naturally. Naturally strong, unscented, activated charcoal, or scented green lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tiny Cats for that.
At Philadelphia, you know what makes the perfect smear of cheese. You need only the freshest smear and the world's best at the frosty oatmeal smear guy. Philadelphia, smear production.
Vincent McMahon did that shit. What?
Did what?
Put Paul Heyman and Roman Reigns together.
Then like I said about that, I had something to do with it too.
Murray with the basketball. The margin standing now at 7. Shot from the lane won't go. Trying to cash in. Gets a look. Can't hit.
It's easy. Force guys into low percentage shots. That's the reason why we're big into stats. It was all provided to you before the game in the scouting report.
Revital triple power
To
with
Butler.
plus hyaluronic acid and vitamin C. It physically
Scores from the post.
and brightens. Now
Man down, man down. You gotta get up and contest the shot.
from L'Oreal.
Murray with it. His guys down by 9.
Take the Wonder Mug. Clever
To
microfiber
Millsap.
grip strips lift away dirt and fight odor-causing bacteria, even from drought and tough mornings.
I watched all these people that
Miles Bridges. To Millsap.
Up to 50 times and improve the experience of the thermal.
4-3. It's no good. Shots not going down. Shot for Plumlee. He missed
Looking to
it.
repair dry, damaged hair without weighing it down?
To
Try
Waiters.
Pantene Daily Moisture Renewal Conditioner.
Lets it fly from beyond the arc. Deion Waiters, not sure why he was left that open. It's the 3.
I know the refs on the court all the time, but it doesn't mean they can see every play. Maybe defensively, grab his jersey, step on his toe, do something to kind of change up his pace.
Up to 50% more. And with Cardinals contactless services,
Murray to the basket, but it won't
Go
go.
to Cardinals today. Question is liberating because
To
it
Butler.
let me change my whole life.
Welcome to Crosshair.
Old school. Backs his man down for the basket.
We're watching a clinic right now. We're watching basketball 101. Whoever this professor is, he needs to get paid top dollar.
High quality degree at a rate that you can afford.
It was right there.
Stack development. I've got skills that I know are in
Mark
demand.
with it. They lead it by 14.
oh, we get $300.
Win.
That's you $300.
Win.
I don't know when. That's it. They always proving in Alabama and other
Could
states.
have been more. A lot of contact, but no foul.
Showing you
I think they'll be in
in
September.
this league with the best of the best. Efficient scoring out in rookie here tonight.
Murray into the front court. Counting down toward a minute to play in this third quarter. Shot from in close, no good. To Butler. Jimmy Butler. He's now shooting 5 for 7.
Ooh, he teased me a little bit right there. But see, I like that. That's called a great entertainment. Always leaving me on the edge of my seat.
Here comes the screen. To Millsap. And he's fouled. Couple of free throws coming up, Jay.
Okay, now we're on the home stretch, and you got a big lead. Don't let your opponent back in this game by giving up extra possessions.
First one, count it. That's the first. Misses the second. And he finishes at the rim.
That's what I'm talking about, Ed. It's that simple. Put the ball in the bucket.
Murray into the front court. They can get a 2-for-1 if they hurry.
Illicit Shavers has been
Unbothered by the defense as he drills it.
I wasn't necessarily sure which way that PNR was going, but I guess neither was the defense. That makes two of us.
Deion Waiters. The defense is really going to have to start paying attention. He's 5 for 5 for the field. It's Denver's ball.
Interrogate Shavers to finally bring life to this dark coincidence. Her move wasn't very good, but we got talking.
We know he's dead. We know that you've been collecting the Social Security benefits checks.
He was smothered and still gets it to go down.
So why don't you just show us the obvious?
Yes, and the foul. And a chance at 3 coming up.
That was such a great job by the offensive player. Knowing that you're probably going to take some shots here and there, but still remaining aggressive throughout the shot and getting a crack at the extra point.
You see why they put him in? I see why. You see why they put him in 5-9 now? Wait. You see why?
She discovers an eerily
'Cause everything here on the court, this team is unstoppable. He like the secret weapon to the team.
Off the mark at the line. Long key from 3/4 court. That's the end of the
I mean, he like a secret weapon to the team.
right now are feeling good.
she wrapped in his sheet.
The team's secret weapon.
She agreed to draw some max.
It all go wrong. They call it that secret weapon.
Out of it just yet, but you'd have to say they have lots of work to do to get back in this game.
They'll probably have to put together some kind of 10-0 run to get back in this ballgame, but this is when an opportunity has a chance to become magical. I've been part of it, and I've seen it happen so many different times. Just because a team has been dominating you the last couple of quarters doesn't mean that you can't start believing in yourself, that you can do anything you want to do on the court at any given time. You watch what you start to believe, you'll get back in this game.
However, what was promised to be a straightforward body recovery yields another surprise and is already bizarre.
Missed the second one as well. To Dragic. Goran Dragic. Quiet night, but 2 for 3 in the contest right now.
You know, it reminds me out of a story a legendary coach once told me. He said, if you ever get in a fight, you're not going to hit somebody with an open hand, correct? You'll probably break a finger. But if you hit somebody with a fist, what is that? That's 5 fingers working collectively together as one. That's how you deliver a knockout punch, and that's what we're seeing tonight.
Rebound taken by Miami. Miami with the basketball. Dragic. Leaving no doubt. Slams it down.
I know there's that old saying that says one man can't beat 5, but we're watching one man carry 4 other players. His back has to be hurting. Another big-time finish.
Porter and Johnson questioning Mr. Chambers again.
Oh, highlight moves. Tough to pull off with the defender all over you. Missed it. How'd that not go down? Dragic into the front court. His guys holding the big lead.
I'll tell you what I did with the head.
And stuffs it home. Jay, that's been the story this evening.
I mean, another one? Another dunk? Another easy possession? I mean, how demoralizing can this be for the team? Why am I the only one yelling? I don't see anybody on the bench yelling. I don't see anybody on the court even angry right now.
Big finish at the rim.
It's easy to become mesmerized when you watch a player who can create off the dribble. We call that dancing. When you allow a player to dance with that much space, that's proud city.
Rebound wheeled in by the Nuggets. Hart into the front court. Down the bundle. Now ready with a couple of free throws.
Just because a team's winning doesn't mean the refs are going to put away the whistle. Play right all the way through.
Mason Plumlee. A couple of free throws on the way. He struggled so far. Misses the first.
She later took the skull in a bag to the landfill, just disposed of it there. Julissa claims she removed and disposed of the skull to prevent the corpse from ever being identified by authorities.
No good on the first, no good on the second. 0 for 2. To Butler.
You know, Ed, I'm down with guys having 30, maybe 50 points in the game. But the one thing you look for in a defensive end, when there's a huddle after a guy has dropped multiple buckets on you in a row, and everybody's quiet, nobody stands up and says, yo, I got him, I'm going to stop him, you're in a worrisome place for your team.
Here comes the screen. Wide open look, won't go.
I don't know why he rushed that shot. He was wide open. Take your time.
Waiters. I don't know, Jay. They have a big lead. This game is just about over. Might not make many friends on the other side with that three.
I don't want to hear that generic coaching speak about dwindle down a shot clock, use the clock is your friend. No, we have a chance to beat him by 50, beat him by 50. You want to beat him by 100, keep shooting more threes.
Jokic last moments alive.
He said this is symmetrical fracture.
So Will Barton.
These bones around here are generally
fires the three, and the reward is a couple of shots
After
at the
almost
line.
2 decades
Sometimes when you get up big, you get a little careless. But attention to detail through the end,
those 4 pieces of facial bone had been subject to blunt force
Can't connect
trauma.
on the first free throw.
Indication that Clint was probably shot in the head.
Knocks down the second free throw.
Meanwhile, Cody Bull's autopsy results are in. While officially inconclusive as to the cause of death, his liver is found to contain
Butler to bring it up. His guys hold a commanding lead. Goes reverse to lay it in.
ooh, I'm not sure if he's part of the Jelly fam or not. But this young player knows how to adjust mid-flight, and he finished that shot with some crazy English.
Down low Plumlee.
Additionally, the black box
Able to convert inside.
And if you don't contest, he's knocking that down with ease.
Miami's got it. On the assist.
And when people talk about vision, people usually talk about the vision to make the pass. But how about seeing the chaos in the traffic before the pass even occurs? That's next level vision. How can I catch people out of position defensively? That's what we saw in that last possession.
And he's going to the free throw line.
Smart play to rip through the extended arm of the defender. That will get you to the free throw line every time.
Clint Chambers and Cody Bowles over the last 15 years.
And Cody Bowles was going to take that away from her
For his career, 69% at the line. And he connects on the first free throw. Goes 2 for 2 at the line.
More than 2 years after Lee Bowles reported his father missing, Julissa Chambers enters an alpha plea in the Louisa and Amelia County
And
Circuit
the basket good at the
which
rim.
asserts her innocence,
You know, from
but
a point guard
acknowledges there's
perspective,
more
one
than
of the
enough
things that I
evidence to
learned when
convict
I
her.
played in the
When you
league
look at
was
her,
that the
this
more I was
situation
willing to give the
is
ball
so-
up, the
so there's
harder
no
other
remorse
players
at
were
all.
willing to
She
run
thought
to their
she
spots.
deserved
The
that
harder
money.
the bigs were running to the
really
rim,
doesn't
the harder
seem
the three-point
wrong
shooters were
what
running
she
to the
did.
three-point line because they knew they could be active recipients.
It was
And when they
like
caught the ball, they
slow
knew
motion
exactly what to
torture.
do.
They had 3 years
To Jokic.
of just, what happened to
Here's
the
a
dad.
chance from long range. Buries it on the catch and shoot.
And let me tell you how this one goes.
You don't realize you're going to find out that they're a murderer.
If the homies can't help you, everyone's getting a piece of the rock tonight.
Rock in the rim.
Cody Bowles and
Well,
Clint
we got a
Chambers,
chance to
along with
firsthand watch
19
something be
counts of
created. I think we
larceny
just watched
and
an epidemic of passing. I've never seen something like this before. It was so contagious, everybody started to do it, and it ultimately led to the other team's demise.
If that's an epidemic, sign me up.
in prison.
The thing that's so sad about
Deep
this
three
whole thing
and
is
the buzzer.
if she
With the
actually did have
victory
a heart attack,
as they
she
cruise to
didn't
win a
stay
game
on
that
her
was
pocket
never
with her
really
forever.
in
She
doubt.
wanted to.
When we first started this case, we never thought we'd find a body. Never. When you have a murder case, where you find a body in a well. That's shocking enough. But to find a second body in a flower bed at different houses by the same person, that is a statistical impossibility. So this case will profoundly
and I'll tell
remain
you,
in
the
the
ball
memories
movement
of
made all
everyone involved.
There's something to be said for a team that can win as a group. And that's what happened here today.
This is what you train for. This is what you
Here is how
expect
the
never to
majority of the
happen.
points
and
were
hope
scored
never
for the
happens.
Miami Heat.
The carnage that you have to go through.
The Nuggets
You're
lost
obviously
this game
affected.
long before the final buzzer. And
But
every
that's
team in this
the
league
business
loses
you sign up
games.
for.
You just don't want to lose them like this.
I was a
I
policeman
can
for
already see a
37 years.
players-only meeting in their future.
And God bless the man that invented that job.
Check
I
out the
might not have
leading
been
scores
if
for the Denver
something else
Nuggets.
had gone different. My life could have been over 20 years ago.
Game track.
The Miami Heat played fantastic team basketball today. Ball movement is clearly what separated these two squads.
This isn't the young man that we grew up with and called a classmate. Who's capable of that? That's hard.
See these highlights,
Not glad
it's
you heard
easy to
that I
see how
can
this
do
guy
that.
is. His impact on the game wasn't lost on anyone.
Why did I step into the room? It's simple. It was
This
me
isn't the segment you
versus
want to be
Tito.
in, of
I was
course,
making a
but
trade.
even the best players find
It was
their
going to
way
be
into this part
me
of the
or
show.
nobody. If I had to die,
We
that's
got our top
fine.
3 plays for you. Check
I
them
wasn't
out.
going to hurt students.
It's a pretty tight-knit community. Very small town. I
classmates at school. We grew up together. We've known each other since we were very small children.
This has been a presentation of ESPN on EA Sports.
This is our junior
Until
year of
next
high
time,
school. From what I recall, the school year is kind of wrapping up at that point in time. That morning, I don't recall anything out of the ordinary. It's a very normal day in the life of an adolescent attending school. Our first period class is taught by Miss Kanabrowski. It's an advanced math course.
You said get my box shot, right? Shot box, right?
The first real indication of a problem didn't occur until an employee approached the door and came into the classroom several minutes late.
Oh, yeah,
He was obviously in duress.
You happy or you happy?
Didn't look quite himself.
What they must be nuking? They must be nuking on that. They happy.
Very white as it was. Very destructive.
You have not. You know not not. You will not know this. You will not.
Just trying I can remember I can remember the cold sweat feeling this is real. I don't know I can remember playing very specifically about the just having a bad day. When I approached the teacher's desk, I sat down. What do you want to do? Go on in class because like everything. In May 1994, I was just completing my first year ever as a vice principal. I'm in my office at approximately 7 a.m.
I know.
It's always first raising the Lord up as majesty for him. And that he is my guide and he's my savior. And then what I do at that point is keep me safe. Keep me safe. And Lord, bless these people, bless the students that I see, bless my family, bring me back safely. Thank you for what you give me each and every day. He was probably after 8, 18, when the female Susan went off. And then she tells me that she went to Miss Stambrowski's room to get her signature for her permission slip. Stambrowski informed her that her class was being held hostage.
No team seems to be able to beat them.
And of course I asked her to repeat that. Obviously when you hear something like that, you don't want to believe it the first time. Maybe I misheard what she said. She said, Clay Shroud is holding the class hostage. She actually named him. I didn't believe my ears. Why would Clay do this? What's going on? First thing I did was call the front office, told the secretary to call 911 about a hostage situation right away. And then at that point, it was snapping into what needed to be done.
On May the 26th,
more than that
very much set up for work. My wife had prepared a pot of macaroni and cheese, and I was getting ready to take to my church.
Somehow, they all managed to find a way to work together. You might say we better than some intersection. Some teams are better
When I got the
than
call,
others.
the dispatcher announced that there was a kid with a gun at Rob High School. I immediately turned right and headed towards the school.
How often that overlap between
It's not a number of things about that same time in my career for 7 years that I have ever heard those particular words used.
What is it about your team that keep you running through? We play every day. We watch each other and practice. An idea of what a pair is good at. It finds home what they need to do most. Our chemistry off the court is what keeps phone. Whether it's at the Shelby bench or hanging out, we all play. There are still kids and people that need to be annoyed out when we get them.
This is an athlete 20 reps deep, sprinting past every week in our softest, smoothest fabric. She's confident, protected, her strength, respect.
And such a show you guys have some time. Thank you very much.
And don't forget to stay active, stay cuddly, stay distant, stay healthy, stay comfortable, and Skechers, we know you have a lot of work. All machine washable, comfortable shoes shouldn't be one of our special values. Visit Skechers.com.
Wait, that time seems very
Try new Snuggle Supercare. The Supercare technology helps neutralize the clothes in the laundry cycle, helping to keep your clothes looking newer for longer. Try new Snuggle Supercare.
Hey, wait.
Any morning of the week, feel like the weekend. With Jimmy
Wait. So you might want my dude to be a star player on your team.
And ready, second.
They might want to a star.
Whether it will be on work, bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep eating a great sun-made snack. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit, sun-made.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and sauce is a great deal like that. You get out of it what you put into it. You put in quality, and you're going to get it quality, and that's what we do with Jimmy Dean. You know what wonderful baby, all right?
They say at a certain age you just have to feel. I wonder what age is that? Certain age is the underlying concept. How you can have between this team and yours.
Focus to win the day. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Reva's clinically proven ingredients fuel positive layers of brain performance. Taking the Reva challenge with our money-back guarantee. Roll up for
Something
freshening up your favorite products. Getting the appliances you love with the Home Depot saves like up to 40% on electric appliances. The Home Depot.us gets more done.
Eddie loves celebrating. In his lifetime, he'll pull hundreds of tons. That's why he needs a tailored recipe from us to help him stay fit. That wall is your address. Not anymore.
You're here for right. It's like just starting using Parasol has a foot repair.
Parasol exfoliates and repairs for physical results just like that.
Parasol is let's go barefoot.
Either one day different.
It's put with violence. Also, there is a routine for me. It's fun night for
I can easily be
I've never really considered fiction before, but that's with it now.
Because I listened to her story over and over again, I made the decision to go ahead and follow my own dream, which was to help other veterans. I think there's like 180 books in my library now. It changes your perspective. It makes you a different person. It's true. It's so true.
To start your free 30-day trial, just text Listen 12 to 500-500.
What you see is the sky. Dragon is forming down a block. You hear about an abduction. It's not often what you see.
That's like a scene from a movie. He says, "Robbery, give me your money." Our son.
This week is all things to the competitors.
I'm going to own Superstars Wednesday, September 99. Set your DVR for HD movies. Knock your socks off your mind. Love it. But don't listen. Parasol. All of that
Open your eyes, I'm bending the rules, time ticking, the time different on a globe where every soul trying to survive in it. That's the main concern. Whole hood celebrate when the tables turn. Feels like I'm on the cusp. Wait forever,
He was
forever's
pretty
not long,
soft-spoken,
nothing's just.
reserved, somewhat dark-humored at times. But he could have done anything he wanted to. He had the aptitude and the ability and supporting fans would have supported him, chasing whatever he wanted to chase. Anything he wanted to do was his to do.
Hey, wait.
It's impossible.
You say he could be an Anthony Davis? Say what?
Even today,
You say he Anthony Davis or connect Dual Ember? Which one?
On EA Sports. I'm Ed Cohen. Great to be joined by Jay Williams. Should be a terrific game here tonight. From Spectrum Center in uptown Charlotte. Tonight,
I know I'm in Charlotte.
Hornets
I know
taking
that
on the
I'm
Miami
in trouble.
Heat.
I know that I'm going to get away, and yet I know I can't do anything because there's certainly something compelling enough here to tell me that I can't take care of this.
Won by the Miami Heat. Dragic. Off the assist. I'm not sure that wasn't an offensive foul, but take it when you can get it.
In the midst of this, a female classmate
Charlotte with the
of mine
basketball.
raised from her seat.
To Batum. Here
comes the screen. But two, matched up with Jimmy Butler. The screen sets him up for two. The pro game has really come down to P&Rs. Let's see how the defense adjusts. Butler to bring it up. Looking to make something happen.
Pure adrenaline kicking in.
Slams it down. That's called a grown man play. Someone's trying to get featured on Sports Center tonight. Rozier with it. Down just a couple.
Trying to comprehend, trying to appeal to them. I can remember other
jumper off the line. Dragic with it. He'll run the offense. And count the basket. Body's bouncing all around on that layup with the offense winning that battle. But if the defense keeps up that kind of pressure, good things are bound to happen. Across the timeline, it's Rozier. Down 4.
Working through the problems
to Dragic. Corey Dragic, 2 for 2. That's what you want. You normally don't see that, but that's the type of thing that keeps shooters in the league for a long time. Every once in a while, they venture into the paint. He'd get control. I'm hearing some boos from the crowd. They know just like I know, you're not getting back on D. And the basket good at the rim. And sometimes less is more. Keeping it simple is the best one.
It's kind of a reality check for myself.
Rozier into the front court. 10 to the score.
The time when something like this occurs.
Finishing inside the paint on that one. Another possession they were forced to take a tough shot. This time they got it to go, but they need to do something different to start creating more open look opportunities.
This feels like hours. This feels like
from long range
stretched out over the course of a day.
That's his first personal foul. Team foul.
Hits the first free throw.
After speaking with a female student, I called the main office to have them initiate our lockdown procedure. Then I called
the second free throw.
Roski's room.
Knocks down all 3 at the line. Hornets right now in possession.
Hello.
Roski, this is Mr. Sherrill. Just answer everything I asked you to answer yesterday.
Count the bucket for 2.
Okay.
As my mother would say to the defender, A for effort, F for results.
Yes.
Dragic with the
The student
basketball.
tells me
His team up by 7.
Yes, it
Got
is.
it. They're going to have to find answers defensively and quickly
I said,
because
you've
he's
already
carving them up
contacted
in
the
the
police.
first
I
quarter.
don't know when they'll be here. I'm going to come down to your room.
Thank you.
To Batum. Here comes the screen. Batum. Tough
I
matchup
hang up
against
and
Butler.
immediately stand up and start moving down.
Oh, he had it. And that's how you make a difference. Every shot the offense takes, make sure that it has a 10 as far as degree of difference. Cody Zeller sends it away. Smith with the basketball. 9-point margin.
In my head, I'm saying yes.
Lets it fly from beyond the arc. It's no good. Shot's not going down.
Dr. Tedler, can please come to the
Waiters. A lot of contact on that play. He plays through it and scores. You see, here's why versatility is so imperative for your offensive repertoire. If you're a one-trick pony as a defender, I know exactly how to defend you because you only do one thing. But if you have versatility, then the coach can put you in multiple looks within the offense, and then you can get it any way you want it.
relatively
shot from the lane won't go.
access of navigating through various school systems.
To Butler.
And one of the things we got
From the painted area won't go
is
down.
for a major school event that they're going to call the superintendent of the office.
Here comes the screen. Nothing going here on that drive. To Nick
Dr.
Batum.
Weddingham was the superintendent of schools at that time.
Shot clock to 4 for Charlotte.
Of what that meant. And in that moment, it's kind of a heart sink feeling. He knew he had been ratted out. nothing to lose at that point.
Has a chance, gets a look, can't hit. And it's never a great thing when you're talking to yourself the entire next possession about the shot you just missed. Now you know you're in that player's head mentally. Waller into the front court. They can go 2 for 1 if they hurry. Oh, emphatic slam. They have set the tone in this one. I love when I see offenses come out in beast mode. You attack that paint, you get to the rim, inevitably the floor will open up for you to knock down some threes.
Even from ground
2 for 2.
Wonder how easy to use powering and removes water.
Oh, he got a piece of it. Burke with it. Shot clock turned off as they get a chance to build their lead.
Remember the moment. Forget the mess.
Yes, and the foul, and a chance at 3 coming up. So many times we get on a defender for quote-unquote letting the offensive player score on an and one. Sometimes there's a lucky bounce, but more often than not, it's the offensive player who makes the play happen despite the defender's best intentions.
These are the most common fears in America. That's why Mattress Firm came up with the Rest Assured products. So you find the right
Deep 3 at the buzzer. That ends the first quarter as the Heat enjoy some breathing room.
What you see is the sky.
And Cohen,
moving down a block.
as we get things.
It's not often that you see.
A pass down low to Beasley. Finish that.
This is one of the most bizarre things that we've had.
Fires the 3. Now that's a contest.
You can hunt for roads. You want to get out to where the larger animals are.
Oh, why not? It only has a chance if it goes up. Just inside the arc. At the buzzer. We've reached the end of the quarter. The Heat with the lead.
The serial killer.
The Heat have the advantage on the scoreboard at halftime. It was their playmaking, the way they gave each other scoring opportunities. That really impresses me. I love seeing unselfish basketball like this.
Learning that I had helped him.
Have a look at the leading
his first
scores.
try.
The Miami Heat.
Was she capable of delivery too?
The Charlotte Hornets were in need of a bit more scoring if they wanted the halftime lead. And someone needs to step up offensively if they plan to win this game. Not a single player has gotten the double digits yet.
First half stats.
When you look at this picture, you can't imagine what went on. The math just doesn't add up. You look at
I
this
like
and you
this
think,
choice
wow,
because
this
he
is
really
no
put on
matter.
a show in the opening half.
This is a good
There's a
family,
reason he's a
well-kept
fan
home,
favorite.
well-kept house, probably an affluent family.
And big backs.
And then you get inside and see the devastation and horror that took place.
Forget Cole.
At 8:46
This
this
guy
morning, Boone
will be
County
happy
Police
to be
received a
lukewarm
call.
at this
The
point.
juvenile waving a
He
gun
can't seem to
in
get
a classroom.
anything going.
Other students were present in that class.
Here we go with the top plays from the first half.
I was asked in my interview for vice principal, what would you do in a hostage situation? And I responded back, I would go to that room and try to take care of that whichever way I had to. If I needed to go in and take your place, I would do it. I would do whatever was necessary to keep any violence from occurring. It goes back to my faith. There's no greater thing that you can do but
Thanks
to
for
give your
joining us
life
for the
to God.
halftime report.
That's what
Second
I've
half
learned
is about
in being Christian. For me, if I sacrifice myself to
And the
save
front court
others,
comes Smith.
then that's a good thing.
His club staring
Yes,
out at
my
an
wife would not be
8-point
happy.
deficit.
She'd be very sad, but
But
at the
true.
same point, she would understand that. Because she lives by the same faith I live by.
Able to convert inside. There you go, finally. Shoot your shot.
I focused on what I needed to do. I left my office.
To Dragic.
I didn't want to run because I didn't want to upset anybody else in the building. But at the same time, I want to get there as fast as I can.
All by himself, creates his own shot there, showing you why he belongs here in this league with the best of the best. Efficient scoring out of the rookie here tonight. Charlotte basketball. To Nick Batum.
I can see where he's sitting.
Almost unlucky bounce. Nice follow-up on the dunk there.
How that I may not walk out.
Let's see if that's a sign for him. Well, he's been pretty much non-existent the first 3 quarters. But when you have a play like that, that can get the juices going, and that can help you with your offensive rhythm. And the finish at the rim.
I love it.
Man, that may not have been a gimme, but that layup at the rim definitely chips away at the pride of the defense.
I'm coming in. I'm going towards him, and if he stands up and gets ready to shoot me, I'm going to grab him and flip my stop. And hopefully that will stop him. And if he shoots me, I'm going to blast right on top of him. I'm bigger than he is. He's not going anywhere. So I expected him to shoot.
Slams it down, and there was no stopping him that time. I know there's that old saying that says one man can't beat 5, but we're watching one man carry 4 other players. His back has to be hurting. Another big-time finish. Rebound by the Heat.
Inserted himself.
Muller to bring it up. His team leads it by 10.
Made sure that he was shielding his students.
Yes, and a foul. They have a chance at a 3-point play. And I know there's so much excitement about the play, but everybody looks at the play. More people need to pay attention to the guy at the end of the bench, the strength and conditioning coach, because this kid's been putting in the time and effort every day in the weight room.
But when I said out, and Rossi got him out.
Free throw up and good as they open things up to a 13-point lead.
We exited that room as quickly as our feet would allow us. You know, under great duress, with adrenaline kicking in, with panic settling in.
To Batum.
Once it kind of hits, you're out of this stressful situation.
They slow down the pace. Now 3 on the shot clock. Batum cashes in. Well defended. He's still away. Just let me break down to all the young players at home how special of a pass this was. That was a perfect delivery, and it hit the player right in the chest. Dion Waiters. Not a busy night, but effective. 2 for 2. Great job using that shoulder to create contact with the defender without hesitation.
I was standing right next to the teacher's desk. And what I did was looked at him and I asked him the question, what's going on?
Gets it to go. Could have been more. A lot of contact, but no foul. Did you see the way that dribble freed him up? It created so much space. I did, but the defender didn't. To Dragic. Oh, nice find for the basket.
It's just you and I.
Attack mode isn't a switch that you can just turn on and off. He needs to do more of that. We need to see him penetrate, get into that lane and create. He was smothered and still gets it to go down. No doubt about where that one was headed. It's the Heat with the possession.
Give me the guy who can walk out of here. You can shoot me.
He gets it. Hey, one of the things I hear all the great teams say in the huddle, they say 1, 2, 3, no mercy. Now it's time for you to go even harder on the defensive end.
There's no way you're going to get out of here and get out of this move. But it's your choice. What are you going to do?
Yes, and the foul. And a chance at 3 coming up. That was such a great job by the offensive player. Knowing that you're probably going to take some lumps here and there, but still remaining aggressive throughout the shot. And he misses that one free throw.
That was such a great play. I am.
And look out. Big finish at the rim. And that is the sign of an unselfish team. When everybody in transition thinks they have a chance to get the ball because they're a willing passer, somebody willing to make other players on his team look great, that's only going to force your players to play that much harder on offense and give you more energy on the defensive end.
I am a protector. I am the Lord who
cruises inside for 2. There's certain guys in this league that should be put on alert status 24/7 because either they're posterizing you or that attempt can still be a poster. Gets to the basket and scores. There was barely any contact on that last play. I agree with the ref's no call. Let him play.
Most officers train
Here comes the screen.
for this kind of event. And the hope is that you never get to use it.
The most important thing a shooter can do is continue to shoot. The defense is always going to get great effort, but it's more of your psyche that goes into the next shot that will limit you on whether you make the shot or not.
I'm in custody right now, and that's the question. Yeah, it's going to be right this way.
And this was just only minutes after the ball came out. Yeah, Mr. Sherrill did a fantastic job of disarming the situation.
76% from the line. Free throws good as they continue to widen their lead.
I was sitting at the desk, and the first thing I said to him, what's going on?
You can tell me what happened.
And his response was, I've had a bad day today. I said, oh, really? He said, I've killed my whole family.
Okay. All of them.
Off the mark. Not a high percentage shot.
My immediate response was, is it possible that he's actually killed his whole family?
They're all dead.
From the outside, no good.
It was almost a matter of fact. I had killed my whole family.
Driving right to the basket. That ends the third quarter, and the Heat right now are feeling good.
T-Mobile and Sprint have merged, and T-Mobile doesn't just have a bigger network, but a
Yeah, they might put my dude at the far way.
with scam protection built into its core.
A far pair?
Introducing Scam Shield, free from T-Mobile.
You think so, Way?
Fewer scam calls, period. With T-Mobile's supercharged network, you can say goodbye to annoying scam calls and feel free to answer your phone.
People would rather visit me than shop at car companies. And I'm a dentist.
Arteries and the less painful way.
I used to find car shopping painful too. But then I found car companies. It was so easy to make me very specific about what I wanted. And then car companies had me help with the deal anyway.
There you go.
We're not.
And sometimes as a
That's why the
player
dealer had
on the
5-star
defensive
rating.
end, you need to draw a line in the sand. You have to find a way to change the narrative. Because right now, the constant theme has been too many easy buttons.
Jay, don't deny it. You're an old soul at heart.
Yeah, I still don't know who I read.
Hornets at the controls of this one. To Rozier. Here's a chance from long range. Rebound taken by Olynyk. The game is won in the details. The team who has the most attention to the minutia is a team that wins the ball game. And from the beginning of this game, this team has been mentally engaged. I know the season's a long year, but when you come mentally engaged and you have attention to detail, that's a scary thing to watch. But two. Screen coming.
No, you.
What?
A girl in a video game. See, that's no you.
What about girl in video game? Nikki. I know some girl know video games. It ain't the video game that the girl don't like. Ain't the video game the girl don't like. You know what it is?
What?
It how the plug can act around that girl with the video game.
She got a boyfriend right there, and she on the game.
Well, she won't be on the game. She can be on the game. But at the end of the day, at night she can spend time with her boyfriend. I know a girl right now on my PS4. She got a boyfriend, and she play the game. You know what I talk about, Way. Now, what you gotta say about that?
I was just telling you about this.
I know Penny girl got a boyfriend and play video game. What, Way? What?
I'm talking about this though.
And he's stupid anyway.
Whatever. You just play your video game, Mike.
Shut up.
Smith with a shot. We call
some of these players, practice players, you know the guys that make
what I say, wait. What I say?
But then all of a sudden they're not gamers because then they're making 1 of 10.
Nugget.
You want him to do. You want him to take
what?
Shots. Hornets have the basketball.
What do you say?
Here comes the screen.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. I know that ring. You talk about you know who.
The passing has been great, but the movement without the ball has been even better. Seeing a play before it happens is a skill set a lot of people don't talk about.
You fight me up, wait.
Combined with great movement, good luck with that.
Very nice furniture.
To Rozier.
Kids on balls.
The drive, right to the basket. Kelly Olynyk.
Yeah.
It out of the air. You know, sometimes basketball can become a very beautiful thing to watch. During the regular season, things can get difficult. Energy can be low. The passion at times can even
go up the steps into the master bedroom.
Because players are tired, they're fatigued. But today, it's all been good. They're putting in an absolute show with killer efficiency and tremendous effort and intensity.
Just kids just playing around. This was a murder.
They're gonna put him a song. I know they're gonna put him a song. And he gonna be a song in the 49ers. That's what I tell you.
Mr. Shroud is laying on the floor.
They're gonna put him to being a song. Promote him to being a song.
Shot there and then falling.
Oh, he might be promoted to super song.
Terrific. It's devastating. It's something that
which one you think he's gonna be, Wait?
You ask me, and I'll tell you.
You think he's gonna be a song, a super song, or a franchise player?
And that's what happened here. Check out the leading scores for the Miami.
Super song?
And found her in her bed where she had been shot.
The Hornets did not look good in this one. Neither did the score. And it's games like this where veteran players can be so important. They've been through these types of blowouts. They know what it takes.
Well, I ain't taking that game.
Here are the guys who put up the most points. For the Charlotte Hornets.
Wait, I forgot about it. I was talking about the dude in the game. My dude.
The Miami were very impressive in the way they shared the ball, giving each other the opportunity to not just take good shots, but great shots. That's what I believe made the difference for them in this game. That being great assists.
Oh, you talking about what you said about McGinkin? That.
And while you can't track leadership on a stat sheet, it was by far the most impressive thing he did in this game.
Okay, let's get back to the
She might pop at the party, huh? She not home?
What can you say about a guy like this? Except that he
oh, yeah, because of her funeral? Her mother funeral? Her grandmother funeral?
We had picked them for you. Here are the top players.
I went down the hall to my sister's room, and the actor told me to return. Her name's Kristen.
She do sometime.
I shot her. Returning, gone. That's off to her for a time. She was calm and relaxed. She was calming down. She was having, nice sleep or nice dreams, something like that.
Laughing at you?
It had the guy was a little bit out of her eyesight. And
bullshit.
I shot her.
Take a look at the upcoming games for the Charlotte Hornets.
This kid had just killed a
That does it for us. On
but it
behalf
didn't
of the
seem
rest
to
of the
affect
crew,
him emotionally.
good night.
He didn't whimper, he didn't cry. He just told us, this is what.
Now that dog shit.
The kind of person that does this is antisocial personality, is a psychopath, and is evil.
Yeah.
They told us that we had collected things like Death Stars and nunchucks, those kind of items.
Oh, yeah.
Take this away from you.
And his father basically took all those things away from him in order to discipline him. Clay took exception to that.
My stuff doesn't take your stuff, just watch me.
That's basically why he told his mom and dad. How could anyone kill their entire family with a pair of nunchucks? I said, well, why did you kill your sisters? I said, well, I didn't want them
I know it.
Some crazy.
I know that it's difficult. I'm stacking this paper, it's sort of habitual. I put the residual, then you'll like it's part of my ritual, part of the visual.
We have to have assembly with our students before we leave. They need to reach
Without it, I'm miserable. Don't want to fall off, so I'm all in my bag. Thinking God like it's biblical. I know it's
Of course,
on my head. I bought on the principle. Remember the teachers was all on my head. Now look all of the pitiful. And all of a sudden, I'm so good at math. Count it up, count it up, count it up,
we have incident.
count it up, count it up.
We had a student that held class hostage. Everybody in that class was fine. He is being arrested. Unfortunately, his family has been killed by him. And I want you to know, I know we already have to hear the gasp of despair. But you need to tell your parents, talk with them, know that your parents love you. You love them. We're here to help you. That's the kind of message you don't care about here, you care about at home. You need to go and talk to the people that you trust.
Is that what?
That's the first time we ever heard what actually happened. I can remember comforting one of them.
Like hell you will.
Trying to cope with all of this rationalize this entire thing that there's just no way.
I'm gonna bop that man.
There is no rationality to doing what he did.
Yeah, I will do it. No. Don't do it. I don't want to talk to him. I ain't got time for no dog talk.
For Complex News, I'm here, Simpson. Everybody's been buzzing about the major play leading up to All-Star Weekend. It's rare for rookies to make the All-Star team, but when he's playing at this level, he might just get voted on. For Complex News, I'm here, Simpson.
This isn't the young man that we grew up with.
Say what? Now, what kind of power? Girl power? I'm not an emperor. No, you're not an emperor neither. What I'm saying. But I'm saying, wait. He got girl problem. Then he didn't do his research. Okay? He didn't do his research.
I'm in the game, and a great deal like that. You get out of it. You put in ball, and you're going to get out ball.
So what?
You have some questions right now. Here are a couple answers. Glycerin vector spray.
Oh yeah.
Acting white together can be used on 100 surfaces. And
You think my dude too tall? You think he too tall?
Unfortunately, can't answer every.
He might ought to other pair look like Nutter. So what? Well, y'all me look the same way now.
With Jay Williams and Jay, no more time for scenics on Biscayne Boulevard. It's time for the action.
And I've seen it so many times, and
Opening tip, won by the Heat, and we're underway in Miami. Oh, the touch at the rim. Count.
And that may not have been a gimme, but that layup at the rim definitely chips away at the pride of the defense.
Wizards with the basketball.
Howdy, folks. I fried darn near everything there is to fry. What's left to fry? Fry! Look, I'm gone! I can't see crispiest, tastiest chicken recipe.
Rebound taken by Olenek. No good above her. Down low. Yes, and the foul. And a chance at three coming up.
Oh, he should get some kind of acting award. That's a
They ain't got no point with it.
Player. But guess what? The refs spin, and that's the game.
Wait, look at this. The Wiz don't got no point.
Career 83% free throw shooter.
The Wiz got... You saying they suck, huh?
It's Wall. 5-point game.
They got the ball thrown again. Damn.
With the basketball. Looking to make something happen. Throws it down. Feed the big fella. Point to the passer.
It's so good when you get everybody involved, in particular your bigs. You get them going, they'll run the court faster, and guess what? They'll set harder screens because they're actually in the game. Wall to Corver.
Lower carbs, lower calories, higher expectations.
Down to 5. Down to 4 to shoot. Has a chance. The Heat have the rebound. To Butler. Jimmy Butler. 2 for 2. That's what you want.
He's been doing this.
You want a 9 down.
Which he plays. No one wants to see that. You're going to leave the game with black and blue marks all over your body.
Wait, give up to 9.
To Beal. Short jumper won't go down. Takes it coast to coast. And
He never took give up. He never took give up, wait.
Coaching strategy 101. You probably want to utilize a timeout to disrupt the pace of this other team. This game is starting to get out of hand quick and early.
Here comes the screen. Wall to Anthony. To Beal. Has a look. He shoots. Oh, off the mark. Now a steal by Washington. To Wall. Another chance. Oh, he's denied.
Oh, big man doing work right there.
Easy pack to the rim.
I know it can be demoralizing for a team not to see the ball go in the bucket, but now that the nightmare has stopped, it's time to pick up the energy.
Gets to the basket and scores.
They're going to have to find answers defensively and quickly because he's carving them up in the first quarter.
Knocked loose. That's a turnover. It goes the other way. Yes, and a foul. He'll have a chance at a three-point play.
So many times we get on the defender for quote-unquote letting the offensive player score on the end sometimes there's a lucky bounce, but more often than not, it's the offensive player who makes the play happen despite the defender's best intentions.
Signs of a psychopath.
Thomas into the front court. 14-point deficit. Down low Anderson.
When I thought about Clay before this incident, Clay was a good shooter.
Won't go down.
Withdrawn, yes.
Dragic with it. He'll run the offense.
But he was going to be successful.
Converts in the paint. Nice finish at the rim.
He could be proud of it.
I like that aggression early. Never just settle for jumpers. You attack, you attack, you attack. Then when they back off, you'll have room to shoot that, Jay.
Beal to Corver. Cleans it up. Offensive board. Good look that time, but off the mark. Dragic into the front court. His guys hold a commanding lead. To Butler. That pass stolen by the Wizards.
43-year-old Walter Schrapp.
Beal to Corver. 4-3. Not that time. He missed it.
And there's always so much talk about defense. How about offensively? If you continue to attack that shooter, now you're making him work on the defensive end. That makes him take his legs away on the offensive end.
Bradley Beal. He's 2 for 5. Not great, but trending.
When the ball's in his hands,
Certainly
we all knew what was going to happen.
Thomas Bryant with the block.
Parents did, but I'm saying the young girls definitely
Don't stare them down like
they
that
didn't use their right
afterwards.
ball.
Thomas with the basketball. Trailing by 14. Now preparing to shoot at the line.
Hey, look, sometimes you need to feel out your opponent. Let them know you're there. I'm okay with that early fact.
And he connects on the first free throw. And he makes them both.
Funeral was a devastating sight. You see kids that's but you see two smaller kids that's next to them.
To Butler.
Heart-wrenching.
Now a steal by Washington.
This family was a popular family. They were well known
Is Smith.
in the community. There was a lot of grief.
Missed a wide open look. To Butler.
The community around
Jimmy Butler. 3 for 3. That's a perfect start.
very,
Old school
very much
equals
came
high
together
percentage.
in response to
It's
this.
Washington with the basketball. It's Isaiah Thomas. Gets a look. Can't hit.
These girls were the same age as my daughter. That really
17-footer at the buzzer. Knocks it down. Off the step back.
after going through, we all
Late heave to beat the
it was just a
buzzer.
relief to
First
see
on the
my
books.
wife's
And the
face
Heat
and
right
my
now
daughter's
are
face.
feeling good.
First thing I want to do is hug my daughter. I think I grabbed her.
Ed Cohen, Jay Williams with you as we get things started
Grabbed her
here.
up and just hugged her. Put another real quick on. I mean, it was just
Beal sizing
the
up Butler
realization
to
that we
Anthony.
had just witnessed, what we had just gone through. Now you hit them. And home was a good place to be.
A drive down the lane. The shot won't go. Nice follow-up on the dunk there. Jay, let's see if that's a sign for him.
Well, he's been pretty much non-existent the first 3 quarters. But when you have a play like that, that can get the juices going, and that can help you with your offensive rhythm.
Washington basketball. That is great vision to set it up. And look
It
out.
helps you get through the back.
And easy, too, get back on defense.
Dragic with the basketball. His guys holding the big lead. Nice pace, sets it up, and slams it down.
Man, they are just continuing to pour it on. But the one thing we know about in this league, you have to make sure that you continue to play with energy because leads can evaporate quickly.
A drive through the paint, but a shot misses.
It's familiar.
Finishing inside the paint on that one.
I love the drive to the basket there. Instead of trying to go around or over, go through.
Sure, if you would have been this thereabouts here.
Beal
Their range is a little different, but
to Smith.
this was my seat for
Nothing going here on that drive.
I might not have been here today if
Is
something
Smith
else
to
had gone
Anthony.
different. I've got 2 kids now and a life, but then
Right time, right player.
Can't teach height.
every year it kind of reflects back the gravity.
Jimmy Butler, he's now 4-6.
I remember my high school coach said one man can't beat five. Well, I'm telling you right now, he lied. I'm watching it happen in person.
Humbling
What?
to know people their
Here's
lives.
Smith to Beal.
I ain't lying. I got caught a little bit.
Someone is willing to
Here's Smith.
No, I got caught a little bit.
Out there looking like the
Shut up, me.
I ain't say nothing.
You keep saying, I did. I got caught a little bit. Fuck some,
I can't say
Now.
You come up 2 men bull by this time.
I still get embarrassed when people call me a hero.
Every time I sign with Canadian,
Doing the job that I needed to do.
That why?
Any principal, given the same situation, would have done the same thing.
I can't say I can't say put. I can't say this. Can't say that. What can I say?
What you been saying?
Why did I step
But not. You can say
It's simple.
Well, how about this? Go back off, asshole.
After the game, I will.
Advantage there and the finish at the rim.
Showing you why he belongs here in this league.
Well, say what?
Best of the best. Efficient scoring out of the rookie here tonight.
For me, it was an acceptable sacrifice. If I had the ball,
Here's Smith to
Vaughn,
Corver.
but it was going to be me and him.
Well, say what? Wait.
I wasn't going like the folks did.
Got a piece to
Damn.
knock away.
Another box. Damn, son.
It's rare that you
Goddamn.
see players dig their stakes into the
This
ground
dude ain't
and
fucking
say,
around.
This is my territory. He's owning the paint.
Slams it down. Whistle stops play. Timeout for Washington.
Say what? Wait.
Coaching staff wants to talk things over here in the third quarter.
Talk about asshole.
Big smiles on their faces. Beautiful grills. And the library that I need to work. You can't help but think,
I don't know.
what could
Why
they-
everybody say that?
What could they have done to their lives? What could they have done to their lives?
What? What
I can close
asshole?
my eyes right now and see them in that bedroom. You know,
Oh, go wipe off?
it's that horrific. But that's little sweethearts. Rest in peace.
Here's Smith to Anthony.
Shane be Ike, I say.
Yes, Carmelo Anthony. Small sample size.
You know what I mean, Shane be Ike?
He's 1 for 2.
Might have had an extra dribble.
It can Shane be Ike.
But he got the shot in there.
To the rim, lays it up and in.
This type
Oh, not that damn baseball shit. Hell no. Fuck that.
culture that is fostered when you play with unselfish players. When you
I don't like baseball.
make your teammate look great, that's the difference between winning and losing. So when you see these guys smiling, when you see them giving each other high fives, that's because of the energy that was created from the pass. The pass is one of the most brilliant things we have in this game.
Miami with the basketball. Bryant beyond the arc for 3. Can't get the bounce. Working hard there. Collects the rebound and gets it back up for the slam.
You never want to leave anything a chance when you attack her. You finish strong every time you head on.
That those two teams will no longer be receiving in-person briefings from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence on the issue of election security. Instead, they will be provided with written updates. And so now, obviously, this is going to come as a lot of news.
Smothering defense.
And look, sometimes you don't have it going every single night. Maybe utilize yourself as a decoy and get some teammates involved with passing.
On the record responses, we should note that Republicans and Democrats on those committees prefer in-person briefings so that they can ask questions, challenge assumptions, conduct their oversight role properly. Written updates and view of many of these people, I'm sure, having covered this for years now, will not be sufficient. We should also note that the administration also says that other agencies, other cabinet departments that have responsibility for election security in other ways. In other words, the Pentagon, the Department Department of Homeland Security, the Justice Department, those organizations, those departments will continue to provide in-person briefings. But the intelligence community has come
I know there's that old saying that says one man can't beat five. We're watching one man carry 4 other players. His back has to be hurt. Another big-time finish. Beal pass stolen by Miami. Tonight, it may not cost you, but in the playoff game, it will. Oh, great pass, setting up the basket. And I love when people are saying, oh, he's not an exciting player. I don't need him to be exciting. I need him to be fundamentally sound. Wizards at the controls. Beal to Smith.
Who has said publicly that when it came to issues having to do with
knocks it down from mid-range. And if you don't contest, he's knocking that down with ease.
The bipartisan committees, bipartisan and bicameral committees,
slam dunk. At this point, if it continues, it just may be good night, Irene. Ooh, I like that Irene line. There you go, Jerry. And sometimes as a player on the defensive end, and you need to draw a line in the sand. You have to find a way to change the narrative. Because right now, the constant theme has been too many easy buckets. Hey, don't deny it. You're an old soul at heart. Yeah, I still don't know what Irene is. Meaning.
Are trying to influence the U.S. election, and
Carmelo Anthony, zero hesitation as he knocks down the three. And let me tell you how this one goes. It ain't no fun if the homies can't have some. Everyone's getting a piece of it.
He would not answer that question for you other than say that there were many nations that were mentioned. Can you piece together the timing of this and why now?
I can't say as to why now. I reached out to the department.
I ain't thinking about that right now.
The young cat catches you sleeping on the wrong night, it's definitely going to get 1 million+ views the next day.
The two committees, House and Senate. It is notable that in that report,
you want to know what I think about?
They noted that Russia, China, and Iran are all.
You want to know what I'm thinking about? Think about that Marvel game coming out. What I'm thinking about then, wait. Oh, you start thinking dirty?
This one is out of hand, and the offense is still pouring on. And Smith to Anthony.
And other administration officials dealing with national security, what the Chinese and Iranians are doing is nothing compared to what the Russians are doing.
Here comes the screen. Anthony to Corver.
For years and years and years, and they're much more
from inside.
And are much better at doing this, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they're much more sophisticated. Last question, Jake. Facebook statement from the ODNI.
I think the answer itself is rather unusual given the fact that the representational council is not supposed to be a partisan. They've never been the White House. He is supposed to be there for the American people. He is not supposed to have a thumb on the scale or even risk the appearance of having a thumb on the scale for one party or another. And there is going to be ugly blowback to this. I would be surprised if Republicans didn't express concern about
game over. 41 to 71. Let me wait.
Because this is an office that even though obviously
What, wait. You know why I say it? Why I say it? Oh. Wait, don't answer that.
All right, Jake, well, thank you for
No, he did.
breaking news. I know you're going
What
to
the
stay
saw?
on it and bring us all the developments.
What the saw?
Thank you so much.
We'll put up the most points. The Miami.
Allow the new details in the pre-shooting of Jacob Blake. Conflicting accounts of what happened that evening. The Kenosha Police Association has now released its own version of events that led up to Blake being shot in the back 7 times.
Well, you said don't comment, wait.
The police union says Blake had a knife in his possession and was combative.
Oh, okay, you talking about
being disputed.
Talk about the America they suck, huh?
Being cut off a new round of nationwide protests. Some turning violent. Demonstrators are demanding justice. And that message is extending to the world of sports. Today, many sports leagues, including the NBA, are returning to play after staging in response to the shooting. And now, President Donald Trump is also weighing in for the first time. But let's start with the...
You said you ball kicking?
Then, Shimon, what is the police union saying about all this?
Oh, I didn't know you ball kicking.
It's something special.
Yeah, they're saying that they want to get the facts straight. They want to tell us as far as what they know happened. Of course, they are defending this officer's actions, and what they say was that Mr. Blake had a knife.
Best players find their way into this part of the show.
They don't say where in the interaction he was told to drop the knife. But what they said was they had initially seen the knife when they were on the passenger side of the vehicle. They then followed him around, and of course we all have seen that horrific video.
It probably got deleted.
Pulling on the shirt, on the shirt, and firing 7 rounds.
Oh.
There's no explanation yet from either authorities or from the police union as to why, at that moment, officers decided to fire their weapons. The other thing is that Mr. Blake was shackled. He remained paralyzed. As of right now, he's paralyzed. And the police had shackled him. And the reason is, they say, it was protocol. Because he has a warrant, because he didn't come to court when he was supposed to, there was a warrant for his arrest. And as a result, that is why he was shackled. Well, who news that surfaced in the last 2 days, that has changed. He has to be shackled. Obviously, the family is very upset over all this, over what the police union has put out, the information they have put out, and obviously the fact that their son was shackled. Here's Mr. Blake Sr., the father of Jacob Blake, talking to Anderson Cooper about that.
The minute they set a bond for my son, we paid the bond and they squashed the warrant. So, what was the point in immortalizing my son?
I heard you talked at the March on Washington today, and one of the things you said, you talked about 2 systems of justice in this country.
I don't want to talk to him.
Just to talk a little bit. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
You know, well, if you had your TV show, you saw.
Yo, where my fans on PS4? Why I got my fan on Facebook?
Third, shot the man down on the third man. Walked past the police, they gave him some water and a high five. Well, they gave my son 7 bullets to the back for a so-called night that nobody ever saw. Who had X-ray vision saw?
I'll tell you like this. He want a girlfriend? Get be himself.
Of many questions surrounding it, police investigators said that they found it on
everybody know how to be themselves.
The vehicle. They say that Mr. Blake admitted to having a knife.
I'll be myself. I don't follow be nobody special. Get be myself.
Today they'll plan rallies about it, and that will happen later this afternoon.
The town and the community trying to keep this back together. Shimon, thank you so much.
Who?
For the first time, President Trump is addressing the shooting of Jacob Blake. The president did not talk about the shooting during the national convention, but he was asked about it following a rally in New Hampshire last night. Here's what he had to say.
I'm looking into it very strongly. I'll be getting reports, and I'll certainly let you know pretty soon. But I'll be, it was not a good sight. I didn't like the sight of it, certainly, and I think most people would agree with that. But we'll be getting reports in very soon, and we'll report back to them.
After that statement, Kenosha's mayor told our Don Lemon that the president should stay out of any issues dealing with it and let Wisconsin investigators do their jobs. Also today, President Trump is preparing to tour the Lake Charles, Louisiana area after it was slammed by Hurricane Laura this week. The storm claimed at least 15 lives, according to officials, and there are still 500,000 customers without power in the area. CNN's Gary Tuckman is in Lake Charles. Gary, I just see that debris behind you, and it is stunning. It shows you the power and force of that storm. What do we expect to see once the president arrives for today?
We'll be on it 2 days after the end of the Republican National Convention and 1 day after that festive rally in New Hampshire. President Trump will be arriving any time now to a traumatized part of the country, the Louisiana Gulf Coast, the Texas Gulf Coast, people that need comfort and aid. Destruction here is immense. When you go into the city of Lake Charles and drive around, population 78,000, you see very few streets that are unscathed. And even now, as we speak, people are calling police, granted, because they still can't contact their loved ones. We spent part of the afternoon and evening with sheriff's deputies looking for those people.
Calls keep coming into the sheriff's office from people in the Lake Charles area who can't get in touch with their family members or friends. So Calcasieu Parish, Louisiana deputies Ryan Tarver and Cameron Hicks are responding to as many calls as they can. We go to this house, heavily damaged from the hurricane. They are looking for a 72-year-old man who did not evacuate. There was great concern the man could be found dead or seriously hurt. Paramedics and a worried neighbor were there when the sheriff's deputies arrived. They found the man, Gerald Fruge, a Vietnam veteran who had indeed been hurt.
Are you feeling okay now? Okay. We're worried about you. And the sheriff's deputies are worried about you, and the nursing workers are worried about you.
Fruge says he believes he hurt his ribs. Everyone here relieved that Gerald Fruge is not seriously hurt. Sadly, different deputies earlier found the man who had died from what is believed to be carbon monoxide poisoning. And that is always a major concern. As the deputies go to this sheriff's office, there is no answer. That happens quite a bit. There's also no answer here. But then they go around to the side of this damaged house. Not even sure if she and the family did evacuate just before the storm. But like many here, she has no cell service, no power, no water. You have everything coming here?
What do you mean pick your team? What do you mean pick your team? What do you mean? Oh, so you saying they can pick a team you're gonna go to?
Now, their baseball reference came to make sure they're okay.
I'm not going to call. I might go to the Panther. I might go there.
We of course hope that that toll doesn't go higher than 15, but with these searches, there's no guarantee.
I picked the Panther.
President Trump lands, he will tour the damage here in Louisiana. He will then travel about 35 miles to the west to also tour damage in Orange, Texas. Yeah.
Gary Tuckman live in Lake Charles,
I don't mean to get
What next? Imagine that. Doctors find a possible case of reinfection in the United States. Plus, Hollywood is warning along about the Chadwick Boseman, who died of colon cancer. How early screening can save lives and why cases are rising among young adults. Then later,
he died.
Yeah. Described his intimate relationship with the Jerry Falwell.
You know do they pay by partner? Not really. I can tell if I call. Sometimes, but I also forget that I'm good at what I do. And that everything I'm doing is better because I'm a guy who makes me down sometimes we not have time to eat things together. Records is fine and feed the information.
Always searching last time and money, so don't renovate, rejuvenate.
Yes, me.
Cabinet Furniture Store and use your Sealwood surfaces in just a few easy way-by applications, making them look brand new with the protective shine that lasts for years. To make
There
your
are
floors
fucking
look brand new,
companies
get the Junior Jewelry Stores. In one easy way-by application, they can fill and scratches, restore shine with their carpet, laminate, linoleum, vinyl, and ceramic tile. What's up beautiful and shiny will last for years. Easily remove dirt and grime from your
like saying to people they will always be hated. They don't tell something people to say by not one something. I always know this is where I belong. You know that keep me
and make your home look new again. Rejuvenate is available at your favorite home centers and retailers everywhere.
Or maybe I should write a book posting of being the world. It guaranteed bestseller. Don't worry, I made sure.
Plus, it has aloe and tea tree oil to restore skin health. Say goodbye to a fungus with Funky Mix.
From hardwoods doubling as dance floors to
that does not kind of feel like I felt for what sounds hard. What you doing, like, you do it good.
Did you just report your phone for spending a perfectly reasonable amount of time on the couch without those from Grubhub? Grubhub is going to reward you for that with a $5 off credit. This is Copperfield, he's new.
Director of iliwaynwebbie reimagined the Dickens classic. David Copperfield, new Heidel's beginning. Yes, just that. I'm not telling you straight.
Okay, I'll be back, Waylon.
I don't get so easy. It's joyous. Wonderfully unexpected. Distant masterpiece. Yes, it is. Hooray! The personal history of David Copperfield, rated PG.
Oh, man.
Today, your information is more when you shop, bank, or browse online. You're vulnerable to cybercriminals. Demand more protection. That's why Norton and LifeLock are now one. Combining device security, VPN for online privacy, and LifeLock identity theft protection. Backed by $1 million protection package. Get all-in-one protection on Norton.com.
When it comes to buying a home, they say cash is king. But you're a queen, and that's just as powerful. You're honoring the verified approval from Rocket Mortgage. Sellers know your offer is good, so your bid has the strength to compete cash offers. Now grab your crown and rule. That capital is yours. So you need to add to the bidding war? Rocket can.
Hey, wait. Well, you want to see Copperfield? The name of the movie named Copperfield. It's a movie that's coming out. It's PG. It look boring. You gonna set that to a boring movie? Say what? The history of Copperfield. It's a movie name. I don't know who in it. It looked boring though. It looked very boring. So what? You like me then? You like action movie and comedy, huh? I'll be back, wait.
Given the millions of cases that we've now seen, this is the first report, we have to kind of be cautious in making big conclusions. The reality is, if you look at other viruses, there are different strains. We're learning a lot about strains of COVID mutations, what's going to happen. Obviously, this is cause for concern, but if we look at widespread, given the sheer numbers, I think that we would see more cases. Now, this speaks, though, to the importance of having good tracing, good databases, CDC reporting, sharing of information, both nationally and internationally.
Yeah, and again, it needs to be peer-reviewed and further investigated. But what is alarming is that it does appear that this man was severely ill both times, and from what I've read, it was two separate strains of COVID, so it wasn't as if he had the same virus that just came back a few weeks later. But it's good to get that perspective from you as well. Let me shift gears to the tragic death of actor the Black Panther star who died from colon cancer at the age of just 43. Should this be a wake-up call for others about the importance of getting screened regardless of age?
Well, we know that the recommendations for colon cancer screening had actually changed several years ago.
Yeah, I know. That's why they were talking about blind night at 9 o'clock.
Number two, I'm so sorry for the loss of such an incredible actor, such a talented actor, who really packed in his short lifetime, a lifetime and a body of work that's just incredible. We don't know the specifics of his family history, what respect this may have.
Yeah, colon cancer.
Though that in Washington, D.C., we have the #1 per capita cancer death in the country, and there are myriad reasons for that.
But you got to get checked for it.
African American and Latino communities versus white communities, social determinants of health that include
you need to get checked before you die. That's what they tell you.
Screening for prostate cancer and lung cancer are the leading causes of death in men and women. Obviously, just like prostate cancer in men, as well as black men.
But you gonna get checked for it.
I think that this also
make sure you ain't died.
That there has been a plummeting of
you don't know it. You got checked.
And I can tell you that this is extremely concerning because that's
you got checked up.
Get people to show up late to get
you don't know your family history.
Unfortunately,
I believe he was diagnosed in 2016 with stage 3 cancer at that point, but you're right, bringing up COVID and coronavirus has delayed a lot of people from seeing their doctors. Statistics show that African Americans are in fact at a higher risk of getting colon cancer. Do we know why that is, and what can be done about preventing this type of cancer?
Great question. We know some things.
Get your ass back there. You still won't get your ass checked.
There are delays between the time that a person, let's say, discovers a
I get mine checked too.
Her getting the testing and then the treatment. Compared to her white counterparts, that may be 3 or 4 months, which is of course inexcusable. We know that
you just have to rip your draw down, let the man check your colon cancer. Let him stick your hair up your ass.
Others to the social determinants of health. But I think that we
that's how I do it.
medical community of not looking at stress. We are now understanding that stress shortens telomeres, which are those parts of one's
that's how this check for, John.
Can shorten increased dementia, increased cancer, shorten life expectancy. There's a lot to learn.
But how you know Torres did it?
What we would know now, and that is
how I did. You just you scared something. Well, you better get open. You a man, you supposed to get checked.
I just want to implore people to not ignore their screening, and certainly if they are having symptoms.
See, you scared. That's what it is. You scared. That's meant you scared.
That is for sure. That is the greatest advice in the program. Those who are screening and see about them. Dr. iliwaynwebbie, thank you so much.
That's what?
We're coming up new information on the man accused of
that's a doctor's job.
Protests and inappropriate content by political battle lines are now being run.
That's your doctor.
No longer have to worry, question too much toilet paper in the back of our system. But Dad, we're next to me billions of enzymes.
That means you scared. That makes you scared.
For paper, grease, or breakdown, use the next. How do you do it? That's great.
You ain't scared. Why not just let your doctor check?
How are you?
factor.
Focus factor has been clinically shown to improve memory, concentration, and focus. It increased mental learning and short-term memory by 44% to get your eyes done.
And he's that smart too. Still got to get checked when he's young. Now why they catch it early? You get checked young and you catch it early and you do something about it. Dum dum.
This Labor Day, save 10% on a Casper mattress for a limited time. A Casper mattress is designed with decorations that pull away unwanted heat to keep you cool. And patented gel pods that provide support for the spinal alignment you need. The perfect system of cozy, cooling support for restful sleep and refreshed mornings.
He's old enough to know when you got to go to the doctor to get checked for something, you go and get checked. And he don't care who do it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Big, bigger, yep, there's one.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G trade. Now, everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trading.
This is Joe. He used to have bad breath. Now he uses a capsule of TheraBreath, fresh breath, or rinse to keep his breath smelling great all day long. TheraBreath. It's a better mouthwash at Walmart, Target, and other home stores.
That's an ancient identity of between Persian or East Iranian.
How do you preserve your culture in a country full of misconceptions about who you are?
It's not a country of extremist people. Because they want to maintain their culture, at the same time they want to be seen as assimilated as part of this culture.
We're going to have to be in a second box.
We were, since the beginning, an open policy country.
And all new United Sheets with after with W Countdown at a special time tomorrow at 9 on CNN.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, big, bigger, yep, there's one.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now, everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trading.
Emily has his operations on it. So, how is she creating this masterpiece? Her freezer is stocked with daily harvest. That's how. Chef-crafted foods, organic ingredients, delivered to your door, ready in minutes. See for yourself at dailyharvest.com. Go to dailyharvest.com and get started today.
I'm Frank Blanket, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by mesobook.com.
We offer a free book on mesothelioma. Call for the free book and receive so much more. Call 1-800-831-3700. An attorney for the 17-year-old charged with killing 2 protesters in Wisconsin is predicting that he will be acquitted. This as a judge in Illinois postpones a decision on whether or not Kyle Rittenhouse will be extradited to Wisconsin to stand trial. The Illinois native is facing 2 counts of first-degree intentional homicide and several other charges. CNN's Drew Griffin has more on how the events unfolded and how the case is quickly becoming political.
It was chaos, protesters, heavily armed vigilantes, Kenosha, Wisconsin on fire, and in the midst of it all, an out-of-state 17-year-old illegally possessing a loaded AR-15 style rifle being chased. Police call it a double homicide. Conservative commentators are calling it self-defense, and the 17-year-old shooter a hero.
Well, I've been very vocal about my support for this young man, as have many others who are sick and tired of the anarchy that has gripped our country over the last 75, 80 days.
Michelle Malkin and others have led a social media groundswell of support for accused gunman Kyle Rittenhouse, and has now led to a pop-up non-profit defense fund asking for donations, and one of the most prominent conservative attorneys coordinating Rittenhouse's defense. Sorry to keep y'all waiting. Attorney Lynn Wood, tweeting from his Twitter account with the QAnon conspiracy theory hashtag on his profile, states thanks to all freedom-loving Americans who responded to requests for contact information on Kyle Rittenhouse. Help is on the way. The 17-year-old vigilante is accused of murdering 2 protesters and wounding a 3rd. Attorney John Pierce, part of the Rittenhouse defense team, tells NBC News, "This was classic self-defense, and we are going to prove it." The criminal complaint filed against Rittenhouse details a confusing series of events that indicates the 2 men Rittenhouse shot and killed in separate incidents may have been trying to grab his gun. The first victim, 36-year-old Joseph Rosenbaum, shot in a car lot. In the complaint, a witness says a first round was fired into the ground, and Rosenbaum made a motion that he was trying to grab the barrel of the gun. Shots are fired, and Rosenbaum is hit. Rosenbaum lay dying. Rittenhouse makes a phone call saying, "I just killed someone." Rittenhouse runs away as people chase him. He falls and fires 2 shots from the second shooting victim, 26-year-old Anthony Huber, hits him with a skateboard while appearing to reach for Rittenhouse's gun. Huber is shot and killed. New video to CNN then shows moments after Rittenhouse shoots and injures a 3rd protester, who, according to police, appears to be holding a handgun.
I basically saw him start to run and heard the shots.
The witness to how the incidents began is Richie McInnes, a journalist with the right-wing Daily Caller, who appeared on Fox News and supported the conservative belief that the 17-year-old illegally carrying a semi-automatic rifle was actually there to keep the peace in a town police left out of control.
There's a big mob, people have guns, shots are going off. Where were the cops? Definitely they're there, but they're obviously not responding in any quick fashion. So the 17-year-old who I interviewed earlier in the night, he actually mentioned that he was there to maintain peace in the absence of police.
Video footage throughout the night show police were everywhere.
You know, I got a birthday coming up too. I got a birthday coming up too. We ain't got to worry about that though. You know, right? You got a birthday coming up.
And then now
I get a fan. You got a birthday coming up too.
I don't give a fuck! Sociology professor at American University and the director of the school's polarization and extremism.
What have he ever done for me on my birthday?
She's also the owner of the book Hate in the Home. So,
just shut the fuck up about it. Don't you bring his motherfucking name back up in this goddamn house.
Symbol of American heroism. What do you make of the politicization of the Rittenhouse case?
I mean, I think this kind of politicization and polarization.
I told you about that shit.
What we need right now is
you brought the name up one time,
further legitimation of violence and
I brought him up because Bob John asked about it.
And you say that white supremacists and extremists...
That's the only reason I brought him up. Because Bob John asked about it.
The mainstream and normalization of such extremism, even back in 2017.
Bob John don't know that shit.
I believe this ideology inspires responsibility and call to action among extremists.
Well, I think one of the
that's the only reason I brought him up.
What we saw in Kenosha and what we're seeing across the country, especially this summer, is a toxic mix of a variety of militia groups and extremist groups who do not agree and come at it from different angles. And so we do have white supremacist groups in the mix. We also have groups who believe in the use of violence for to start a civil war. We have militia groups at the border trying to stop immigration. We have a whole bunch of different kinds of vigilante and militia groups that share a sense of threat. What they believe is that there is a sense of threat, that it's existential, and that it's their duty, their obligation to engage heroically to save it. And I think, to save their people or whatever, that object of the threat is, and that's what we saw in Kenosha.
What kind of spike?
Regardless of whether that's motivated by what the United States groups do to the sense of threat.
Right, and you know that what happened in Kenosha was predictable through a toxic mix of extremists and militia mobilization and inaction, frankly, on behalf of lawmakers. Where do we go from here? I mean, you have a 17-year-old kid, he's 17 years old, who's now in the midst of what's become not a legal issue alone, but now even a political debate.
It was a completely predictable outcome, and unfortunately, I think not the only predictable outcome of violence that we're likely to see in the coming months of spontaneous violence. We have moved from a situation in the pandemic where we have less planned violence from extremists, where there are fewer gatherings, fewer risks of that kind of thing, but the risk of spontaneous violence is incredibly high, and the first thing we need is de-escalation. We cannot legitimize these groups to take vigilante violence into their own hands and to empower them to feel that they're doing the right heroic thing. They have to be redirected and de-escalated.
And I just can't get over those last images from Johnny's piece where you see Rittenhouse walking with his hands up and his rifle there and illegally and walking towards the police official who just ignored him. What does that send to other potential extremists?
In fact, they failed to reckoning here for law enforcement, watching those images and watching the images of law enforcement sending individuals well before the incident took place. I think that kind of facilitation, not just normalization, but legitimation and empowering people to take these matters into their own hands instead of relying on authorities or even reform of those authorities to move things forward. And I think that is a very dangerous situation, and I hope that law enforcement starts to recognize that and call for those changes to take place.
That really is an important discussion to be had. Dr. Cynthia Miller-Higgins, thank you so much for all the work that you do. Vital.
Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you. Well, just ahead, this week the NBA took a stand against police brutality and racism, but athlete activism has been around for decades. We'll take a look back just ahead in the CNN Newsroom.
Find things and love and use every day. Whatever you do, that's what you find. On Etsy. Shop Etsy for everyday finds.
Online dating?
You want me to tell you why Shaving left?
Put that in the comments. Go to OurTime.com. Just take a look. It's easy to take a look on Our Time, the dating site for people over 50.
Well, things are different these days, but we're figuring it out. We're doing school online now, learning a lot. Finding cool stuff to watch. Dad got some new workout buddies. And I still get to spend time with you.
Oh, they meet. They went to Tiger Man in. That's why he now. Okay, they tell. Watch them in there then.
Why he left them two in there?
Yeah, why you now?
Because they ain't no Tiger Man.
I know that. That's why I said they never Tiger Man. Did I say that me?
That was the hand.
And there's moving with Move 3 Ultra. It has triple action support for your joints, cartilage, and bones. And unlike glucosamine chondroitin pills, it's all in one tiny pill.
Like I said last night, Paul had me on one away.
There's nothing as unique as a rise. Which is why SLR
you know,
lenses as unique as you. Barrel-lens for
Vince and Bob Decker working together on it. You know that, right?
Cutting-edge solutions.
I believe Brock Lesnar gonna come back on payback to get Bobby Lashley not to win that belt.
So,
want to move.
He is coming back.
And you only have one chance to get it right.
Yeah, I think he come back, guess what? He and One Wayne can team up together. What me? I think he and One Wayne can team up together. He come back.
Somewhere else, $2,000 credit or something.
And the way he supposed to go smack down anyway. Block less.
We don't spend millions of dollars on retail stores or sexy yet practical employee uniforms. Instead of millions of dollars to a real sub-brand, each is going to pay us. But the point is, we only spend on network technology that's second to none, and that's why we can afford to give you more for less. Stop by a Bitcoin store today. Oh, buddy.
Oh, wait.
You got Tom coming in?
He has a ruptured spleen.
He's right. I think you turn in more than
Practicing medicine in the dark can show up in other skills not transplant.
Me.
What?
I don't know about that blood fight now.
Why?
So, him and Wayne team up together. Paul Haley, Woman Wayne, Bob Nacker. One Wayne can do fine with Bob Nacker, right? So he's gonna be about Nacker also. Yeah.
Order your American Cup Velvet Desk Phone today at WeatherTech.com.
Of the president just landing in Lake Charles, Louisiana, sustained damage following Hurricane Laura storm that hit earlier this week, causing 15 fatalities. There have been predictions that possibly it could have been higher, so 15 is a tragic number, but many lives were spared. People tweeted the warnings there. The president underground in Lake Charles. There you see him greeted by local officials. I believe that Senator Kennedy will be traveling later to Texas as
they have to beat Big E so it takes just how it can stop.
Well, the NBA playoffs resume today. Players say they are returning to the basketball court with a new action to go against social justice, which includes plans to turn arenas into voting sites. Earlier this week, players took a stand following the police shooting of Jacob Blake in Wisconsin. Throughout U.S. history, sports and race relations have often intertwined, turning some athletes.
What think about
Here CNN
Sammy Gaines still got that belt?
He said he ain't never lose that belt.
But he was out for so long.
I know that, but he still said that he's still the champ.
Who might be talking to something?
No.
Making a powerful statement about the shooting of Jacob Blake.
He talking about the one with Jeff Hardy got. He tried to say that Jeff Hardy is the fraud because he got the belt. And he got the belt.
Jeff Hardy is happening. He ain't happening.
49ers quarterback Colin Kaepernick
I know that.
to protest against
But do he know
in America.
No, but he gonna run. That belt, he lost that belt when he got injured.
They come from a place of sincerity that
you can't keep a belt for that long without turning it.
Automatically kind of get it.
In the 1960s, as the Vietnam War raged, boxing's electrifying heavyweight champion Muhammad Ali refused to be inducted into the U.S. military. His impassioned arguments became legendary, like when he spoke of why he didn't want to kill Viet Cong soldiers.
Shooting for what? They never called me nigger. They never bitch me.
In the 1968 Summer Olympics in Mexico City, American sprinters Tommy Smith and John
You better make sure we still got down there. If you don't, well, you let me finish. If you don't die down there for 2 more years, 2 more months on them, you need to put that card on them.
Was arrested for
got it.
against apartheid. In all those cases, those athletes paid a steep price for taking a stand.
The costs were tremendous. John Carlos and Tommy Smith come home and their lives and their families' lives in a lot of ways were ruined. You know, irreparable damage. Muhammad Ali, his career and his freedom in some ways damaged. Colin Kaepernick loses his NFL career because of the stakes and going all
I
in.
still say it's got to be Woman Wayne behind that, or Seth Wallace behind it, or CM Punk behind it.
CM Punk not coming back, me.
Coach Andy Green, Coach Northland Coach,
player, NBA player,
Not that water.
athlete of any kind ever wants to do, they work their whole lives to get to the season, to get to the playoffs.
The analysts we spoke to say this is just the beginning of protests like this. That this protest, led by the NBA players, reflects the fact that athletes now realize the power they have. They have more control over the money, the TV viewership, the public images of their respective leagues than they've ever had before. Brian Todd, CNN, Washington.
There's no doubt this was a historic week in the world of sports. Thanks to Brian. We'll have more news in a moment, but first, this programming note. Disinformation live. CNN Films presents After Truth. Film fake news is used as a weapon. After Truth airs tonight at 10 on CNN.
You knew that?
Every time we rinse,
I'm about to pay off for have more feet feet and got the say that now I did that fucking have feet feet is what they want to do.
Technology cleans without pre-rinsing. Switch to finish and skip the rinse to save water. Attention! Do you
not the fun game. He said he wasn't gonna pay basketball. And he did it.
Every month, it's
when it was my fun game, he said he ain't pay basketball, I got no problem.
At 800-896-1130. In addition to receiving $135 every month, you might also qualify for a $0 Medicare Advantage plan that includes the following benefits: dental, including fillings, exams, and dentures; vision, including exams, frames, lenses, and even contacts; hearing, including hearing aids and batteries; and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The Go Medicare Benefits Help Center is open now at 800-896-1130. All the call and the consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center now at 800-896-1130. That's 800-896-1130. I'm happy to give you the tour. Let's do it. Hey, Jay.
Jay? Charlotte. All right. Yeah, you got my watch list.
Oh, he's terrific. Excellent tennis player.
I recognize that voice. Do you? She helped me find the right dance for my entrance strategy.
Very popular around here. There's a push day going on.
Oh, she just came back home and came away.
You call a lot.
That's not what you're talking about here. Joining us for karaoke later?
I love to when people get really emotional when I sing. You help from a team that will exceed your expectations. Is building trim making your car look old? Revive it with restoring white paint. Enhance your trim with this award-winning formula. Wipe on, long-lasting shine. Wipe on, ceramic protection. Wipe on, guaranteed results. Restoring white paint trim restore. Revive your life.
So I'm brand new.
Not too neat.
How do I do less texting? Can you make it first move? It was like really cute. I have some more questions. Match expert, happy answer. Start something great. Match.
It's time to forget your worries. Escape to a place where the ultimate warm, the people are even warmer. And there are 1,000 wonderful moments waiting to unfold. Call 1-800-SANDAL. When it comes to buying a home, they say cash is king. But you're a queen, and that's just as powerful. You're armed with a verified approval from Rocket Mortgage. Sellers know your offer is good, so your bid has the strength to compete with cash offers. Now grab your crown and rule. That apple is yours. Please add to the bidding war? Rocket King.
Imagine the courage to challenge an entire infrastructure of oppression. We're also lucky to have him walk with us. Show us the way. John Lewis, Good Trouble, September 27th at 9.
This is a show.
Game over.
Farmer's Delivery feature dogs and it's real meat and veggies. Freshly made, developed and fed. Delivered right to your door. That's why dog lovers can ship over at Farmer's Dog. A smarter, healthier pet food. Delivered. Visit tryfarmersdog.com and get 50% off your first month.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since then, that time, hundreds of people in Missoula have trusted us to represent them. We have local offices throughout the U.S., and there's no risk to you. Missoula really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-789-3737. That's 1-800-789-3737.
Oh, wait.
Or go to MissoulaBook.com.
With me being the 49er, how you think the other team would put me?
New audio obtained by CNN shows the close relationship between evangelist power couple, the Falwells, and the Pool Boys. Giancarlo Granda claims that he had an intimate
If I go to another team.
Junior's wife that went on for years, and that Falwell himself actually encouraged it. Well, last night, Anderson Cooper about the controversy. Here's what he has to say.
She might be back to her home, but before she invited,
I gotta check and see about the fade thing. Do they fade to get me?
We welcome you to Miami, Florida. I'm in Cohen with Jay Williams. And Jay, no more time for Phoenix on Biscayne Boulevard. It's time for the action. I've seen it so many times and I've witnessed it. The scenic view can sometimes get the best of you.
he's not gonna do that. He's just gonna watch Nicole and over. He's gonna watch Nicole and ring. It's like that 20-year-old single.
Opening tip, won by the Heat, and we're underway in Miami.
I had no idea who they put in jail. I was 20 years old. The age of the Liberty.
So far, so good.
Like, when I got
this crowd on their feet, and one of the most undervalued things in sports, the 13th man, the fans. If they get you going in the game,
yeah,
help sustain that energy.
I said that to Jerry Fowler. He's like, no, just go for it. Like, he encouraged me, just go for it.
Yeah.
In a statement to CNN, Falwell acknowledged this, but denied that he was involved in it.
That's lunch pill.
And we are following breaking news on Capitol Hill. CNN has learned the Director of National Intelligence.
They called it not a good team.
Committee on Election Security.
He looks right over towards the bench, gets a call from the coach about what defense they're in, and then gets his team set. Those are people that are able to lead men.
To a Mennonite who fought in World War II.
Able to convert inside. You feel that? I see the confidence building. Dragic with the basketball.
What team?
A minute gone by for the opening quarter. Leaving no doubt. Slams it
What
down.
team?
We call that get your money, put it in the
Milwaukee?
Rubio into the front court.
What team? What team, wait?
His employer led him to school and talked him into joining the merchant marines, and the ship was blown up somewhere in the South Sea.
What team you talking about, wait?
I'd just love to know more about him.
Oh, Baltimore.
Hi, Linda. I'm Lisa Elvey, a senior family historian from Ancestry, and I have information about your uncle.
I'm happy to hear that.
So go ahead and look at that document that you've been given. This record tells us that he was actually part of the Navy.
Not the merchant marines. He went full hog.
Oh, free?
So
What do you mean?
Jonas was involved in a lot of different actions in the Pacific. But in December 1944,
Oh, they do like...
So what you're looking at is a photo of what was called Captured Cobra. And it passed the entire
You been there before, wait?
Over 700 lives were lost in one night. So Jonas's name is engraved upon the stone of what they call the Walls of the Missing.
They want something.
Manila American Cemetery.
Thank you so much. The loss of Jonas, my mother's big brother,
Trying to cash in. Shot by Rubio. No good.
Opportunity here.
And he finishes at the rim. Might have had an extra dribble.
Yeah.
But he got the shot in. It's Suns ball.
The greatest generation 75 years later, providing the
Screen coming.
Go to CNN.com/World War II.
Nothing going here on that drive. Rubio matched up with Jimmy Butler.
Stories of your ancestors who served in World War II.
Point locked in. Just incredible timing in that swap.
Drafting a plan.
Off the assist. I'm not sure that wasn't an offensive foul, but take it when you can get it. Here's Rubio into the front court.
Out of Bibia.
Is the score.
Join and honor your ancestors who served
David Copperfield, wait.
Vibrant and gloriously cast.
Yes, it is.
What's she doing here? Dev Patel delivers a tour de force performance.
Said every time I be the hero of my own story. These moments must show.
The personal history of David Copperfield, the PGA.
That look boring as hell, man. Who gonna sit down for 24 hours, look at a movie night day?
Never believe a dealership again. Buy your next car on
See, I don't like that. That's called a great entertainer. Always leaving me on the edge of my seat. Phoenix has the ball. Booker. To Rubio. Booker. Shot clock winding down. The shot almost. I like that intensity on that play. That's how you actually dig in the dirt and do your job in the defensive end. Oh, too much contact. Free throws on the way. Trust me, you want to avoid early foul trouble. Take that one as a warning.
And can't believe how easy it was.
Boost your credit scores instantly. Free.
And here's the first free throw.
This Labor Day, save 10% on a Casper mattress for a limited time.
And he makes the move.
The
Now the
Casper
Suns
mattress
coach
is
with a
designed with
signal for a
calculations
timeout
that pull
as
away
they go
from
over some
the
tactics now in his first quarter of play.
and patented gel pods that provide
Coach is going to shift gears
style
and
and
adjust his
ease.
matchups.
The perfect system of cozy cooling support for restful nights.
What are you talking about, 90? What are you talking about?
Save 10% on an award-winning Casper mattress today at Casper.com.
Oh, you go up levels on that? Oh shit, I didn't know that. Okay.
They say
Has a look. Knocks it down. Off the step back. I don't know what halftime evaluation will be worse.
Oh, your overall.
Or the bruised ego. Work with it. Ferocious slam inside. They have set the tone in this one. I love when I see offenses come out in beast mode. You attack that paint, you get to the rim, inevitably the floor will open up for you to knock down some
United
threes.
States nearly 4 years into the Trump presidency. Former British Prime Minister Tony Blair and Human Rights Commissioner Michelle
JD commands the paint this time down. They're going to have to find answers defensively and quickly because he's carving them up in the first quarter. It's Phoenix ball.
If I get, you help me out on it, wait. When I get that football game, you help me out on it, wait. I'm gonna get it, but it ain't gonna be this month. This month I waited for Marvel Rebecca. I'll probably get that next month.
Booker, tough matchup against Butler. He's too good to leave that wide open. Defense has to communicate. Ooh, is there a medic in the house?
And then I'll get USC the other month.
ASAP. Butler into the front court. Just under a minute to go in a very one-sided first quarter of play. Into the front court. It's Booker. Looking to make something happen. To Kelly Oubre. They'll get it down to Booker. Look out, Devin Booker, 2 for 2. That's what you want.
Get right to the fuck out of the month.
Doing such a good job of denying him the ball and really getting in his pocket. But he got that one shot. Stops it down with authority, showing you why he belongs here in this league with the best of the best. Efficient scoring out of the rookie. Not loose. It's a turnover as they head the other way.
You gonna say get baby again to bank it to you?
Jay, they've had no answer for this guy. He's been on fire this first quarter. That's the way you take it right to your opponent. You attack right out of the game. To Kelly Oubre. Now to Booker. Cash is in for 2. It's going to be a long road back, I'm not going to lie to you. But it's only the first.
I wouldn't even talk to that man about you. I want to talk to him. He might get in like he did before.
With the basketball. Has a chance. Gets a look. Can't hit. He'll put it up.
I was telling our colleague Jake Tapper that indeed the Office of the Director of National Intelligence will no longer be carrying out any in-person briefings with those 2 congressional committees on the House side and on the Senate side who deal with intelligence matters as it relates to these crucial issues of election security.
So you saying how soon can you get over all 80, right?
2020 election, we're certainly entering it, and election security issues are of paramount concern, not only to lawmakers on Capitol Hill in both parties, but also, of course, to many.
Oh, I forgot it. So what about 90?
We saw Russia's influence and interference in that election, and are concerned about the potential influence and interference by Russia and by other countries, including China and Iran, heading into the 2020 election. Now, this official did also say that other
let's really build this league.
election security issues, like the Department of Defense, the Department of Homeland Security,
More people need to pay
now,
attention to the guy at the end of the
National Intelligence will still be providing written updates to those congressional committees. But of course, lawmakers have repeatedly said that there is little substitute for these in-person briefings where they can interact directly with some of these intelligence officials and press them on the U.S. intelligence community's latest conclusions and their latest information. Now, earlier this month, Fiona, we did see the Office of the Director of National Intelligence put out a statement saying that three countries in particular are and seeking to influence the 2020 election, namely
you're gonna be the power who be on that daytime.
And the fact that they are continuing to try and denigrate
now it goes preview what's going to be about on Sunday the 13th. Then the bill that ain't going to start on the 23rd.
Under a minute to go before halftime.
You're gonna be surprised.
There are active influence operations by several countries, and the fact that the office
who's gonna be on that?
under the Congress in person is sure to get some.
Somebody you know good and well.
Is John Cena going to be one of them?
Maybe. Maybe not.
Discuss this is James Copper. He's a former director of national intelligence, serving in that role from 2010 to 2017 under President Obama. James, thank you so much for joining us on a busy Saturday. Let's get straight to this breaking news.
What?
I mean, your reaction.
Like I said, maybe, maybe not.
No longer update the House and Senate Intel Committee in person on election security.
Well, yeah, I think it's amazing and disturbing that here we are just a little 2 months away from a crucial election. And of course, this 2016, the Russians pervasively and deeply invaded us. And now, I think it's probably the single most important government voice on this, the Director of National Intelligence, is going to go silent. I just find this amazing. First, it's a new norm for me that appearing before the Congress is kind of optional. It certainly hasn't been that way in the past. And this is also, I think, consistent with the reluctance to engage publicly or now even privately with the Congress on critical national security issues. That was the case with the worldwide threat assessment that I suffered through for about 7 times. And I think this is a terrible thing with respect to the need to inform the electorate about foreign issues that can interfere in our political process, most notably Russia.
Can you explain why these in-person briefings are so much more relevant and significant as opposed to written reports?
Well, with a written release or written report, you avoid the back and forth of questions, some of which could be quite probing. And I think the DNI would like to avoid that saying something that might incur the wrath of the president.
even at the expense of free and democratic U.S. elections. As we mentioned, this comes 6 weeks after the ODNI issued a report that multiple foreign actors, including Russia, China, and Russia, were attempting to interfere in the U.S. election. There was a lot of pushback, mainly among Democrats,
from my head to my toes,
Russia's behavior in with the other countries because Russia is so much more sophisticated, and Russia has done this before. Do you think today's reporting is related in any way to that?
Well, like everything else, this too is politicized as important as it is to keep the electorate informed. And what I thought happened was that Bill Evanina, who was the director of what's called the National Counterintelligence and Security Center, was designated to be the lead spokesman and the lead discussant on behalf of the DNI with the other relevant components, notably the Department of Justice, to keep people informed. So apparently even he can't do that. So and the other thing about this, and even the bill statement, which I thought was good, is the relative weight of effort devoted by the Russians and the Chinese versus the aggressive and pervasive efforts of the Russians. And that didn't quite come across in the previous statement, and I think that's what caused criticism on the part of Democrats.
Hey, quickly, what message does this send Vladimir Putin? You know the president has supposedly not wanted to be briefed on anything related to Russians' ill behavior towards the West, towards the United States, toward election interference. His own national security advisor has gone on television and said, hey, there's nothing left we can do to deter Russia. We can't impose so many sanctions on them. What message does that send Vladimir Putin once again?
It just reinforces the fact that Putin is dead.
You can always put together a run to get back
to
this one. While they're into the front court, these guys leave here early stages, third quarter.
You have to consider Putin's background here. You know, a trained KGB officer who knows how to use his intelligence tools and does so very aggressively. So, and now he sees that the Director of National Intelligence apparently has been muzzled, at least partially, in describing his efforts.
James Cracker, we will have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us on this pressing and urgent development. I want to bring out to President Trump in Louisiana just arriving at a relief distribution facility in Lake Charles. And he is speaking with folks there. Take a listen.
Now it's time for you to go even harder on the defensive end. And a putback slam. Jay, let's see if that's a sign for him. Well, he's been pretty much non-existent the first 3 quarters. But when you have a play like that, that can get the juices going, and that can help you with your offensive record. Waiters.
As well today to tour some of the other damage in the area following the massive destruction from Hurricane Laura. We will keep you posted on those travels later today. Well, new details in the police shooting of Jacob Blake. The Kenosha Police Association has now released its own version of events that led up to Blake being shot in the back 7 times. Plus, the world is remembering an actor who took powerful roles and had a powerful impact on and off the screen. Ahead, a look at Chadwick Boseman's shocking death at a young age of 34. Here in San Diego.
4 for 5. I remember my high school coach said 1 man can't beat 5. Well, I'm telling you right now, he lied. I'm watching it happen in person. A lot of contact, no whistle. Rubio into the front court. 14-point deficit.
Did you just reward yourself for spending a perfectly reasonable amount of time on the couch with Doctor from Grubhub?
Right to the basket.
Grubhub's gonna reward you for that.
Short jumper stays out. Bring it up. Go run the offense.
Your cat gets bored and wants to play. But that can mean trouble number away. Now reel in the fun with Flippity Fish. The exciting new cat toy that keeps Kitty entertained all day with hours of play. Just like a fish out of water, Flippity Fish is having fun.
There's that old saying that says 1 man can't be fired. But we're watching 1 man carry 4 other players. His back has to be hurting. Another big-time finish. Here's Rubio into the
lofty fun automatically turns on. The tail speeds up and slows down. Surprising kitty wishes next to fix it, so she'll never get bored. All cats get fed and it's not healthy, but Flippity Fish's non-stop fun will turn even lazy kitty into crazy kitty.
Not that time. Mrs. Happy, don't put your head down. Let that motivate you in the defensive end. Use it for something
Flippity
positive.
Fish can withstand the most ferocious attack.
Baseline drive. Ricky Rubio. He's 5 for 10, shooting 50%.
Ouch. Fill it for even more feline fun. Night or day, it will occupy Kitty for hours of play. Then when it's time for Kitty's nap, it turns off automatically. It flips, it flops, it gives Kitty a safe place to play instead of tearing the house away. Act now and get your Flippity Fish for just $19.99. But wait, as a special bonus, you'll get the Flippity Fishing Pole absolutely free. Just attach the Flippity Fish and cast to your cat. Your entire family can reel in on the fun. Order now and we'll double the offer. Just pay a separate fee. We'll even ship your entire order for free. That's 2 complete sets of free shipping for just $19.99. A perfect gift for any cat lover. So don't be a fish out of water. Order your Flippity Fish now.
To order, call 1-800-670-7552. Or go online at FlippyFish.com. Order now.
Here's Rubio up top. Down
Low fungus is tough to kill, and it can spread.
It's time to start using Funguinam.
Doesn't have the touch. No good. See, when good shooters catch, they just shoot. When bad shooters catch, they become hesitant, reluctant. That's the first sign of a guy that doesn't have confidence. Nice pass to get things going. That's lunch pail business right there. Don't worry about the no call. Keep powering through.
Where are my keys? My glass head. Wait, how are you? Focus factor.
Focus factor has been clinically shown to improve memory, concentration, and focus. It improves verbal learning and short-term memory by 44%.
And if you don't contest, he's knocking that down with ease.
Focus factor. Need your eyes done.
Rubio to McKee Richards.
Where would I use the pen? Open laptop. Go to outlook.com. Now free. It's easy to take a look on our time.
And one of the most underrated things in this game is quick lateral speed. Good job by utilizing that speed and taking away the leg. Trying to cash in, not that time. That ends the third quarter as the Heat enjoy some breathing room.
For small prices, you can build big dreams. Spend less, get way more. Shop everything home at Wayfair today.
Fourth and final quarter.
New conflicting details over the police shooting of Jacob Blake. The Kenosha, Wisconsin Police Association released its own version of the events that led up to Blake being shot in the back 7 times. In this video taken by a witness, Blake can be seen walking back to his car and police guns are drawn. The police union says Blake had a knife in his possession and was combative with officers, but that account is being disputed by Blake's family. Just moments ago, Kenosha police released photos of 2 officers involved in the Blake shooting. They say they are Officer Chesney and Officer Lindsay reportedly used their tasers to stop Blake, which had both failed. The shooting set off a new round of nationwide protests, some turning violent. Demonstrators are now demanding justice and police reforms. And that message is extending into the world of sports. Today, many sports leagues, including the NBA, are returning to play after staging walkouts in response to the shooting. And now President Trump is also weighing in for the first time. TNN's Sarah Seidner is in Kenosha, Wisconsin. And Sarah, it was just days ago that a teenager killed 2 people during protests in Kenosha. What's the latest on that case?
The good players, they have good first halves.
That's right. So Kyle Rittenhouse was in court, or actually had a court date, and that court date actually has now been extended for 30 days.
Damn! I'll tell you what you don't see. It's rare that you see young players dig their stakes into the ground and say, this is my territory.
He bought the ball again.
It's a big finish. At this point, if it continues, it just may be good night, Irene. So, ooh, I like that Irene line. There you go, Jay. And sometimes there's a...
How many balls did he got? 4 balls.
17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse, accused of fatally shooting 2 people in Kenosha, is due to appear in an Illinois court next month after an extradition hearing was pushed back. Authorities are fighting to have him sent to Wisconsin, where he faces 6 charges in 2 fatal shootings and the wounding of another. Police and social media videos reveal the 17-year-old suspect fleeing to Kenosha with a rifle and plan later laid out in charges against him. He explained it.
What made you mess up?
Hey, don't deny it. You're a cold soul at heart. Yeah, I still don't know who I
Instead, authorities say Rittenhouse ended up killing
finishing inside the paint on that one. You know, it reminds me of a story.
His attorney telling
6 for 6. Oh, he got 10 rebounds.
Legendary coach once told me, he said, if you ever get in a fight, you're not going to hit somebody with an open hand, correct? You'll probably break a finger. But if you hit somebody with the fist, what is that? That's 5 fingers working.
11 rebounds.
As one. That's how you deliver a knockout punch, and that's what we're seeing tonight.
7 assists.
This type of game needs to be celebrated. This is the type of culture that is falling. When you play with unselfish players, when you give up a little bit of yourself, when you make your teammate look great, that's the difference between winning and losing. So when you see these guys smiling, when you see them giving each other high fives, that's because of the energy that was created from the pass. The pass is one of the most brilliant things we have in this game. Count the basket at the rim. I'm not sure that wasn't an offensive foul, but take it when you can get it. Stops it down with authority. This rookie is a high flyer. He brings that kind of pro-am vibe to the NBA, and it's fun to watch. Just enough of a head fake to help on that one. It's so difficult to block a guy like that with that kind of athleticism and length. Your timing almost has to be perfect, but pretty much there's no stopping him when he's around the rim. Gets to the basket and scores. Oh man, you're not supposed to be able to do that with that size, but in today's game, dexterity and mobility are off the charts for bigs. Well, they force Rubio to beat them, and he does. The Spaniard knocks it down. And in today's game, you have to make shots like that. Nice work, Drake. Stuffs it down with authority.
Isn't supposed to be there because a couple of he's refusing to give them back.
Deep three at the buzzer. The Heat with the victory as they cruise
75 to 46.
Of 2 different justices in America.
No police officer that he walked by, no National Guard that he walked by, shot him in the face. Nobody killed him. And so it is the tale of 2 videos that perfectly highlight the frustration of African Americans and the NBA players and the Major League players and everybody who wants equal justice in this society.
Jacob Blake's family is here. We have just met and seen his uncle. They are here because this is where there is going to be a protest that is scheduled for today in just about 30 minutes from now. We should also mention they are outraged at hearing from the Police Association, who has put new information out that they say is relevant to the case, saying that Jacob Blake had a knife. They are accusing him of fighting with officers before he ended up being shot in the back by one of their officers. We should be clear, they are not the investigating agency. The investigating agency, the State Department of Justice, is saying that they are going to be doing an impartial investigation and that does not reflect all of the details that they will be coming out with. They are very adamant that they are the official investigation to put out information.
Yeah, right there, we can see local people there gathering for what is to be another day of protest and peaceful, hopefully, demonstrations. Thank you. Well, NBA players will be back on the court today after protesting several playoff games in the wake of Jacob Blake's shooting. Joining me now to discuss is Rashad Robinson, the civil rights leader and the president of the Color of Change. Rashad, thank you for joining us to talk about this very important story. What does it mean to see NBA players and other athletes really standing in solidarity with people like you who are working to create change?
Well, I think it's incredible. I mean, athletes and artists, black athletes and artists have constantly been part of social movements. But for folks to stand up and use their platform,
to
watch these athletes in the tradition of folks like Bill Russell and so many others that had to endure so much on the court.
So you're doing a new one?
And these athletes in so many ways are standing on the shoulders of folks who came before them, but live in the community, have families in these communities, are dealing day in and day out with the impact of systemic racism. And so the athletes standing up and speaking out sends a really powerful message. And having it come sort of 4 years after Colin Kaepernick
Which one you want to pick, baby? The one where you pay?
And suffered so much as a result, and had his blackball. To see so many folks rallying around also, I think, shows how much we've been able to change the conversation, move the conversation as a result of more people coming into this conversation and speaking out.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Colin Kaepernick because the NFL's Baltimore Ravens put out a strong statement calling for police to arrest the officers who killed Breonna Taylor and shot Jacob Blake. So the statement reads, in part, this is bigger than sports. Racism is embedded in the fabric of our nation's foundation and is a blemish on our country's history. If we are to change...
Oh, the Baltimore Ravens, you went to that team,
we must face this problem head on and act now to enact positive change. As you mentioned, what a difference 4 years can make given how blackballed Colin Kaepernick was for his stance and just taking a knee. How much longevity do you think this movement has as far as other teams coming forward and embracing similar statements?
Well, what's going to continue to happen is that more of these moments are going to happen. More of these killings are going to happen. More tragedies are going to happen in communities until real systemic change, until accountability actually occurs. You know, there have been, from Kaepernick to now, so many folks standing up. I mean, I couldn't have this conversation without talking about the work of the WNBA
11 on rebound, 3 steals, 4 blocks,
and have been so powerful on these issues and have sacrificed, many of them taking time off the league, out of the league to engage and work directly on social justice movements, athletes setting up foundations and other things. And so the fact of the matter is that every couple of years we hear, has the movement lost steam? The movement isn't about just people standing up and raising their voices because we have nothing else to do. The movement is about us standing up and speaking out because we can do nothing else. Because our lives and our families are on the line. Because day in and day out we are dealing with the impacts of systems that are not broken, but are operating exactly the way they're designed and are set up to harm and hurt us, and then to not deliver accountability and justice. And this is simply not about hearts and minds. It is about power. And that is why we need folks who have platforms, who have power, to stand up and move.
Well, I was going to ask you, unfortunately we're out of time, about the platform of Facebook and how it's amplified the responses we've seen. We saw a rare apology going from Mark Zuckerberg for their role. But we will continue this conversation another time. Rashad Robinson, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Well, President Trump is in Louisiana at this hour getting a look at hurricane damage. We'll have a live report just ahead here in the CNN Newsroom.
This is why we no longer have to worry flushing too much toilet paper in the back of our system. Our dad, Red X, contains billions of enzymes proven to break down even paper to keep your whole septic system healthy.
Look at these shoes, baby.
Breakdown, use Red X.
Aguano is very, very, very interesting.
So what? Which one you think I should put on?
And it's cancer. As a parent, when you're told this type of news, you're going to do whatever you can do for your baby. You will fill up your house with everything in it. But even before I thought about myself, I was thinking about my baby.
Which one?
There's nothing that I can do to make it easier. I have to
Dim?
to the doctor and pray that they're able to fix it.
You can join the battle to save lives during Childhood Cancer Awareness Month by supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Join with your debit or credit card right now, and we'll send you the St. Jude t-shirt, which you can proudly wear to show your support.
what we have to do is when I realize that, well, you're not going to bill for anything, I don't have to worry about it. I said, we're going to help save her, we're not going to charge anything. This is what we do.
Because people like you donate $19 a month. Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food. Because all the family should worry about is helping their child live.
Alana has been having treatment since December. We had her final CAT scan that revealed that there was no signs of cancer, which is awesome. My baby is going to be able to live.
Please call or go online at forstjude.org. Let's cure childhood cancer together.
Buffalo Blackbird inside for right now.
I don't know.
Oh, hiding, huh? The new grilled buffalo chicken out of the tangy buffalo sauce grilled chicken and melty cheese for just $6. Papa John.
People are actually confusing real FAQs, especially with the the next thing you know, there is nothing about this democracy that is
Daytona, high speed mayhem, bump chaos. What better place like the NASCAR playoffs? Or mystery? Whatever it takes to win, do it. Because Daytona sends you the show. Or yeah, the racing we've been waiting for. The track all begins. Daytona, tonight on NBC. Online baby. I thought you met a nice woman that way. Well, I'm not really sure where to look.
Pick up your phone, go to OurTime.com, just take a look. It's easy to take a look on Our Time, the dating site for people over 50. The Cutting Life debit card and app makes it easy to manage your kids' money with convenient tools like the built-in savings accounts, automated alerts, instant transfers, and more. Kids with smart money habits that prepare them for their futures. Greenlight is financially smart kids.
United Shades of America with W Countdown at a special time tomorrow at 9.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com. Mesobook, that's all we do. With 9 offices across the country. Let us come meet with you. Call us at 800-213-8000.
Right now, President Trump is in Lake Charles, Louisiana, surveying damage after slammed by Hurricane Laura this week. The storm claimed at least 15 lives, according to officials there. There are still 500,000 customers without power, and hospitals are evacuating patients because the city is without water. CNN's Gary Tuckman is in Lake Charles. What are things like on the ground there, and what are some of the things the president, like looking at a live image of him taking a look at and surveying down trees? What else is he expected to see there?
Well, Deanna, after a festive week of the Republican National Convention, President Trump has come to a very solemn place. Lake Charles, Louisiana, population 80,000, and this is live right now. The president is touring the neighborhood with immense destruction, power lines down, trees down, houses damaged, and this is just one neighborhood. He could have been 100, 200, 300, 400 neighborhoods. We have toured the city over the last 2 days. There are very few blocks where you don't see some damage, and many blocks where you see immense damage. That's what the president is looking at right now and talking to residents here. And like I said, it's very solemn. Why is it solemn? Why is it so particularly solemn? First of all, you have the death toll continuing to hope doesn't grow. But you also have no power, as you said, for 500,000 customers to leave. And also, this is but there is no water in the city. The water facilities were busted, they were broken, and anybody's got how long they were out. So what's happened is the president also went to a relief distribution center where they're sending water and food out to people who need it. People right now already are getting very desperate because it is very hot outside. Right now it's 90 degrees. The humidity is at 66%. The heat index is 100 and people don't have water.
because I'm all about the party. I'm a household I'm going to try to keep it where it is a competitive fight. I'm going to do whatever the team can. I'm not going to put myself
being greeted by Democratic Governor John Bel Edwards, Republican Senator John Kennedy. They were wearing masks. Other people who agreed with the president were not wearing masks. They were very close up at times. We just want to tell you that for the record. Either way,
you got the right
here, and hopefully giving comfort to the people who are afflicted here. So many people without homes, and so many people who are stuck in buildings here in the city, the biggest city in southwestern Louisiana, the fifth biggest city in the state.
And as you said, Gary, that's true.
I'm good. Who do I have to beat to go?
Homes have been torn apart there following the president will also be traveling to Orange, Texas, which is nearby there, the Louisiana border, later on as well. And we'll continue to follow this story for us, Gary. Thank you. Some other news, actor Chadwick Boseman has had big roles both on screen and off. Coming up ahead, his life, his legacy, and shocking death at the age of 43. Stay with us.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah, Metro going down, 2 net. That was a 55. You know that off the top of your head.
And all that together is great. Together with more space.
Oh, they'll break it. I'm fingertip punch. Fingertip punch 5 is the working you. They're always more, but maybe you get the pay to do. I do, but I appreciate the cup of peace. I got a hug and thanks for record. Thanks for the target.
Wait, how are you doing that?
Focus factor has been clinically shown to improve memory, concentration, and focus. It improves verbal learning and short-term memory by 44%. So get your Einstein on it. Focus factor.
What do?
From the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, introducing the new Ego Power Plus Glow, a handheld blower with unmatched power. It generates 650 cubic meters air per minute, delivering performance that exceeds the power of gas.
Oh yeah, what about it?
Featuring Ego's patented 86-volt lithium battery technology, it runs for over 90 minutes on a single charge. The all-new Ego Power Plus Glow, available at Lowe's, Ace, Ego authorized dealers. Three drug companies seeking to trigger buyers are lying about President Trump. Here's what President Trump's plan means. Reduces Medicare and prescription drug prices. Reduces the cost of insulin. Cuts the cost of life-saving medicine. That's why Big Pharma is attacking President Trump. They like to bet on Joe Biden when healthcare costs skyrocket. President Trump is standing up to the drug wars and fighting for us. And Donald J. Trump might prove this message.
Watery germs, blood gets flowing like oil. New skin things are like my bandage that seals out in the spring too.
Hope is the light in all of us that cannot be extinguished. To stir that fire, University of Phoenix is awarding up to $1 million in scholarships through September. See what scholarship you qualify for at phoenix.edu.
Fellow Fresh Breakfast, we're so pleased to see you guys dinner on the table in about 30 minutes. Now we're actually able to have some quality time on a weeknight, which is awesome.
Go to HelloFresh.com and use code TV80 for $80 off, including free shipping.
I'm Greg, I'm 68 years old. I do motivational speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling, to give back to young people. I think most adults will start realizing that they don't recall things as quickly as they used to, and they don't remember things as vividly as they once did. I've been taking Prevagen for about 3 years now. People say to me periodically, man, you got memory like an elephant. It's really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
It's NBA action on EA Sports. I'm Ed Cohen. Great to be joined by Jay Williams for what should be a terrific matchup here
That's why
tonight.
every 14 minutes, someone finds love on you. Download the app and start free today.
Hi, my name's Robert.
This is my I'm here to talk to you about home security. Simply say, home security. As a full-time burglar and part-time copman, I know home security better than most. And as one of the people responsible for protecting my family, I only trust Simply Safe. It has everything you need to blanket your home with protection. So take it from an expert. Get Simply Safe to protect home like a pro.
Visit simplysafe.com for a limited time offer.
Minnesota with the basketball.
Fans around the world are mourning the loss of actor Chadwick Boseman. The Black Panther star died after a 4-year battle with colon cancer. He was only 33 years old. Former President Barack Obama reacted to Boseman's passing on Twitter, saying in part, quote, "You could tell right away that he was blessed to be young, gifted, and black, to use that power, to give them heroes to look up to do it all while contained. What a use of his heroes." Right before his passing, Boseman also released a PSA encouraging Americans, especially young people, to go out and vote.
Walked away. Just erasing mistakes left and right.
Dragic with the basketball.
All right, I'm full.
Point game.
All that 70 million group of young people who will come out I think you could turn our nation around. You can make it live up to what it's supposed to do. It's not just that you're the future. You're actually the present. You're actually what we're supposed to be at this moment. And the fact that you have a voice, the fact that you...
You say to my podcast, wait.
You know, that's the way we want to. Hopefully what you believe in. But I believe the majority of you can see what's
You think my dude can be a soft player?
I see how that
speaks for itself.
they come to
And nearly a chance at a three-point play. No
for your input and your
You're allowed 2 steps after you pick the basketball up.
A soft player doing what? Good defense or what?
That's lunch pail business right there.
Good defense or offense?
Keep powering through. Beyond the arc for 3. Off the mark. Team with it up top.
Can you speak to Roku's impact and what he represented to you and other black men?
Contact. No foul.
I can tell you this. First, thank you, Deanna, for having me on and talk about this.
Bring it up. Looking to make something happen.
This incredible.
Perfect feed to set up the basket.
He said, no, not kicking.
Defensively and quickly because he's carving them up in the first quarter.
You say, Bo? You might be right.
Our culture. Losing Chadwick Boseman, losing the end. You know, in 2020, it feels like it's lost after loss after loss. And so the time of losing him
It just seems like there's lead in the feet of the defenders. You have to bounce quicker to the ball to deter that shot.
It's hard to contextualize, I'll be honest with you, but you don't have to look far to see his impact on not only the black community, but on American cinema.
He could take over a game, can't he? He could take over the whole game and win a game for the team.
You know what I mean? As Jackie Robinson and Billy Key, and that was just
he missed that shot on his own. The defense didn't do anything.
But he could be a cartoon now.
Matched up with Wiggins.
Slams it down.
Wait.
Point to the passer.
So good when you get everybody involved, in particular your bigs. You get them
what?
And to see a black man on screen who is
guess what? They'll set harder screens.
Number
actually in the game. Carl Anthony Towns. 60% shooting from the field.
Yeah, I'm number 10.
That's the type of thing that keeps shooters in the league for a long time. Every once in a while, they venture into the
He can take over the game, can't he? Wait.
But you can scroll through Instagram, Twitter, and you can see the outpouring of love and respect.
Goddamn.
Admiration.
Best of the best. Efficient scoring.
You don't necessarily need to be the spokesperson, for sure.
Well, and the determination, the passion for what he did at such a young age, right? At 43
Oh, yeah, what you watching, Tower?
These are real icons, right? That not too many actors have allowed him to comparable to what he was able to achieve. And not just that, while he was battling a deadly disease.
You're not cancer,
right? And nobody knew. And he took on so many roles. It's almost about, the question should be, who's going to play him now, given what he went through?
Yeah, that's a great question. And to think about, the fact that he was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer, and then would go on to give us roles like Thurgood Marshall. He would go on to give us roles like T'Challa in Black Panther. He would go on to give us roles like the Spike Lee joint, The Five Blood. I mean, it is incredible. He would produce and star in 21 Bridges. It is, I think, a testament to his strength. It is a testament to his dedication, his real life purpose, his realization that this means something, this work means something. I think it also stands for
old school equals high percentage.
The support of his family, the love of his close friends and family, that he, while battling for his life, fighting for his life, he's giving us some of the highest art. Black Panther would go on to break records, topping the $1 billion mark worldwide, validating the fact that black stories, black textures, in truth, not stereotypes, is a bankable and necessary thing.
It just highlights his support and his respect for his fans, continuing to work through such personal pain and trauma. And of course, our thoughts are with his family today and all those fans who have lost an inspiration. Scott Evans, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Deanna, I do want to, if I can get one more thing.
Quickly.
I do think that his story is also a reminder to us that we should be just as courageous and maybe more courageous in our acts of compassion than we are in our acts of fear. And that we are all in this together, and that we should each one bring one along. You know what I mean?
Amen. Thank you. Thank you so much, Scott Evans. We'll be right back.
Crafting our authentic fragrances begins with ingredients from the earth. To create fragrances infused with natural essential oils. Airwick Scented Oils. Connect to nature.
This is a Tempur-Pedic mattress, and its mission is to give you truly transformative sleep. So no more tossing and turning, or trouble falling asleep. Because only Tempur-Pedic uses proprietary Tempur material that continuously adapts to your body right there to take it away. So you get deep, uninterrupted sleep all night. Take advantage of best offer of the week and experience your best sleep in the summer. All Tempur-Pedic mattresses are on sale.
This is the type of culture that is fostered when you play with unselfish players. When you give up a little bit of yourself and you make your teammate look great, that's the difference between winning and losing. So when you see these guys smiling, when you see them giving each other high fives, that's because of the energy that was created from the past. That's one of the most brilliant things we have in this game.
And kill up to 99.9% of viruses and bacteria.
Not a good pass there.
Unfortunately, we can't answer every question you have right now. Alexa, what it takes to protect.
Is now a good time for a flare up?
Inside for two. And I'm so much admiration for guys that continue to hunt their shot. They're playing
You don't like that.
it was the first 5 minutes of the ball. Those natural born leaders are guys that will consistently lead your team.
Help me, wait. You don't like fatty? Uh-oh. He gonna get mad now. Yeah, he gonna get mad.
You need to be on the balls of your feet, especially in transition. You have to jab at that guy with the ball, head jab. Make him think that maybe you will take him, maybe you'll fan out to a defender on the wing. But still, keep him guessing.
You don't like the fail, do we? Wait.
If you've been financially impacted by COVID-19, Jansen may be able to help.
2-point advantage to team. Here comes the screen.
So you can live your life spam call free. Download Robo Seller today.
T to Wiggins.
Every time we progress, we waste extra space.
The jumper's off the mark. Oh, I like that. Defense rotating from side to side or even recovering late, but still you got to make that one. Better late than never. Now it's just one shot, and it goes down. You know, from a point guard perspective.
We can take school on the road wherever we are.
Things that I learned when I played in the league was that the more I was willing to get the ball up, the harder other players were willing to run to their spots. The harder the bigs were running to
All the professors are already prepared for people like me. They work with me. They really show that human factor, caring and understanding. I can see so far ahead now. The future is just unlimited. UMGC has really pushed me to believe in myself.
This is the result of
It should have been your bank for that long. This should be counted.
I'm Fair Tiger in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Yeah, Kamika. What are you talking about?
Some people decided to put all that value into a piece of paper. They proceeded to raise it by value, preaching unlimited amounts of money as they passed it off to the future. That's why it's time for digital currency. Enjoy that shit. It was Grayscale fun. Go Grayscale.
God with my heart, I want her to live the happiest life that she could have. To make sure she gets
nice pass to get things going.
Strong now would be there long as it should have.
Game's all time in the final minute here in the third. To Butler and the slam. Neither side is giving up an inch. I guarantee you.
Going to the gray side and set the camera to 10.
Complex is social feed. That play will have millions of views. And I'm really looking forward to this fourth quarter because the first three will have here comes the screen.
Once again, we want to take you to Louisiana where the president has been on a survey site being mentioned there, giving a tour of the damage. And this
I don't know, me. I don't know, okay?
Earlier this week, 15 fatalities that we know of, immense damage, blown away and uprooted, homes destroyed, and the big problem there is no water. And in 90-degree heat this time of year, that is devastating for the folks there on the ground. The president there meeting with officials and FEMA officials as well, and thanking everybody for their quick work and making sure that this devastation wasn't even worse. The president will also be traveling later today to Orange, Texas, just a few hours away there on the other side of Texas.
Some players are so cerebral. They're paying attention to the dunk as much as they're paying attention to the player, pointing and communicating to everybody his team needs a guard on the next play down the court.
And let's just listen in as the president.
Don't worry, I ain't taking no long-time fines about speaking.
Yeah, you took a big punch.
And this game's been everything we could hope for. All tied up after three. This is what happens when you have winners on both sides. People who are not willing to give up and will continue to scrape and claw to get themselves in a position to win this ball. Jeff T. He struggled just a little bit.
Man. This is a good game right here.
It was an offensive foul. But take it when you can get it. Yes, and the foul. And a chance at three coming up. He's to get some kind of acting award. That's a great sell by the offensive player. But guess what? The ref's bit, and that's the game.
Well, good job. Good luck. And the mayor of Bob Hardy. Thank you, bro. How's it going?
By three.
Similar.
Team with the basketball. Gotta run the offense. They get it down for Towns.
He didn't say me. I told you.
Now pass stolen by the Timberwolves.
Yes, he gave me the time. He didn't say he was going.
Tonight, it may not cost you, but in the playoff game, it will. Bell to Wiggins.
One thing I know about this state, they rebuild it fast. And we'll
supply will go up to supply.
Oh, he's denied. Oh, big man doing work right
Take
there.
care of you. We're sticking with you.
Short jumper, won't fall.
And I just want to recognize Bill Cassidy and Congressman Ralph Abraham through
Corey Crockett. Quiet night with 2 for 3.
Oh, he got the knee bite. They got the knee bite. We see this? Wait.
Mode isn't a switch that you can just turn on and off. He needs to do more than that. We need to see him penetrate, get into that lane, and create.
He's been So, Jorge Laura is a category 4 storm, and he's actually
Rebound taken by Olenek.
for a little while to 5. He's up to 175, almost 180 miles an hour.
Drove the lane and finished throwing it at the hoop on
Currently,
that one.
when it came in, it was at 150 miles per hour.
But
At
just because you
landfall,
got it
damaging
doesn't mean
thousands
that
of
you don't have
homes
to
and
do your
causing
rookie
hundreds
chores
of
after the game.
road blockages and major power outages. And I heard, I think this is correct, it was the most powerful storm coming in and hitting your land
No
in
excuse to not be a little bit
250
more physical there on the defensive end. Needed that stop. Now they're going to use the timeout. That's their first of the final 3 minutes.
I just visited the Cajun Navy.
You're going to see the
relief
best players
center.
make
They're
in-game
fantastic. I want to
adjustments
thank the
on the
pastors.
fly. The
We had
intellect
a
of some of
great
these
pastor
superstars
just
is
gave
off
us a
the
little
charts.
prayer.
They're
And
ability to
he
adapt
didn't choke.
and
He gave
move
a
forward
great
as
prayer.
quickly
He
as
got
possible
there
in the
and
most
he
efficient
came.
manner will determine whether you win this game. Takes it right to the rim.
But he
A
did a
lot of contact
fantastic
there,
job.
but they
I want to
say
thank all
no
of the
foul.
pastors across the state.
We got a
People
chance to
faith across the
firsthand watch
state who have been
something
helping
creative. I
families
think we
and
just watched an
communities recover.
epidemic of passing.
Before the
I've never
storm
seen something
struck,
like
I
this before.
approved an
It was so
emergency
contagious,
declaration
everybody started to do it, and
under
it
the
ultimately
auspices of
led to
John
other
and John
teams
Bell.
doing it. If that's an epidemic,
We
sign
had
me up.
very quick
The
one. We
screen
got that on the
sets him up for two.
committee.
The defender needs to do a better job of forcing a pickup there.
We knew what was coming. Yeah, thank you. So we got it very quickly, and we're going to be discussing some other things in a little while. Yesterday afternoon, they made their disaster declaration that helps individuals and businesses owners, which is a little bit different, but it goes right to the individual. And I signed that already, and so you're all set to go on that. FEMA has delivered 2.6 million liters of water and 1.4 million meals, and that's a lot of meals, so you're pretty busy, I guess, Pete, right? That's incredible. Great job. The people are incredible.
The shot clock. Trying to cash in.
Pete's done this now for a long time. I haven't had one complaint with all of the storms we've had in Texas and here.
And here's a chance at a three-point play. No foul.
You've done a hell of a job, Pete. Thank you. Pete Gator, everybody. Don't hire him away, please. You know, private enterprises look and they say, hey, let's go take away. Don't let them leave, John. Is that all right?
Ask your friend had Donald Trump come to test.
State and local officials to restore water to roughly 180,000 residents and protect energy infrastructure.
Why?
I want to thank the men and women of FEMA and the
that
first responders and law enforcement, which we love.
She don't like Donald Trump.
Doing a fantastic job and don't get the kind of recognition that they should get.
Why would I could don't fucking like that? And somebody don't like Donald Trump.
And
I don't ain't that fucking.
Our hearts go out to the families who have lost loved ones.
I just want Donald Trump stopping Texas and all.
He did. She didn't want to know about it.
Amazing. Well, it's a tremendous number, but
she didn't want to see the man.
It could have been a lot worse.
Hey, that white, wait.
Yeah. It's amazing. So 15 years ago this week, Louisiana was devastated.
You gonna do what? Wait.
Seems to be a standard.
Oh, the hell no.
I'm like, you heard.
And when you come from Louisiana,
I do too, but I got a bad feeling.
What?
I do too, but I got a bad feeling. I don't know what about up.
I'm
You probably getting this at my tenor.
offensive player or scorer on an ambush. Sometimes it's
$300,000 a lot of money.
It's the offensive player who makes
Me.
the play happen.
I think we'll get that money in September.
Best intentions. Free throw. It's a three-point play, and that just might put this game out of reach. T. And throws it down. We call that get your money.
Like that, you said he gonna buy some whips home?
Yeah, a wheel plate.
Nice pace, sets it up, and
I'm not just buying some crazy play.
when you get your
Oh no, you gotta ask him that.
Minnesota at the control.
That's something soft, you know it.
Yeah, Tamika.
Surveys the floor. To Towns.
Yeah, he there with that.
Down low for Jay. Able to convert inside. Man down. You gotta get up and contest
No,
the shot.
no, he ain't New Guyana now. Oh, that's my ball home fake right there. Oh man, that's my ball home fake right there now. New Guyana.
That's what he wants.
Who? No. I talk about somebody else on my friend.
That's the one I'm talking about. Somebody else.
Yeah, you from Louisiana.
No good on the second. It's a 1 or 2 trip.
You know who I talk about, Way Way.
Fires for 3. Misfires.
Have you heard from your pilot travel?
I heard from him.
How he doing?
You doing good. I don't want to. I've been having a good time. He ain't been contacting you two. I broke that up.
And if you don't contest, he's knocking that down with ease. Pass stolen by Miami. With the victory, as they win this one handily. That'll wrap things up. For Jay Williams, in our entire crew, I'm Ed Cohen. This has been a presentation of the
on the ground in Lake Charles, Louisiana, just days after damage from Hurricane Laura. We've lost 15 lives.
Now he came away with the victory. They did plenty of great things, but we all know it's going to be remembered of it. And you know what? I'm going to remember nothing but the dunks as well.
Later, before he travels to Orange, Texas, just a few miles away on the Texas.
Here the guys.
What Orange, Texas, John?
Charles.
Orange, Texas. I don't know.
Water. So the president is addressing those issues right now. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Diana Goldriga.
Wait.
You can tell by the way they headed to the tunnels.
What Orange, Texas at?
For over 80 years, we've built on our expertise to make the world a better place. Healthcare needs support more than ever. We will never stop easing the burden on patients and frontline workers and helping to stop the spread of infection. At Fuji, we're confident in healthcare to start our objective and will end with it. We will never stop innovating for a healthier world.
And what he's doing is Orange, Texas.
Talking shit. Talking shit. Why are we talking about him anyway?
Why talk about what?
You know.
You want to know why I talking about him?
Yeah.
Ain't he posted?
What?
Ain't he posted sitting up the, you know, checks?
You gonna send them out? He got no choice.
Our essential mist transforms fragrance infused with natural essential oils into a mist. From a cordless diffuser that gives you the freedom and control to awaken your home with a fresh and calming sense of nature. It's air care redefined. For an experience you can see, smell, and feel.
The Minnesota
Airwick Essential Mist. Connect to nature.
Well, but
This Labor Day,
you know who it. I bet you he ain't getting no ways now.
designed with a reactive system that
Look, I know what happened to it. Somebody else doing it for himself.
save 10% at Casper.com today.
Hello, you are in the CNN Newsroom. I'm Hannah Cabrera in New York. We have some breaking news this hour. An unexpected announcement just 66 days before the election. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence says it will no longer give in-person briefings on election security to members of Congress. They will only receive written reports, which means lawmakers won't get to ask the typical questions. Now, this announcement comes amid warnings that both Russia and China are trying to interfere in the 2020 presidential election. It also comes at a time of racial reckoning for the country, with more protests and rallies.
Oh, they don't want Russia to get involved with this.
Of Jacob Blake in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
They're not gonna get involved with it.
Disputing a new account of what happened by the police union. And we should warn you, this video is disturbing. The union claims Blake fought with officers before the shooting, even putting one of them in a headlock. They say Blake had a knife on him, which he refused to give up. Now, Blake's uncle called their version of events insulting and garbage. The attorney for the Blake family insists Jacob Blake did not pose an imminent threat. Meanwhile, Blake remains in the hospital, where his father says he was shackled to his bed until just yesterday. CNN's Sarah Seidner is in Kenosha, where a march planned by Jacob Blake's family is just getting underway. Sarah, fill us in. So we are standing here right outside the Resident Barber Collective, which is where everyone has gathered. The family is also here. We know that Jacob Blake's uncle, Justin Blake, is here. You are seeing a couple hundred people who have already gathered. They're going to walk from here down to the courthouse to continue protest. The details, coming out, you're hearing this back and forth between the police association and the family. We also had details from yesterday that Jacob Blake was indeed, for all this time, shackled to his bed. Although he was paralyzed, police were also at the hospital guarding him. That has all changed, his attorney telling us that indeed those shackles were removed Friday afternoon, and that the warrants that are out for his arrest have been vacated at this point in time. We also have new details on the 17-year-old white child, Kyle Rittenhouse, who is accused in 2 murders and an attempted murder. I'm going to kind of move away from the loudspeaker there, but what we are hearing in that case, there is an extradition fight. He made his way all the way to neighboring Illinois and ended up turning himself in. There is now an extradition fight coming back to Kenosha, where he's facing 6 charges in that shooting.
Oh, hell no.
The Rittenhouse is actually just defending himself. There is a video out there showing a lot of what happened. And running down the street with a long rifle, Rittenhouse has said in social media posts, he just came here to...
You did say get my barking up, right? Wait.
One of the big issues is that while his attorney is saying he is a hero, he just came to protect businesses and help people, he came into this town from out of state with a rifle that he was too young to have. In other words, he was illegally possessing a weapon according to authorities. So there's a lot of frustration that he was able to walk right past police with his hands
I don't like that song.
across his chest, and Jacob Blake
I don't like that song.
There is new information from the police association and their perspective said that Jacob Blake actually had a weapon on him, a knife. That is
To make a stupid song.
by the family. Police have said that a knife was recovered from the floorboard of the vehicle that he was getting into. But there are so many different details. Ultimately, the family is here because they believe that justice has happened to Jacob Blake. They feel that the officer was not in any kind of imminent danger.
People puffy, that is stamina puffy. Okay.
Hey, Sarah Seidner reporting in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Thank you, Sarah. Joining us now is the former Homeland Security Secretary under President Obama, Jay Johnson. Secretary Johnson, thank you for being here. I do want to ask you about Wisconsin in just a moment, but first I want to ask you about breaking news that we learned just this afternoon. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence has informed congressional committees that it will no longer brief them on election security. No in-person briefings, they'll just get written updates. Translation, they don't get to ask questions in that kind of a setting.
I gotta get my rebound up.
Its decision, saying that this was done for clarity and to protect
wait.
intelligence from unauthorized.
I gotta get my rebound up.
Defending its decision there. What's your reaction to this?
Thanks for having me. I cannot imagine any more important reason for Congress to have public hearings involving the intelligence community. The way I view this is three buckets. One, the direct threat to our election infrastructure, hacking into our election infrastructure to change votes. Two, stealing communications from campaigns and weaponizing them. We saw that in 2016. And then three, fake news, extremist views that are being pushed out apparently by foreign actors. If you believe the ODNI reports from July 24 and August 7, which are quite detailed, they found a way to declassify all of that. Foreign actors up the ball quickly. This amounts to an information out campaign directed at the American people during this election season that is ongoing. And so I cannot imagine a more important reason for Congress to demand public hearings on this topic. If Congress doesn't insist on it, then shame on them. And this is what intelligence oversight in Congress is for.
What kind of...
We are told that other agencies supporting election security, including your former agency, DHS, DOJ, DOD, they still intend to continue briefing Congress. And again, ODNI says they will do written briefings. I mean, could that be sufficient?
I don't think it is. I believe that the public, through congressional hearings, deserves to see their representatives ask questions of the intelligence community. The intelligence community frequently goes up to the Hill to testify in public. I used to give an annual threat briefing alongside NCTC, alongside the director of the FBI, about the threats we face annually. And so it's not unprecedented for the intelligence community to publicly explain the intelligence they're seeing, particularly when it's something directly at the American people and it's an ongoing campaign. The American people deserve to know what's happening.
Secretary Johnson, forgive me, I'm told we need to break away for a moment to go back to the president who's speaking on an important issue. Please stand by.
Hell, Donald Trump like that.
Oh, I know the problem.
We're going to continue to monitor this briefing. This is the briefing with the president who is in Louisiana. This is obviously an area that was targeted by Hurricane Laura just a couple of days ago. We know at least 15 people in Louisiana and Texas are dead from the storm, and at least a couple 100,000 people remain without power at a time when it is extremely hot in the south right now. We'll continue to monitor that briefing. In the meantime, I do want to get back to our conversation with former
You ain't getting my vote.
Secretary Johnson. Thank you so much for your patience by Secretary Johnson. I think what you have to say and the expertise you have given your role during the last election.
I can kick a guy too.
You bring a very important perspective to this conversation and expertise and insight. All of this information, knowing now that the ODNI is not going to be briefing Congress in person, meaning will not be briefing American people in person through that outlet either. It all comes at a time as the president's continuing to hammer away at this message that Democrats, without evidence, are trying to rig the election through mail-in voting. And I want you to listen to what he just said recently.
They're going to mail out 80 million ballots. It's impossible. They have no idea. Who's mailing them? Mostly Democrat states and Democrat governors. Supposing they don't mail them to Republican neighborhoods. That means they're not going to get them. So they're going to complain and the election's going to be over, and then they're going to complain, and then they'll say, oh, well, we didn't get it, big deal. In the meantime, you might lose the election. This is the greatest scam in the history of politics.
Secretary Johnson calls it the greatest scam in the history of politics. How dangerous is it?
It's an accusation without evidence on it. I have completed mail-in ballots myself here in the state of New Jersey. They are secure, they are efficient,
I don't know, me.
And they enable the American people to participate in their democracy while we're still in the depths of this lethal pandemic. It is not plausible to have every American who is eligible to vote showing up at polling places to appear in person and wait in those lines. And
they will poke ankle. He could poke ankle.
My judgment for states, Democrat and Republican, red and blue.
No, my dude, the academic look better though. He better. He could wheel protector.
While we're still in the depths of this crisis, and so if they didn't make that accusation, but we look to see any evidence in support of it.
Right, and yet we have seen evidence in support of the idea that there is foreign interference in the election through disinformation that's been put out there on social media. Again, the intelligence that we learned of recently through the Senate Intelligence Report in 2016, in which they said that there were ongoing efforts that they were able to identify as well. Coming back to our breaking news at the top of the hour, this idea that ODNI will no longer be briefing American people, will not be briefing Congress specifically. And you talked about the importance of getting that information to the American people. Can you understand their rationale for not doing this? And they say they don't want undisclosed information to get out there. I mean, find the exact words. It says it is to protect sensitive intelligence from unauthorized disclosures. And they're concerned about that and the idea of sensitive information getting out there following the recent briefing.
The intelligence community does this all the time. And I was part of that effort in 2016 when we made the statement we did on October 7, 2016. We felt it very important to inform the American people about what was going on while preserving sources and methods. And so we went through a process of declassifying what we could declassify. And if you look at the reports from this administration's intelligence community issued on July 24 and August 7, they are quite detailed, they're fairly specific, but there are more questions that need to be answered. So the intelligence community has made a judgment that there is a fair amount that they can declassify and share with the American public. This This is an ongoing information op directed at the American people in the depths of this campaign season. And I believe the American people are entitled to know a lot more rather than just through written submissions to the intelligence community. This is what congressional oversight of the intelligence community is for.
So you're saying that their reasoning doesn't necessarily add up, or it's not a valid reason? Is that what I'm hearing you say? Do you think it's political, that that's why they're choosing to go this route, that there's politics at play?
I can't speculate about the underlying motives of those who reach this decision, but I do know from personal experience that if the intelligence community really wants to get out a fair amount of information that is important and relevant to the American people, they will figure out a way to declassify. If you get into a hearing with Q&A and you're asked a question that elicits a classified response, you say so and you move on. It's as simple as that.
I want to ask you about Chadwick. He is the acting DHS secretary right now, one of several acting currently in the Department of Homeland Security, and we saw him today, or rather this week, at the RNC, doing a naturalization ceremony with the president in a video that was taped earlier and then played in the evening during the Republican National Convention. And we saw the president in that, as well as in other moments throughout the RNC, using the White House for purely political purposes. Based on what we saw there, based on what you know of Chadwick, do you have confidence in him going on to become the DHS secretary permanently? Because we know the president wants to nominate him to that role.
I thought what happened was inappropriate, Anna. And I don't care whether there's some legal opinion written by a lawyer someplace in DHS that says it was okay for the acting secretary to participate in a naturalization ceremony knowing that it was going to be used for political purposes as part of a political convention. I think that the Department of Homeland Security, the Secretary of Homeland Security, should stay as far away from politics as possible. I went to extraordinary lengths myself to do that 4 years ago during the last presidential election. The Secretary of Homeland Security is responsible for the security of both conventions, by the way. And I made a point, because it was my job, to go to both convention sites, Republican and Democrat, to inspect the security at those locations before the conventions. And I wanted the public to know that the Department of Homeland Security was doing those two events even-handedly. So I think that the Department of Homeland Security and the person who leads it, acting or not, really does need to rise above politics and not be exploited, frankly, in that kind of way.
Former Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Today, fans are mourning the death of actor Chadwick Boseman. His role as the King of Wakanda in Black Panther inspired millions of people. The Howard University alum spoke in 2018 about having a purpose.
Purpose crosses disciplines. Purpose is an essential element of you. It is the reason you are on the planet at this particular time in history. Your very existence is wrapped up in the things you are here to fulfill. Whatever you choose for career path, remember the struggles along the way are only meant to shape you for your purpose.
More on the life and legacy of Chadwick Boseman just ahead, live on the CNN Newsroom.
The Martins here just realized they outgrew their home, so they use Rocket Mortgage to finance their next one. Need to know your next home fits your budget and your family? Rocket can. Please take everyone in that restaurant because they will use sound.
Hello, fresh recipes or something. Left it on the table about that time. Actually, we'll have to call you.
Why the no shop?
Go to GoFresh.com and use code TV80 for $80 off and free shipping.
Why would not those things?
Support memorable moments. Hectic times. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Reva's clinically proven ingredients yield 5 indicators of brain performance. Even Reva's with our money-back guarantee.
You should not get punched. See, that goes by that shot. And that goes by that shot. It's gonna obvious what happened.
And finding ways to be more sustainable for big companies.
I don't know what you're talking about now.
Pilot a fleet of zero emissions electric vehicles. The Amazon van has 6 and 0. We're striving to deliver a package with zero emissions into the
I know we're open.
I feel really proud of the impact that has on the environment, but we're always striving to be better. I love being outdoors, running in nature. We have daughters, and I want to do everything I can to protect the environment to make sure they see the same beauty I see in nature. My goal is to lead projects that affect the world. I know that great requires hard work.
This is Fracture. Just upload an image, place your order, and it'll show up at your door beautifully printed directly on glass. And this isn't just another frame, not just another canvas. This is real. This is a Fracture. Visit FractureMe.com and print one today.
Fill it with up to 30-day free household treatment. Schedule collection for waste management, and we'll pick it up whenever you're ready. The Baxter Bag. Buy, fill, gone.
I'm a Verizon engineer, and I'm from the team building the most
powerful 5G experience for America.
It's 5G ultra wideband, and it's already available in parts of select cities, like Los Angeles and in New York City.
And it's rolling out in cities around the country.
With massive capacity, it's like a 8-lane highway compared to a 2-lane dirt road.
25 times faster than today's 4G network.
In fact, the fastest 5G in the world. Whenever more people
I thought some your way.
5G built
I'm getting some water.
I will ask you what that thunder was when I was in the bathroom.
I don't know. Might have been.
The bathroom, you wasn't there. I thought you were in my bathroom. I went to the door and she wasn't raining. It wasn't raining.
I don't know. What they had got me you know, it what do I have to make it happen. You think I got a chance to even train with this, do all fall back? I'm not saying those big deals. I mean, I'm not sure how the new alpha about even work. Except the starter on frozen by the work sales and need I don't know more what to speak
Former President Obama reacted to news of those passing, saying, quote, Congress came to the White House to work with
it's better to speak for yourself. I'm not.
You can tell right away that he was black. She was young, gifted, and black. She used that power to give them heroes to look up to do it all while the pain.
Looking for you. What it does is you put on the flag on the foot.
Michelle, how do you
I don't. I mean, I woke up this morning after you gave me these last night.
Keep putting your foot up to
and trying to put words together to last night, waking up this morning thinking maybe I have a clear head, but I don't. Because
just talking about that is
He
so
played for your
unreal and so many others. I think the techniques that I've been getting to conversations I was that he, like you said, he was a king. He was king of the South, brought the city to the screen for so many times around the world and the world look up and see
you want me to do
it means a lot. It means a lot to the community. It means a lot to America as a whole. He appreciated what he did, his character. He was very proud to be. Snyder, he was about Black Panther. One of the things he was so proud about was that he was power and the skills and content that started to and that meant something to Black people. So all of those things that he did while walking this fight, fighting this fight that we didn't know about, and just showing us a great step of the way. It's just really hard to reckon with them being wrong. And it's so painful when you're so young, his life has so much more, right? And so much more we can do with that. You recruited one reporter who was a member in one of his interviews. And let me just, quote it for our viewers. You can put it up on the screen here. The reporter asked, you came off of one Black Panther project with Marshall and then made another Black Panther movie. Did you bulk up, slim down, and then bulk up again? And both men, apparently, looking exhausted, responded, right, yeah. The reporter then said, you've been to the ringer. And both men laughed while saying, oh, you don't even know, you have no idea. One day, I'll live to tell the story. Wow, those words now, knowing what we now know, we're still private. And it's all about the horrible health battles we were fighting. Why do you think that is? Well, we talked about a lot of things in his life. I mean, a lot of times they can find out how we were actually want people themselves to.
I'm not saying I'm happy he died. I ain't gonna say no thing. He paid Mike Pep. They can get a repayment to pay Mike Pep. They can get a white guy. Because, I mean, I'm not going down on him because he paid Mike Pep. That's not why I'm trying to get it. When I'm trying to get it,
we can't ever judge how someone walks their walk. We just saw this with Holocaust and John Travolta.
well, I'm trying to get it in this.
Very quiet. They wanted to do it as a family.
When they made Mike Pep,
And listen, I don't know, but I still believe that
they would get a well of who Mike Packer was.
and I'm going to do everything I can. He can't make these movies.
But they can get a replacement for him. Hell, they might get Kevin Hart to do it.
And the Five Bloods that he was just in. I will say though, so none of us really booked was about
Kevin Hart would love to be a movie.
I saw him at the NBA All-Star Game in February in Chicago, and he did appear very thin. No clue. And it does hurt that some people, surmise other things. I thought he was just taking on another role, and I think he was taking on the role of a warrior changing his life. But it's just, I just look, I don't know what to say about this one. So many people are gutted behind the scenes. Michelle Turner, thank you for taking the time.
Well, he dead now. He up there with Paul Walker.
He does have a movie out right now on Netflix, The Five Bloods, Spike Lee's movie, and he's the central figure and he does great work. And so I would encourage everyone if they want to pay a tribute to just go watch him. Okay, Michelle Turner, thank you. Sure. And as we go to break, another live look at Philly, Wisconsin, where crowds have gathered for a rally about Jacob Blake's shooting, and we could hear from members of the Blake family. If and when that happens, we'll bring it to you live. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. You're live with CNN News. Was that your great-grandmother who stood up? Who stood strong? Who demanded to be seen, to be heard, to be counted? Learning about her courage can inspire you to pass on to live your next. Your family's connection to this moment in history and such. What do you
4G trade.
I want free access to research.
Yeah, CD Ameritrade's got that.
Free access to every platform.
Yeah, that too.
I don't want any trade minimums.
Yeah, I totally agree. There aren't any of those.
I want to know what I'm paying up front.
Yes, absolutely.
Did you just say yes to everything?
Yeah. Want to say no to kale? Yeah, they say if you plant it, it's better, but that seems like a lot of work.
Now offering 0 commissions on online trades. We charge you less, so you have more to invest.
NBA action on EA Sports. I'm Ed Cohen. Great to be joined by Jay Williams. Should be a terrific game here tonight. We're at the Golden One Center in downtown Sacramento. Tonight, it's the Sacramento Kings taking on the Miami Heat.
When super rich people were given the choice between cable and slave, they didn't care which one saved them money. But you do. Make the smart choice.
The Miami Heat begin the game with the basketball.
The best price.
To Butler.
Hey, this is moderate to severe ulcer.
Nice pass to get things going.
Even when I was
Let me tell you something that nobody will ever talk about. Did you see him slow down right before he was about to go up? That slow change of speed, that slight change was just enough to throw the defender off.
Get and keep UC under control with other medications.
De'Aaron Fox to Harrison Barnes. Here comes the screen.
So you can experience few or no symptoms.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious sometimes fatal infections and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems. Serious allergic reactions and more worsening.
Just because you're an elite shooter doesn't mean you need to shoot the ball every possession. Maybe give a head fake crack into the defender. Get to the free throw line. See the ball go in the hole.
Or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Be there for you and them. Ask for gastroenterologist about Humira.
Down 4.
Humira, control is possible.
It's an ancient identity. Is do you say Persian or do you say Iranian?
He's going to the free throw line to shoot. Hey, look, sometimes you need to feel out your opponent. Let them know you're there.
It's not a country of extremist people because they want to maintain their culture. At the same time, they want to be seen as assimilated into this culture.
We don't have to be innocent and lost.
We were, since the beginning, a melting pot of everything.
And all new United Sheets America with W come out now at a special time tomorrow at 9.
When you only got a few hours of sleep last night.
So he hits the first, misses the second.
When your day
Butler
is non
to Waiters.
the coffee won't cut it.
Big finish at the rim. Feed the big fella. Point to the passer. So good when you get everybody involved, in particular your bigs. You get them going, they'll run the court faster, and guess what? They'll set harder screens because they're actually in the game.
Good food can take care of you. Go to dailyharvest.com and get started today.
Yes, and the foul, and a chance at 3 coming up. He should get some kind of acting award. That's a great sell by the offensive player. But guess what? The ref's big, and that's the game. De'Aaron Fox trying to cash in on a 3-point play for his career, 72%.
That deserves a hit with don't call it that.
The most glorious Sundays ever. Order NFL Sunday ticket and get every live out-of-market game every Sunday only on DirecTV.
A GPS special on the series of moving through across America tomorrow at 10. Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
Mesothelioma is overdue. For over 10 years, we have offered a free book on mesothelioma. Call 1-800-400-2802.
And you see so many players quit on a play after they were beat the first time. But that time he stayed on his hip, he fought back, and he made the player miss a shot. That's great defense.
We brought you those live images earlier.
On the painted area, won't go down.
And local officials, the city sustained widespread damage from that Category 4 hurricane early Thursday morning. And the death toll in Louisiana and Texas continues to climb, rising to 15 today. Gary Tuckman joins us from Lake Charles. Gary, what is the president's goal for today's visit?
Well, Anna, after Hurricane Katrina exactly 15 years ago, when the response from President Bush was widely criticized, other presidents, including Barack Obama and Donald Trump, and every future president, I guarantee in our lifetime will know the smart thing to do is show up very quickly when there was a large hurricane.
And should send to the line. This is a case of
Even
knowing your
smarter,
shooter
even more
probably had
brilliant,
a better
is
chance of hitting a
delivering some
jumper
message
than
that
he does
is
of hitting the free
considered
throw.
a lot of
Goes 2 for 2 at the
so Donald
line.
Trump tried to do today. He toured an area that had widespread destruction. It wasn't hard to find. The neighborhood he was in with the down power lines, the down trees, the devastated houses.
Oh, they don't get it across in time. That's an 8-second violation.
We've seen a lot of them over the last 2 days.
Looks like
Here
some
in Lake Charles,
substitutions are
population
coming on in.
78,000. He toured the neighborhood, saw with his own eyes what's going on. He also went to a relief distribution center where there's food and water, and it's desperately needed right now because not only do we have more than 500,000 people here in southwestern Louisiana without power, most people here, and almost all people in Lake Charles, have no water. The water plant is no water. There's no stores open. There's no restaurants. There's no gas stations. They need
Jimmy Butler, he's finally on the board.
He also
Makes
had a
his first shot.
roundtable
We
with
talked so much
responders,
about
with
who are the
officials,
MVP candidates,
with
but there are
Louisiana
other
state
guys who are
officials,
so
with
valuable
the
to
senator,
their
with the
teams,
governor,
and Jimmy
talking
Butler
about
at
what's
the
going on.
forefront
The
of that
president
list.
said a couple
I
things
have
that
a
were very
phrase that I
true. He
use
said
when I
this is the more
describe
powerful
players like
hurricane
Jimmy
than
Butler.
Katrina.
It's
He
called
said it was
the
more
most
powerful
valuable
hurricane than Louisiana
mentality. There are
150
certain
years. That is
players
true.
that
He also
approach
said
the
a couple
game with
things
a
that are
certain
not true,
mindset
including
every
that
single
he
day,
used
and
for
he will do anything possible to win the ball game. He plays with his heart and soul every single possession and every night, and he will leave it on the court if that means he can win the ball.
And
scores on the step back. And that footwork was absolutely off the charts. Just that space, splash. Yes, and a foul. He'll have a chance at a three-point play. People become so fixated on the hands or the arms or the strengths of the arms. I look at the legs, the strength of his legs, help him power through that play. That's how you get the awards.
Just striking. Our hearts go out to all the people in that community. Thank you for that reporting. Coming up, new secret
as he completes the three-point play.
And her not so kind words about two of his children. We'll have the president.
See my broadcast, wait.
You're live on CNN News.
Sacramento ball. Knocked loose. It's a turnover as they head the other way.
That's called game plan execution to perfection. Every possession on the road is critical.
Guy missed a short one there.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh. Bigger deal.
Yes, and the foul, and a chance at three coming up.
So many times we get on the defender for quote-unquote letting the offensive player score on an and one. Sometimes there's a lucky bounce, but more often than not, it's the offensive player who makes the play happen, despite the defender's best intentions. Into the front court, it's Fox. 9-point margin. On the assist. One of the hardest working guys in the league, and that's how he got his money. That's his skill set. That weight room continues to pay off.
Muller to bring it up. Looking to make something happen.
This is Steve.
Count the bucket for two.
Now,
Well, they have such great flow to their offense this evening. The ball isn't sticking to one player individually. It's moving around the perimeter, and it's zipping. They're playing with a special cohesiveness.
Got any clear blue?
To Hield.
Yeah, clear
Screen coming.
Clear Gorilla Glue, of course.
Gorilla Glue strength in a crystal clear formula. For the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Shot clock's at 5. Down to 4. Has a look. Deep 2 there. Won't go. For 3. Not that time. He missed it. Fox across the timeline. His team down 9. To Hield.
I ain't walking naked. Why?
Nothing going here on that drive. Screen coming. Buddy Hield to Bagley.
Animals are abused every day. And they can't ask for help.
De'Aaron Fox.
They endure indescribable
Engulfed in that time.
And look, sometimes you don't have it
So what?
every single night. Maybe utilize yourself as a decoy and get some teammates.
Oh, you know that song?
Count it. And the foul. He's going to the line for a free throw.
Hey, you ever bail out of something at the last second?
It got to mark about dog.
Right there from the defender. We call that no man's land. They weren't really committed to getting out of the way, committing a hard foul, or taking the brunt of the contact.
Jimmy Butler at the line for a chance at a three-point play. A career 83% free throw shooter. The free throw is good. Finishing off the three-point play. The lead grows to 12. To Fox. Bagley.
Please make this the moment that you say, I won't stand for this. When you sign up,
De'Aaron Fox
to give them shelter.
Driving right to the basket. From the outside, no good.
I can leave that one on, but it get got the marker on about them dogs.
Huge block. Don't stare him down like that afterwards. To Heel. Here's a chance from long range. Off the iron. No good. To Butler. Jimmy Butler. That's 3 now on 4
He's a good playmaker too anyway, right?
There's certain guys in this league that should be put on alert status 24/7 because either they're posterizing you or that attempt can still be a poster. Goaltending's called. Count the basket.
You say what?
Did you just reward yourself for spending a perfectly reasonable amount of time on the couch with tacos from Grubhub? Grubhub's gonna reward you for that with a $5 offer.
Oh, we don't know probably something else.
New recording of the president's older sister, retired federal judge Mary Ann Berry, talking about her brother and the first family. Now, the conversation was secretly taped by her niece, Mary Trump, who is also the president's niece, as well as a psychologist and best-selling author of Too Much and Never Enough, How My Family Created the World's Most Dangerous Man. In this first clip, Judge Berry talking about the president's children,
It's going to be a timeout for Sacramento, as he'll take a moment to go over things here in the second quarter.
Dan Ivanka puts this picture of the Madonna and child on Instagram when the big news of the day was how kids are being from their families. I couldn't blame. I never heard of Samantha Bee before. I couldn't blame what she said. Meanwhile, Eric speaking publicly, Ivanka gives a shit. So about her. Yeah, she's a mini. She's a mini.
Count the basket. A lot of contact. No foul.
Always has been. She's always been a state.
Late feed to beat the buzzer.
Now, in the next clip, you hear Judge Berry talking about her brother's
as we are in halftime. Let's get you to Orlando, where we say hello to Jalen Rose.
And then you get Donald, who won't do anything for anybody.
Absolutely dominated the competition in the first half. That was their playmaking, the way they gave each other scoring opportunities. That really impresses me. I love seeing unselfish basketball.
Anything he did. These are the guys that for the Miami.
Yeah.
And he's as tight as a duck's ass. Just like that.
You on YouTube, right?
A lot of things wrong in that opening half. There isn't enough time to get into all of their problems. But I'll tell you this, they need to try to get better.
Because you playing the game, and you find a conquer on the game, mate.
The last several years.
Have a look at the leading scorer, the Sacramento Kings.
Anderson Cooper spoke to Mary Trump, the niece, about why she made these reports.
She clearly recorded
The Sacramento Kings.
her saying these things. Your aunt didn't know she was
Who?
okay.
Good looks
Have
for
you
each other.
faced any
What
backlash
makes it
from
worse is their
her family
opponent
since
isn't having
you
nearly the same
released
problem.
these?
No, I haven't heard from anybody.
Why did you decide to
Oh, I got no keys. I got 4 keys.
Ever releasing them publicly. That was not the purpose of them at all.
If I go to the king, go here, wait, tell me.
So it wasn't until
And they make it to the payoff.
that I made the decision to make the recording public.
What would you say for your protection?
Well, you know what? I could go to the king on here, but only on him. I don't go to king on every day.
In the context of past litigations we had that I found.
Why that team?
And I just wanted to have that on record in case I ever needed to.
Want me go to him on
I
here?
understand how this family operates, and you know you need to bring.
Say what?
In response, the president described Mary Trump as an unstable niece who was
I'm not going to NBA.
scorned and mocked her entire life, and never even liked by her own very kind and caring grandfather.
I'm not going on NBA 2K20.
Another crowded rally, and
I mean
this is
2K21.
what happened when supporters were asked to put on their belts.
No, I'm not. Yeah, right.
screen.
Your house brought you together.
That's usually what it
Are they people?
And this is what I used to do all the time when I played. I would have a brilliant first half, second half. I would start to struggle a little bit. Then I would start to lie to myself. Don't worry, Jay Wood. You're hot. You're hot right now. Get the ball and keep shooting. Sometimes you need to trick yourself psychologically to get yourself back in the game. Yes. And a foul.
I can think about it.
And I love the smile on the face of the offensive player. Sometimes luck is on your side. I don't know how that shot went in.
Then we tried the little robot, and now we never have to scoop litter again. It's self-cleaning, and all my
I can think about that, wait.
Oh, dude, empty the drawer and add fresh litter. That's how easy it is.
Cause you know, I don't really, I ain't got that can get an LA Flipper. I don't like that defense. Oh, what?
And in today's game, you have to make shots like that. Nice work draining it from deep.
What do you mean?
Rises for the slam, showing you why he belongs here in this league.
You get the original cover. Cause you get the other one, you gonna come out hold on a mighty.
Down a bundle. To Harrison Barnes.
Yeah.
Yes, and a foul, and a chance at three coming up. That was such a great job by the offensive player. Knowing that you're probably going to take some looks here and there.
Yeah, Dion Nitter.
Remaining aggressive throughout the shot and getting a crack at the extra point. Wayne Dedman trying to cash in on a three-point play. For his career, 69% at the line.
Plus, it has aloe and tea tree oil to restore skin health. Say goodbye to Toe Fungus.
Getting back to business relies on giving customers the confidence to
Jimmy Butler looking good, 4 for 5.
Guess we gonna be on a cover of 2K52.
Sit back, get a tub of popcorn, just enjoy the show because that's what you're watching right now.
This goes way beyond janitorial cleaning. Adhering to CDC standards and using proprietary EPA-approved disinfectants. The certified CertPro Clean Shield. That's for customers who are committed to a higher standard of cleaning.
Scores from the post.
What?
One of the things that I learned when I played in the league was that the more I was willing to give the ball up, the harder other players were willing to run to their spots. The harder the bigs were running to the rim. The harder the three-point shooters were running to the three-point line because they knew they could be active recipients. And when they caught the ball, they knew exactly what to do. Got a piece of it. Jumping out the gym right now. Great anticipation.
Ingredients fuel 5 indicators of brain performance. Take the Narita Challenge with our money-back guarantee.
To Bagley. Barnes.
To challenge an entire infrastructure of the press.
He sent that one to the third row. He was locked in. That was impressive. Dragic. Goran Dragic. It's been a quiet night. Only 3 attempts, but he makes that one stick. 2 points. Take them any way you can get them. To Bagley.
It's all we do.
Oh, out there looking like the Kimbe Mutombo. Took it right to him, and the defender was ready. Oh, great pass, setting up the basket. The Kings will use a timeout as their coach wants to get a word in with his guys. Here in this third quarter, we have both squads set to make some moves right now.
Call us at 1-800-400-5921 or visit iliwaynwebbie.com.
To Barnes.
Last December, I spent almost every minute fixing. When I first brought her home, she was the
old school. Backs his man down for the basket. Old school equals high percentage. Trying to cash in. Off the mark. The big fella, Zach Randolph. Small sample size, but making the most of it. He's 1 for 2.
It's a strong finish. Regardless of contact, finishing strong is key.
I'm Vanessa Rukavich, and this is TNN.
Count the basket at the rim. That's what I'm talking about, and it's that simple. Put the ball in the bucket. Kings with the ball.
You heard that right, folks. Those were Trump supporters in New Hampshire booing when they were told to put on their masks. at a Trump rally because there's this deadly pandemic still going on. Joining us now, Dr. Celine Gounder, the former New York City Assistant Commissioner and host of the Epidemic Podcast. And Dr. Gounder, that event last night, along with the crowd we saw on Thursday night at the White House for the RNC, involved more than 1,000 people packed together for hours. Did we just see possibly two back-to-back super spreaders?
Well, Anna, we know that crowding lots of people together, close together, indoors without masks are basically the fodder for spreading of coronavirus. Now, a couple things going for this not being a super spreader event, either one of them, is that these were events held outside. That said, people were not wearing masks, and they were packed close together. So there certainly is a risk that transmission could have occurred in that setting.
A study out of the University of Washington found that if wearing a mask in public increased to 95%, more than 67,000 lives to be saved. Right now, they estimate mask wearing has declined to less than 50% of the population. Do you think it's a realistic possibility to see 95% mask wearing in public?
I think the problem is that masks have become a political symbol, a sign of your allegiance to a certain social group. And so you're really going to have political leaders from both sides of the aisle message clearly that people
got the defense rotating from side to side, not even recovering late, but still you got to make that one.
And so absent that, I think some people will feel stigmatized by their family and friends for wearing masks because they're not showing the appropriate allegiance to their political party or social group.
I mean, it could also be complacency, you know, people feeling a little bit more comfortable getting out and about. It's been summer, outdoors, while people are hot, wearing those masks. I mean, I suppose that could also be one of the reasons people aren't wearing masks all the time. But again, the numbers say thousands of lives. So it's such an important data point there for people to know about and just doing that simple thing. I also want to ask you about, you know, what we witnessed during the president's RNC acceptance speech. This is what he said about a coronavirus vaccine.
Short jumper off the mark.
We are delivering life-saving therapies and will produce a vaccine before the end of the year.
Got it.
Or maybe even
sooner. It reminds
sooner.
me out of a story a legendary coach once told me. He said, if you ever get in a fight,
Really?
you're not going to hit somebody with an open
I mean, really? How did he know that?
But to hit somebody with a fist, what is that? That's 5 members working collectively together as one. That's how you deliver a knockout punch. And that's what we're seeing tonight.
Dr. Gounder, if that's true, that they will produce a vaccine that fast, does that raise any red flags for you?
Work with it. His
Well,
guys
we may
holding the
well
big
see
lead.
FDA
Count the basket.
regulators
2 more
reviewing
points in the
data
paint.
on
This
some
type
of the
of game
vaccine
needs to be
candidates as early
celebrated.
as this
This
fall,
is the type
late
of
fall.
culture that is fostered
However,
when you play with
it's really
unselfish
important
players.
that
When you give up a little bit of yourself and you make your teammate look great, that's the difference between winning and losing. So when you see these guys smiling, when you see them giving each other high fives, that's because of the energy that was created from the past.
Oh, yeah, I know.
This is one of the most
When
blatant
you
things we have in
bulldoze
this
through the
country.
scientific process, you're going to, one, approve things that are not
Fires the 3.
safe and
He'll
effective,
force
and
that
2,
one. No good.
you're going to
Big
have
time
a lot of
coaching
people
strategy by the staff
nervous
right
about
there.
accepting that treatment or that vaccine, and that's really going to shoot us in the foot long term if we don't get people vaccinated with what is eventually an effective.
He got failed rebounds.
Keeping fresh legs on that shooter consistently throughout the course of the game. Gets it to go. Could have been more. A lot of contact, but no foul. No doubt.
Set him in the floor.
Into the front court. It's Fox. He'll run the offense.
Yeah.
Asymptomatic the second time around, and they were 142 days apart. Now, the man from Nevada was believed to be...
You gonna pick Marvel up too?
...a little over 1 month after his first fight against the virus ended. And he was hospitalized and required ongoing oxygen the second time around.
From the painted area, won't go down because he had no body control.
13 rebounds. 13 rebounds. Oh,
That's part of your concentration.
oh my goodness. 13 rebounds.
Your body control is everything. Be able to speed yourself up or slow yourself
I hear you, Wei.
Fox across the timeline. Looking to make something happen.
Yeah, 13 rebounds.
And the thing is that we are seeing those cases of coronavirus around the world, so you will eventually see those odd
What you do now?
cases that may not be the general rule. So that's
Here comes the screen. Trevor Ariza Tough matchup against Butler. Nice pass to set things up. He's been doing this for years. The physicality in which he plays. No one wants to see that. You're
no 13 rebounds. He got 13 rebounds in the game.
Very convincing fashion. That does it.
So that damn. Why you said damn?
You ask me, and I'll tell you, with the ball movement, you made all of it. There's something to be said for a team that can win.
Why you say it that way, Wayne?
And that's what happened here today.
We are having meet and greets virtually so that new adopters can leave their jobs before they actually
What
touch
you see
them.
here is how the majority of the points were scored.
It's really been so heartwarming to actually see the first time
The Kings.
Wait.
Neither did the school. Every team in this league loses games. You just don't want to lose them like this.
You gonna find another chemical, Wayne? You gonna make a new chemical now? You gonna make another chemical you messed up on that one?
CNN News. Brought to you by Subaru. What is what makes Subaru Subaru.
Another one?
The whole game when shots went up. They gave up too many rebounds. I like this choice because he really put on the show in this game. There's a reason he's a fan favorite.
Through our love promise, Subaru retailers are proud to be
I got Wanda.
500,000 trees in areas devastated by wildfires. Subaru, more than a car company.
Each year, Americans waste over $21 billion by overpaying the price. Enter the
Every player that makes it to the NBA is a great athlete. But even the best players have their own nights. Today was just one of those days for this guy.
Hope is the light in all of us that cannot be extinguished.
These are the top plays of the game.
University of Phoenix is awarding up to $1 million in
What game?
scholarships through September. See what scholarship you qualify for at phoenix.edu.
Who?
If you can reward yourself for spending a perfectly reasonable amount of time on the couch with top
She probably gonna pre-order the game, Wayne. So what?
There's nothing as unique as our eyes, which is why Essilor pioneers
What do you mean not that good?
lenses as unique as you. Barrelux for super sharp vision, Essential Blue for protection, and Versatile for fingerprint reading. These cutting-edge solutions in a single
But they made it better.
so whatever your needs,
Yeah, what about it?
Now Simparica Trio simplifies protection.
They had the company. They had to do some new stuff too.
Simparica Trio is the first chewable that delivers all of this protection. And Simparica Trio is demonstrated safe for puppies. It's simple. Go with Simparica Trio. This drug class has been associated with neurologic adverse reactions, including seizures, and used with caution in dogs with a history of these disorders. Protect them with all your heart. Simparica Trio. Is now a good time.
Hey, and we got a new pump.
For adults with moderate to severe Crohn's or ulcerative colitis,
And then he shrank the pump up a little bit.
is the only approved medication to reduce inflammation on and below the surface of the intestine and UC. You getting on that flight? Back off, UC.
Stelara may increase your risk of infection, some serious, and cancer. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, new skin growth, have had cancer, or if you need a vaccine. RPLS, a rare potentially fatal brain condition, may be possible. Some serious allergic reactions and lung inflammation can occur.
Lasting remission can start with Stelara. If you've been financially impacted by COVID-19, Janssen may be able to help. Tomorrow morning, on Nation Divided, Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson, Congresswoman Karen Bass, and the WNBA's Nneka Ogwumike, plus a hurricane amid the pandemic. FEMA's Peter Gaynor, State of the Union, live tomorrow morning at 9.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life. But with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most. 24 days without power. And water, ice, coffee, and air conditioning. I was able to stay here because of Generac. Get the safety, security, and peace of mind your family deserves with a home standby generator from Generac. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment, and you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call or go online today. Power your life with Generac.
United Sheets of America with W. Canal at a special time tomorrow at 9.
Closed captioning brought to you by Invent. Call 1-800-710-0020. Do you have an idea for an invention? Call today for free information. Call 800-710-0020. This is CNN Breaking News.
You're live in the CNN Newsroom. I'm Monica Guerrero in New York. We begin this hour with breaking news. President Trump's Director of National Intelligence defending the decision to stop in-person briefings for lawmakers on election security. Intel officials saying there's concern about the unauthorized release of sensitive information. Now, members of Congress will only get written reports, which means they won't be able to ask the typical questions. This surprise announcement coming just 66 days before the presidential election, and with warnings that both Russia and China are trying to interfere in the process. It also comes at a time of racial reckoning for the country. These are pictures out of Kenosha, Wisconsin today, where Jacob Blake's family has organized a march. He is the black man shot 7 times in the back by a police officer. Blake's family strongly disputing a new account of what happened by the police union. And we should warn you, this video is disturbing. Now, the union claims Blake fought with officers before the shooting, even putting one of them in a headlock. They say Blake had a knife on him, which he refused to give up. Blake's uncle called their version of events insulting and garbage. And the family attorney insists Blake did not pose an imminent threat. Meanwhile, Blake remains in a hospital where his father said he was shackled to his bed until just yesterday. CNN's Sarah Seidner is in Kenosha, where a march planned by Blake's family got underway last hour. And Sarah, what are you seeing? What are you hearing?
I'm a little tired.
There are now thousands of people who are in the streets here. This is members of the campers here who have friends of the family. And the family is just coming through. If you see a gentleman there in the yellow shirt, that is Jacob Blake's uncle, Justin Blake, who has been talking to me quite a bit about why he is so pleased to see the turnout here in Kenosha. There are people from Chicago, there are people from Milwaukee, there are people from Kenosha who have come here in support of Blake's family. They've been chanting things like, I love black people, and, no justice, no peace. This is all in reaction to the shooting of Blake, who was shot 7 times in the back by an officer. Of course, he talked about the police association and what they have been saying as to what happened and what precipitated the shooting. There is a lot of back and forth between them and the family. They saying he was armed with a knife. The family saying with his back turned to an officer, how does that pose an imminent threat? And in the meantime, there are other charges against Jacob Blake.
Yeah, I know.
So he has no longer been cuffed to his bed. And the paralyzed
what, Leo, no?
backing off of that, and they have vacated the warrants that are out for his arrest.
They are chanting no justice, no peace. Sarah Seidner, I understand we're expecting the Blake family to show up at this march. What do you know about that?
The Blake family is here, as I mentioned, Justin Blake, the uncle of Jacob Blake here, along with his nephews and cousins, also here, and they are expected to speak at some point.
You said that how you feel sometimes, lately? Why? Oh, you talking about when you don't want to be bothered? Oh, yeah, most definitely. They can come to tell oh yeah. The kid has played really well in the live pool game, so it makes sense he voted. He can concentrate on his mind. Just hope he can keep up his level of play.
And Sarah, you know, as we watch these images, and there's a huge crowd of people there, it was, you know, the night when the shooting happened, not just the Jacob Blake shooting, but the shooting that
You might up point, rebound, assist, 26 points. You might up point, assist, 26 points, 13 rebounds, and 9 assists. You take it in your line. You looking for more of that, and my good guess was they call me the Michael Offensive Double.
And talking about the frustration that has gone really across the nation.
Okay. You get some benefit shoes over. Only fail out of triple double over the entire season. Hey, I said a lick, I got time.
Not only the shooting of Jacob Blake, but because the shooting of
say what? Wait.
came in from out of state and was allowed to walk right past police officers with a long gun over his body. His hands up like this.
Big Wood, I told you this time, next time.
How is it possible that this
Big Wood, I told you this time, next time. You said, come on now, you know the wood means nothing. Sort of what do I do this time, next year? You got it. So that being the plus to be United Temple Double. And then, you better be Frank. Frank, I feel the love.
And the DOJ, the DOJ is investigating. They say partial investigation, and that the police association does not speak for any of the investigating agencies on it.
Okay, Sarah, great reporting. Please stand by as we wait to hear from the Blake family there at their bar. In the meantime, let me bring in Pastor James Bull Jr. He is Jacob Blake's mother's pastor. He's also the author of Zero Victim, Liberate Yourself from the Mentality of Defeat. Pastor Bull, thanks for taking the time. I'm sorry for the circumstances of us talking. I know you've been a friend of the family for decades. So first, can you give us an update on Jacob's condition and how is the family holding up?
Hi, Anna. Thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it. Just related to that, I have a busy day again, being Julia's pastor, not pastor for the entire family. They have a very diverse, wonderful family, but I do represent Julia's faith, having been their pastor. The last I heard, they're doing as well as expected. Of course, these are tumultuous times, perilous times. The last I heard, Jacob was stable, having gone through a number of medical treatments. And I think we have to just continue to pray for God's very best for the family during this time, to be sensitive to their needs of God's hand upon them.
I understand the restraints on Jacob's legs have been removed. Officials tried to explain that, that's standard procedure to restrain someone with felony warrants, and that Jacob Blake was wanted on a sex assault charge. That warrant has since been dropped. But so many of us were asking why police felt the need to shackle him or cuff him to the bed, especially given his current paralysis. What are your thoughts on how the law enforcement community has handled the situation, even just since the shooting?
Oh, I want to check something with the game.
My thoughts are that these are much, much deeper, much
much more multifaceted issues than we understand. I think that we fail.
I want to check one thing.
A comprehensive understanding and an analysis of what's really happening. And
I'm gonna say the man of fan. I want to see who got who. Who they played me for? I'm going back to Tornado.
Every time these incidents happen over and over again, we try to change the parts of justice, but we never see change. And I want to offer you an explanation of what I believe also. That's why I believe that is so. Because we only deal with these things as dealing from a civil law perspective.
But right now, I'm going to get him up.
That the two more important kinds of laws that govern and define our nation are spiritual and moral law. Spiritual and moral law apply to the police officers as well as the citizens. And so we have to step back as a nation, really understand that as we continue to violate spiritual and moral law, civil law is incapable of legislating the heart. Civil law can't make people kind.
Yeah.
It can't make people loving. It can't make people respectful. And I believe that we're missing the conversations that need to be had. Conversations about.
You talk about the one that like Kevin Garnett. Kevin Garnett, yeah. Yeah. He like him. I tell you what he on. He hard to heal. No, I still want him. I still want the one like Kevin Garnett. Kevin Garnett. See, he not going. They say he that, but he not that.
It will never change. I'm a pastor. Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 9 says that the
I'm sure whatever he on.
deceitful is desperately wicked. And I use this simple analogy to explain this.
He could never 85. I mean, he overall 85. His never is 52, I think. Let's see. No, he never is 54.
The hearts of politicians, the hearts of clergy, people like me, this is a heart matter. And Jesus also says in Matthew 15:18 that wickedness comes from within, that the things that come from within the heart defile them. Proverbs 4:23.
If I get my other dude highway up to here now.
This is a heart matter. And I'm praying by God's grace and your help, the help of others, we can come together and really start to deal with the heart.
I really appreciate your message. This is really heartbreaking and heart-wrenching for Jacob's loss. I can't imagine being in her shoes right now, losing yourself. And something that really moved me was hearing how, as Jacob laid in his hospital bed, his mom stopped and prayed with his police officer who was in the room. And she told us that woman, she was at peace.
We have to examine our hearts, not learn how to do that personally. And my life, Lord Jesus Christ, and we do that with peace. There's a peace that I can't even describe. So when I say this, it's really very difficult. But in addition to that, I have great peace. And it allows me to forgive. I've already forgiven.
Damn, Philly go now free. I mean, Philly go on free game and now fail game. Damn.
This has to be a really good. How do you think she's able to feel the way she does?
Well, they're about to be that 13 hours.
Yeah, let me say, I'm so proud of you. I can't be more proud of her. And I can give you some insight into where that source of peace comes from. Jesus makes this statement. He says, my peace I give to you, not as the world gives to you. He says, I give you peace.
The Philly now won free game and now fail. I think they're going to be that 13 hours then.
And we have more than 23 different ethnicities in our church. We have far right Republicans, far left Democrats, black people, white people, people from all over the world, the church of nations. And yet we worship God, we lift our hands, we pray together, we sing together, we check on each other's family. Because there's something that comes from God that supersedes our differences. And to enter into what the Bible calls the spirit of unity. This is why we're in the problem of our nation. Our nation is so divided
And the decision is going to work. And we can never fix the problems in our nation because only God ultimately can eliminate that kind of unity again through the human heart. I can tell you that there are a number of people in our church that have stood alongside Julie for years and years. We've prayed on this kind of matter. We've done outreach with the police department, and it's something
that would cover up. That mean right there.
Opening tip, won by the Heat, and we're underway in Miami.
How first people hurt other people, but because we found a place to give love and continuity around our faith is something that we're able to engage. That's what you see coming out of Julia. What's been deposited into her, the seed that has been sown, the fruit is coming out, the harvest is coming out. You put a squeeze on an orange, whatever the orange juice, whatever's on the inside is going to come out when you're under pressure. We're seeing that in Julia right now. I encourage you to
I wasn't quite expecting him to get there, but I can be wrong. Sometimes, not a lot, but maybe sometimes.
Lake family, Pastor James Ward Jr., thanks for taking the time.
Gets to the basket and scores. Strong finish. Regardless of contact, finishing strong is key.
Thank you. We are
here's what my dude did.
to what's happening down south. The president just arriving in Texas for the second leg of his trip to survey the damage of Hurricane.
I'll do it
Today,
again.
we are 66 days
Here's
away
a chance from
from
long
the
range.
presidential election.
His
In that,
first effort.
we're learning the top intelligence
Butler into the front court.
will no
They'll
longer
run
be
the offense.
briefing congressional committees on
Stops
election
it down with authority. That's the intensity you need to see. Whenever
Not that one.
running back on defense after a dunk like that, holds it inside of his forearm and lets you know how hard he
ahead. And as a programming note for you tonight, CNN Films is going to present After Truth, a film that looks at how fake news is used as a weapon against democracy. After Truth, that's tonight at 10 here on CNN.
Nothing going here on that drive.
I'm a Verizon engineer, and I'm from the team building the most powerful 5G experience for America. It's 5G ultra wideband, and it's already available in parts of select cities, like Los Angeles and in New York City.
He was smart.
This right here.
Still gets it to go down. Oh man, you're not supposed to be able to do that with that size. But in today's game, dexterity and mobility are off the charts for bids.
On the network, more people rely. This is 5G built right. Home on the right.
And that's how you close out on a shooter with a sense of urgency. The shooter was more worried about his landing space than he was his shot. Cavaliers.
He's dead.
He'd come up with it. And look out. And that is the sign of an unselfish team. When everybody in transition thinks they have a chance to get the ball because you have a willing passer, somebody willing to make other players on his team look great, that's only going to force your players to play that much harder on offense and give you more energy on the defense. Carter.
Practicing medicine in the dark to sharpen all skills.
You bet. They backing that.
With the fadeaway. Burns a big basket. You feel that? I see the confidence building.
Why a higher blood transplant. Take care of all this.
Has a chance. Gets him up. Can't hit. It's easy. Force guys into low percentage shots. That's the reason why we're big into stats. It was all provided to you before the game in the scouting report. Fortune to Evans. To Wendell Carter. Another chance. Kelly Olynyk swats it. Just erasing mistakes left and right.
What? The game boy? The game boy to you?
Not that time. Physicality is your friend. Don't let these guys get any easy ones down low. Make them look at the refs wondering where the foul was every time. Now whistle, and Cleveland is going to use a timeout as we'll talk things over here in the first quarter. Time to adjust. Both coaches making changes on the floor.
Yeah, boy, huh?
To Love.
She was all the great tenacious.
To Evans. 5 to shoot. And to rush that one, and it's no good.
I'm very proud to carry you on my school.
To Butler. Jimmy Butler, 3 for 3. That's a perfect start.
What? They're bowling?
Contact on a drive can be a beautiful thing. Making those tough shots can really help you build a mental advantage over your defender.
Don't go to sleep me now, wait. Don't you go to sleep on me.
Why don't you call TV Ameritrade for a strategy health check? Listen, you're right by an expert and talk about the risk, potential profit loss.
Cavs with 4 to shoot. Off the mark. Not a high percentage shot. See, when good shooters catch, they just shoot. When bad shooters catch, they become hesitant. That's the first sign of a guy who doesn't have cut check from our trade desk.
Oh, man. Who got that ball? Shit.
Some pain in life can be easily avoided. Like the pain Americans get from overpaying on car insurance by $21 billion. Use the Zebra. It compares top providers. It can save you hundreds of dollars. Avoid the pain. Compare for free at the Zebra.
Welcome back. I want to take you back live now to Kenosha, Wisconsin, where Jacob Blake's family is speaking. Let's listen in.
This is what they are like today.
Here comes the screen. 19-footer.
So I'm going to share some of my work with y'all.
As the
And
Heat
I'm going
enjoy
to
some
keep waiting for today. I ain't memorized it yet, so.
As we get the...
That's what it's going to be. Damn. 7-15? Damn. Shit. Say what?
I am the keeper. I will not sleep. And I don't need to eat.
Days with the ball, wait.
Fires for 3. Won't go down for J.R. Smith. Defense was all over him. And look, sometimes you don't...
You saw how though he shoot the ball?
Maybe utilize yourself as a decoy and get some teammates involved with your passing.
Hear my roar. I am the keeper. I don't scare easily. I'm pulling up to your door. I am the keeper.
Yes, and a foul. He'll have a chance at a three-point play. The defender was actually in a good position there. They even made a decent play on the ball. But sometimes those bounces go the other way. Still, stay aggressive.
I am the keeper with the fist of Tyson and the feet of Muhammad. A mind
the
of
free
fire
throw is good. Finishing off the three-point play. The lead grows to 12.
I'm the keeper.
Into the front court. Counting down toward a minute to go in this first half.
With the face of stone
To Clarkson.
and mighty warrior bone. And trust, I'm never alone. I am the keeper.
Short jumper off the mark.
With snakes for hair, I make all men tremble
Lead is
with
12.
fear. I am the keeper, and I will not die. For 400 years,
Able to convert inside. There you go.
the vision of
Shoot
heritage,
your shot.
I'll lead you
Now
on.
the Cavs gonna signal
I
for
am the
timeout
keeper,
as they'll talk things
the
over for the
judge,
second
the
quarter.
reaper.
Nope. 6 rebound. 1 assist.
Okay, so obviously we are having some technical difficulties there. We were just listening in to Jacob Blake's sister speaking to the crowd on the ground in Kenosha, Wisconsin. A large crowd gathered there. Let's go to Sarah Siders, who's among the crowd in Kenosha. Sarah, what is the emotion like there on the ground right now?
The ankles or the bruised ego?
There's a lot of enthusiasm, if you will. There was a lot of chanting just a moment ago, telling people to get out and vote. There was a lot of
Layups
who
good.
are
Those
listening
are the
to
types of shots you
sister,
always
one of the
strive
sisters
for.
of Jacob
As my
Blake,
mother
who
would say to
stood
the
and
defender,
read a poem,
A for
to
effort,
the crowd,
F for
and they
results.
cheered. We also have seen just a moment ago the Lieutenant Governor Barnes, who is here and is expected to speak on the stage there. We have heard from Justin Blake, the uncle of Jacob Blake here.
Leave that one on.
Cavs with 4 to shoot.
As well.
The jumpers off the mark. First half comes to an end, and the Heat right now are feeling good.
Hearing that right now. They're saying
Leave female
that
alone.
has to change its policies, and they're saying that the legislators need to change policies and how policing happens in this country. There are so many details that are coming
finding out about what happened in the Jacob Blake shooting, where he was shot 7 times, found, paralyzed. There are also more details constantly coming out over the last few days of the 17-year-old who is accused of shooting and killing 2 people. A little bit coach, that is Justin Blake, forever a Jacob Blake.
Each other scoring opportunity. That's really impressive. I love seeing myself
Why you say like that, Wait? Man, freaky dying. Nah, they're pretty good. What the fuck? Why you say that?
Election coming up between vice presidential candidate Biden and presidential candidate Biden and President Trump. So a lot of
they what?
Making change in many different ways, not just I do want to follow up with you because you mentioned that there are a lot of details that are coming out, and yet we know investigators are keeping everything that they're learning close to the vest, and there's been a little bit of I think controversy over how they handled it because there hasn't been enough transparency, some believe, and yet we're hearing accounts from the police union, the association that includes these officers who are accused in the shooting of Jacob Blake.
Who's that?
What do we know about the facts and what transpired?
They not in Phoebe.
But even the best players have ball flags.
Yeah, I think what we're
today has just been
here
one of those nice
very much a he said, she said, except for that clip of video that you see Jacob Blake being shot
in Phoebe in the payoff?
being disputed because you can see it on video. And
Is the Phoebe Colonial in the payoff?
From the State Department of Justice, which is the investigating
Yeah, is they in the payoff?
as well as several government FBI stepping in to look at this as well.
What about Miami?
You're getting all these other details from agencies who are not.
But Phoebe not, huh?
The actual investigation. The Police Association obviously backing the police in this, saying that they're trying to say that on his person, he fought with police beforehand, that he was paid beforehand, that the police were a danger. When he went to his car, they're saying he stole the keys from someone, that the car and the vehicle was not his, and 3 kids were sitting. Those are all details coming from the Police Association that is not the investigating agency. We also heard from the Sheriff's Department that had people out patrolling.
Come on, get shoot the ball already.
After several days, almost 5 days, that he had not yet taken a look at the video that the world had seen. That was a shock to a lot of people. There's an agency, a policing agency, who think that the heads of that agency are at least look at the video.
No, but he not going to shoot. He can't shoot the ball at me in the paint.
Makes the play happen despite the defender's best intentions. And he can't convert the free throw. Dragic into the front court. His guys lead here early stages, 3rd quarter. Jimmy Butler, the defense is really going to have to start paying attention. He's 5 for 5 for the field.
This is why I go back into player mode. If the dude starts to try to have 40 points on me, I'm going to foul out. I'm going to start hitting him in places he's not used to being hit. I'm trying to do anything to throw him off this game.
The drive, right to the basket, right down Broadway, 4-2.
The one thing we know for certain in this league, it doesn't matter how big the margin is, you can always put together a run and get back in this one.
Butler to Dragic. Count it. No and 1. There was some contact there.
One of the things I hear all the great teams saying.
You know he did again, wait.
No mercy. Now it's time for you to go even harder on the defensive end.
That move.
Nothing going here on that drive. Tyreek Evans sizing up Butler. Fortune to Evans. Beyond the arc for 3. Jordan Clarkson out, shot off the mark. To Dragic. Waiters. That pass stolen by the Cavs.
Okay, no. Damn, no. Damn. Yeah, damn.
Because hope
to Butler.
opportunity.
Off the assist. Sometimes when the players find that flow, nobody else needs to touch them.
September. Yes, hope is alive and well. See what scholarship you qualify for at phoenix.edu.
He's in the zone by himself.
We no longer have to worry.
Cleveland has the basketball.
Paper will back up our system. But Dad, Red X contains billions of enzymes proven to break down even paper to help keep the whole septic system healthy. For paper, grease, or waste breakdown, use Red X.
Has a look.
If you're at home thinking about your
He had all day and all night to knock that one down. Need to hear more chatter on the defensive end. You know what I like about this pass play? Instead of putting his head down and forcing the action, he waited for the play to be.
You want me to shine that way, mate? That what I do now. You want me to shine that? Yeah, what you saying that?
I can say without question.
Okay, I'll say it after the game, okay?
I love it. I checked where it's totally painless and
I just pull it out of my pocket and look.
Come on, pocket. All in the pocket.
Trying to cash in, missed it. He always has the good light, but the defense was ready. Your contest was great because of your proximity to the player. You forced his follow-through to cut short, which made him short on his shot. And he's fouled. Burns a trip to the foul line here. A couple of free throws on the way. For his career, 79% of the lines. First one, count it.
Okafor. Hey, wait. Damn! I saw that bop.
Lays it up in the air. And I have so much admiration for guys that continue to hunt their shot. They're playing the second half like it was the first 5 minutes of the ball game. Those natural-born leaders are guys that will consistently lead your team to the promised land. Tyreek Evans sizing up Butler. Nothing going here on that drive. To Evans. Here comes the screen. 4-3. And he'll go to the foul line. Sometimes when you get up big, you get a little careless. But attention to detail through the end, that's how you avoid unnecessary fouls. And he connects on the first free throw. And he misses the second.
Today's caption is brought to you by WrestleBook.com. Mesothelioma is all we do. For over 10 years, we have offered a free book on mesothelioma. Call 1-800-400-2802.
And the finish at the rim, showing you why he belongs here in this league with the best of the best. Efficient scoring out of the rookie here tonight.
These are live pictures from Kenosha, Wisconsin, and taking place right now. A large protest. Members of Jacob Blake's family are gathered there as well as they're demanding change for the racial injustice that exists, systemic racism and inequality that continues to exist across the country. And obviously, the latest shooting of a black man in Kenosha, Wisconsin, Jacob Blake, who was shot in the back 7 times, has sparked additional unrest there in Wisconsin and across the country. Recent days, now is contributing writer for The Atlantic, Janelle Hill, who hosts the podcast. Janelle Hill is unbothered. Thank you so much, Janelle, for being with us. Your reaction to what we're seeing today?
Well, my reaction is just that I think right now there is just a moment, really not even a moment, it's a movement that's happening. Jacob Blake is unfortunately the latest example, but what you're seeing is a collective frustration.
You got anything to say now, Lele? 17-41. What?
In this place as a country. So right now, I think people feeling
you ain't gonna say that, Lele?
compelled than ever to act in this time where America seems to finally have given its attention to this long-standing.
Let me ask you about the sports world. reacting as well. And, you know, those players obviously have influence in different ways across the country and much more of a social movement there. The NBA back in action now.
What do you mean?
Seen a defender did a really good job. He stayed down. He didn't go full by for all the
Here's what
head
Chris
fakes.
Paul,
He
one of the
waited until
leaders
the last
of
second
the
to
NBA
contest that
players,
shot.
said about the athlete's decision to resume playing.
She must be blown up.
Small sample size, but making the most of it. He's 1 for 2. I don't know what the point of you having a scouting report is if you don't utilize it.
Don't you got a boyfriend too?
Positions on the floor where you know he feels most comfortable. Make it a challenge for him by making him do something uncomfortable. From the outside, no good. Third quarter comes to an end. The fourth quarter on the way as the Heat enjoy some breathing.
How old she look, Wait?
I'm really sorry about it. I definitely understand Chris Paul's viewpoint that they feel like because millions of people are tuning into their games. You have a report that says Black Lives Matter. You have the players who have done an excellent job.
2005 before, I think.
Into an opportunity to talk about voter suppression, to talk about criminal justice reform, really important issues in this country. But when I think about the history of movements and how change
I always did like Gap, and she was funny.
Because we force people into a place to do without something. There has to be a price that's been made.
Who? What do you do?
It cripples the city. That's why it grows. And there's a part of me on a basic level of anger that feels like because
You talk about Cabin? He on that? He's you know remember after the other seeking he got a guard off, remember? Who? Oh, that be him. The what? The what? The dog that gonna be him. You know the one that be coming there. He over there.
Just because a team's winning doesn't mean the refs are going to put away the whistle.
Man, he can't get a man. That dude is pathetic.
He goes 1 for 2.
Do you think we could see widespread
coast to coast in the strong finish at the rim?
Say what?
Because I think right now, I imagine
I said that dude is pathetic. Cause you remember when he was married to Summer? He still married to her though. He still married to Summer.
This is a moment that they want to be.
Ain't he still married to Summer?
You know, when I wrote this piece for the Atlantic, I was just imagining what this world looked like.
Yeah, he still married to Summer. So
when people start to lose money, that is when you usually see change. And in the NFL, you have a lot of NFL owners who have donated to Donald Trump, who have actively stood in the way of the progress that needs to happen. So if they start to lose money, I guarantee you that they'll be ready for a different conversation about criminal justice.
But anyway, like I said, when he said he went to the club, right? And he wasn't in the club, right? This dude was trying to get the girl, right? Every time he fought to get the girl, man, the girl would just walk away.
In order for us to actually make a real
pathetic.
I appreciate your perspective. Thank you for this conversation.
I know why. Oh, yeah. They bound.
Never go to a dealership again. Buy your next car on Ford.com.
Cavalier made it pretty easy for us to determine why they lost. And it was clearly their first shot. Even if we hadn't watched this game, all it would take is one look at their field goal percentage to make an educated guess.
Wait, how are you doing this?
Focus Factor.
Focus Factor has been clinically shown to improve memory, concentration, and focus. It improves verbal learning and short-term memory by 44%. So get your Einstein on. Focus Factor. Need your Einstein. Buy the Baxter bag for your next cleanup. Fill it with up to 3,300 pounds of household debris. Schedule collection from Waste Management. We'll pick it up whenever you're ready. The Baxter bag.
Every player that makes it to the NBA is a great athlete. But even the best players have their off night. Today was just one of those days for this guy. Here are the top 3 plays from the game.
Quick! The quicker picker-up. Bounty picks up S's quicker. And each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less.
Until next time, I'm David Rose, signing off.
Bounty, the quicker picker-up.
I am Robert Strickler. I've been involved in communications and the media for 45 years. I've been taking Prevagen on a regular basis for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
You've got 10 to 12 teeth missing. It's a terrible feeling.
For years, I would dream of a place where I could go and one day come out and have all my teeth.
What you did that way,
their choice, put together a personalized plan. It gets done in the lab, and I
when I was playing with Miami, when I was playing on the field.
Quit yawning, John.
I'm not yawning.
When you need to wear this, why not make it comfortable? Tommy Cover was founded on comfort. That's
So you gotta woke up.
this is the most comfortable vest available. Adjustable earlobes, customizable nose grips for each in pocket.
Yeah, but how you did? Why you did like that, way?
And 100% machine washable. Just take a look. Check out the reviews at TommyCopper.com.
Boy, wait.
Stay covered, stay comfortable. Tommy Cover face mask.
The game was boring. They wasn't making no goals. They just say talk that one thing, right?
New challenges shall arisen. That same safety and support in the place that you just
Okafor. Nah, I got that name. You want to play Okafor? Yeah, hell no. Why you say that, man? Okafor. Hey, I'm Okafor. Well, your father gay then.
Those first 2 are halfway in enrollment. So first, the president timeline is possible based on the pace of these current trials.
I think it's...
The high kids on way.
I don't really see a path by which we're going to have vaccines by the end of this year. Because what we learned in the first, from the phase 1 trials that were published in multiple journals was that you need at least 2 doses of the vaccine in order to generate an adequate immune response that could potentially result in protection. And so you have to go through those 2 doses, roughly spaced a month apart, and then you have to give it time to show that the vaccines are actually protective compared to the controls, and you need that time to show that they're safe. Remember, these new vaccines that Agent Justice talked about,
laughing at you.
technologies that have never resulted in vaccine.
I know how they talk.
That requires an extra measure of precaution as well.
And yet, sources tell CNN White House officials raised the possibility in a July meeting of a vaccine emergency use authorization, even before
the kid was too much for the defense. All y'all think the one got 2 minutes up? Oh, nah.
I'm very worried about the use authorization. We talk about these ways for things like diagnostic kits and heard about it used for plasma with some therapy with a little bit of controversy, as well as ventilators. I don't think EUAs have a place for vaccines. And the simple reason is because with vaccines, what you're doing is you're immunizing
I know how they
the
talk.
population in order to determine that it prevents you from getting sick. So the bar is about the highest there is for vaccines. And I don't see how you do that with emergency use authorization. I've spoken to some colleagues from the FDA, and it's really quite interesting. There really hasn't been any EUAs issued for vaccines.
Wait, No, what if I got go again?
I don't think it's necessary because I think we could do an extra quickly once we have all the safety and efficacy information, especially because it's a new technology. That gives us an extra.
What? Oh, rebound is the 5 man catch. A big 100% of men out there who can find that rebound on. Sure, everyone can rebound, but in the end, only one guy can fight the ball. And that one should use with 14 rebounds. Guard in your game against the Pacific County. You got a good foundation. You link it up to that number or put your average. That was on me. That was on me. It's looking. Yeah, I'm going to bang my rebound into another level. I'm good, but I got a I'm going to go to all my tools and whatever I get the rebound is good now.
I know there's a lot of parents out here in this crowd. You cannot imagine.
You looking to overall number or get your apple. Overall number, who do I have to be? Out of the rebound, I want to get it in fulfilling my late with 7 and 23, 9.4 rebounds, with 21.9 ounces. He paid 14 years though. Yeah, I got 1.9 plus. I can make it happen. I bet you said that to all the things.
That justice system for us does not work out too well. We are 13.6% of the total population in this country, and 87% are in the upper jail population.
That made me feel so warm and fuzzy inside.
Somebody explains to me
why
it is seen
right. I'm going to prove
that we are
I'm
the
the
most
right man for the government. I'm not just buying a number. I have a feeling that, I'm totally going to prove you right.
They've been lying long enough. They've been lying long enough. You stand up and be proud of yourself. You be proud of the
Wait. Hell. Look who it is, wait.
That's why I trust the Army. When it comes to connecting with someone real, compatibility matters.
Look what team it is.
Someone finds love on eBay. Download the app and start free today. Why spend all your
What?
money on just one part at the typical auto parts store? When at rockauto.com, you can get
No.
auto parts
Know what team it is.
left over to buy lunch. Go to rockauto.com.
What team you don't like? What team you don't like? Wait, come on now. The kitty game. No bad, did a kitty game. That was not a hot.
And that's it. It's totally painless and private.
Why you said like that, wait? Why you say like that?
Love them? Keep their laundry protection. Lysol laundry sanitizer kills 99.9% of bacteria. Detergent alone can't. Lysol, what it takes to protect.
Original Gorilla Glue, of course, works indoor, works outdoor. It's weatherproof, it's waterproof, it's versatile, and incredibly strong for the toughest jobs on planet Earth. Summer. The one season that always leaves us wanting more. And you only have one chance to get it right.
Here's the microphone. And then the All-Star game coming up.
Go to HelloFresh.com and use code TV80 for $80 off, including free shipping.
In the United States, nearly 4 years into the Trump presidency, former British Prime Minister Tony Blair, Human Rights Commissioner Michelle Bachelet, and others weighed in on the GPS special on 6 of Liverpool Trump's America, tomorrow 10. America has never been so divided. Now, David Horowitz's blitz exposes the media war on President Trump. Their second agenda to stop it. Groups predicted race would be used as a political weapon. Amazon #1 bestseller. Mark Levin says blitz is indispensable. He says he's meeting for 2020. In bookstores everywhere, with a free offer and save $28. Call or go online and get David Horowitz's blitz today.
When we tried everything, I was getting chemical peels, bleaching creams, I'm trying to get rid of it. I'm trying to rid of it. Introducing new sleep-based ornaments. Prescription skincare delivered straight to
My way go get over with. Wait.
It's 10 times more potent than over-the-counter and prescription alternatives. So the cleanest of the teeth. Some of the main
I got to. It'll be over before you know it, okay?
Great to be joined by Jay Williams. Jay, you know it, it's special here in Miami with 3 decades of NBA basketball and legendary owners.
Hey man, I'm doing the starting 9 up, wait, so it'll be over soon.
And we'll continue to do so. 3 championships won here in Miami, and tonight another big matchup. Just sports.
Hey, you know my dude, it's fit to go off.
In this representative, we honor the 100th
Opening tip won by the Heat, and we're underway in Miami.
Modern women willing to get into some good trouble. Today we look to trace
able to recover with the block. That kid can block out the sun. And the finish at the rim. When the ball is in his hands, we all knew what was going to happen. Here's Atlanta with the basketball. To Allen Crabbe.
Alicia Oakland by we really tried
Count the basket, and it could have been more. No whistle.
Of Trayvon
No doubt about where that
and
one
then
was headed.
the acquittal of George Zimmerman. We were
Dragic with it. Looking to make something happen. And finishes
satisfied.
strong. If you didn't dunk that,
angry.
then we would have to talk about it.
Wanting more for black people
Jay, I'm
in
going to
general.
say that you don't know this, but since 1980, the Hawks have drafted only 4 players to appear in the All-Star game. Doc Rivers, Kevin Willis, Al Horford, and Jeff Teague.
Mike Brown
How about a guy named Dominique Wilkins? I'm sorry. Oh, interesting that you'd ask. Dominique Wilkins was actually selected by the Utah Jazz.
Our death or tragedy with George Floyd's death.
So what?
Him die in front of their eyes. People across the globe have shown up.
To Trae Young. Here comes
But is that the key?
Trae Young.
Money that have been taken down.
Gets a look.
It's only focused on black people dying.
Waiters.
Black Lives Matter.
It's a big finish. Some players are so cerebral. I'm not even paying attention to the dunk as much as I'm paying attention to the player pointing and communicating to everybody his team needs a guard on the next play down the court.
Investing into black communities.
Trae Young to Allen
CNN
Crabbe.
is exploring the past, present, and future of women's rights in the U.S. and around the world.
And the
Be sure
foul,
to check
and
out
a
more
chance
of
at
the
three coming up.
And I know there's so much excitement about the play, but everybody looks at the play. More people need to pay
How did he
attention
make
to the
that?
guy at the end of the bench, the strength and conditioning coach, because this kid's been putting in the time and effort every day in the weight room.
Here for what's most important today and tomorrow. Go to CNN.com/representing for more stories celebrating
Stuffs it down with authority.
My pair finna go off now.
He's finished. It's all business.
He gonna caught fire now.
Trae Young, pass stolen by Miami. Yes, and a foul.
Ooh, he gonna caught fire, boy.
He should get
When I say fire, I mean fire.
That's a great sell by the offensive player. But guess what? The ref spin, and that's the game.
Online dating? I thought you met a nice woman that way. Well, I'm not really sure where you're going.
Pick up your phone, go to OurTime.com, just take a look. It's easy to take a look on Our Time, the dating site for people over 50. Promotional products certainly say a lot.
The free throw's good. Caps off the three-point play. The lead is 4.
Or imprint speaks their language. To explore thousands of promotional products for Imprint.com, for Imprint, for certain. There's movie. And there's
To
nothing
Trae
but
Young
free
from long range. His
options.
first effort off the mark.
Cartilage and bones. And unlike big glucosamine and Dorito pills, it's all in one tiny pill. Try move.
Count the basket. A lot of contact. No foul.
Is now a good time?
Some players are just built to absorb the contact. He pretty much dusted that to figure out that that was a bug at the play.
Contact. Trae Young to
And is the
Parker.
only approved medication to reduce inflammation on and below the surface of the intestine and you see you getting on that
Trying to cash in. Parker can't connect.
Like that intensity on that play, that's how you actually dig in the dirt and do your job on the defensive end.
Now the Hawks coach gonna call a timeout.
Don't do it, Wei Wei.
One thing's over here in the first quarter.
Don't do it.
lasting remission can start with Solar. If you've been financially
We have
impacted by
both squads set to make some moves right now.
I told you not to do it. I said don't do it. Didn't I say that?
To Parker. Deep left corner. Just enough of a head fake to help on that one.
The okey doke. Let's see if he'll try that one again.
Butler to bring it up. Up by 6. Can't slam it down. Parker into the front court. He'll run the offense. To Allen Crabbe. 4-3. Off the mark. Alex Len sends it away.
Don't stare him down like that afterwards.
Stuffs it down
Oh.
with authority.
Damn.
This is getting scary fast.
If you're the defense, you have to deny him the ball. Maybe throw a box and one. Maybe throw a zone. Maybe even throw the kitchen sink.
not a country of extremist people because they want to maintain their culture. At the same time, they want to be seen as assimilated.
Because he's putting on a show in the first quarter.
The innocent and box.
We were, since the beginning, in
Collison to Parker.
United States of America with W Canal at a special time.
Shot clock, it's coming down to 4. Now down to 3. Can't connect from in close. Berkwood, it's an 8-point lead. And count the basket inside.
And attention to detail. Anything for a professional scorer like that. Actually getting it done the hard way.
It's the Hawks with the basketball. Collison. Jay, they've been waiting for that to go down, but here they are trying to chip away and cut into this margin.
And there's nothing more frustrating as a shooter to get open looks and not see the ball go in. But if they do, that could be the start of a problem.
Guy missed a short one there. Nice follow-up on the dunk there.
Showing you why he belongs here in this league with the best of the best. Efficient scoring out of the rookie here tonight.
Knock loose.
And you can see any dentist you like. So don't wait.
Here comes the screen.
To get your free information kit. Oh, now.
That misses with a second to go. That'll do it for the first quarter. The Heat with the lead.
This is CNN.
What is that? What song is? Wait.
You are in the CNN newsroom. I'm Monica Rivera in New York, and we begin with a surprise.
Dad, how you know you mucking up?
66 days before the election. The nation's top intelligence office says it will no longer give in-person briefings on elections. They won't be able to ask the typical questions. This change coming amid warnings that
God damn.
trying to interfere in the election process. It also comes at a time of racial reckoning for the country. These are pictures out of Kenosha, Wisconsin this afternoon, where Jacob Blake's family has organized a march. This is a black man shot 7 times in the back by a police officer. Blake's family now strongly disputing a new account of what happened by the police union, and we should warn you, this video
Nice find for the basket.
The union
As my mother would say to the defender, A for effort, F for results.
For this video. Even putting him in a headlock. They say
And a
Blake
chance at
has
3 coming up.
People become so fixated on the hands or the arms of the
Hey, see me, son?
Look at the legs, the strength of his legs.
The family attorney insists Blake did not pose an imminent threat. Meanwhile, Blake remains in the hospital where his father says he was shackled to his bed until just yesterday. CNN's Sarah Seidner is in Kenosha where the family is speaking. She just had a chance to speak to Jacob Blake's father.
To Trae Young.
You talked about 2 justice systems. What did you mean by that?
I mean, it's obvious, sweetheart.
Collison.
It's obvious. The man walks down the street, kills 2 people, and blows another man's arm off. Had that been a black man, he would have been dead.
Shots him in close, no good.
He would never been able to make it back home. He would never been able to make it home. He made it all the way.
Finishing inside the paint on that one.
He's been doing this for years. The physicality in which he plays. No one wants to see that. You're going to leave the game with black and blue marks all over your body.
His attorney used these words. He said he is going to be a heroic figure for coming here.
He is shooting well. He's made 2/3 of his shots.
And
I've seen him float so much on the perimeter. I forgot he even had that kind of physical presence. Good to see him beating up on people down low.
Stuffs it down with authority. He was ready right at the tip.
What a first half he's having. He came out of the gate, attacked, found ways to get to the rim. Now look how easy the game is coming to him.
So he infamously thinks that's what we're talking about. It's okay for him to be infamous, but then someone else that's black, he's the worst. I don't get it.
And I know you don't want to go back and forth with the police union, but they came out with the police association, and they're not the investigating agency.
They mean nothing.
But they came out and they made
Just
a lot
inside
of
the arc. At the buzzer, a very one-sided first half of basketball. As we are at halftime, let's get you to our end as we say hello to Jason Rhodes in our EA Sports.
Well, with Superman, you can see the lights through the walls of the car. The police union means nothing to me. It's a bunch of cats up there, a bunch of dudes to have a guidance, a union.
They do nothing but support their bad cops. He's a bad cop. It didn't take 7 shots to find out that. The first shot told you that the second one was coming. The third shot told you that the fourth one, he's trying to kill him. The fifth shot said, damn, how many more times you going to shoot? By the time the second shot got there,
they gave each other scoring opportunities. That really impresses me. I love seeing
he showed
unselfish
he was no
basketball.
threat after the third shot. Now my son won't be able to walk for the rest of his life.
These are the guys getting charged with the Miami.
He should be charged with attempted. He should be charged with attempted murder because he didn't kill him. So if he'd have killed him, he would have had murder one.
Maybe in the building,
but it was
but they did not
he
show up.
never shot at the plate.
There isn't enough time to get into all of their problems. But I'll tell you this: they need to try to get better.
About the fact that his local attorney says they are dropping the warrants. They have vacated the warrants, and they did that after you spoke about
it. It was bullshit. It was just something to put my son in check. I'm sorry for saying that. It was just to keep my son in shock.
The Atlanta Hawks.
It was to keep us out of the hospital. But when they let me in, and my son was paralyzed from the waist down and shackled, what could it be? He was going to get up and run away?
I like this
or
choice
maybe he
because
was
he
going
really
to karate kick somebody.
There's a reason he's a fan.
Or maybe they were scared of what? Why was my son shackled? Why was my son shot and then shackled? You shot him and you put him in the bed and then you shackled him? My son is a human being.
What can you say about a guy like this?
He's a living,
that he
breathing,
missed the title of this segment.
food-eating,
He was definitely cold in that first half.
human. Not only is he a human, he's a human that takes care of his kids.
What do you say to all these people? You know, there are people coming out from everywhere and they all have something to say about this. And they talk about some of the charges against Mr. Blade. What do you think about that? Does that have anything to do
Just standing out there. Had any idea what charges my son had in his past, what kind of person he was. All they knew is there were 3 babies in that car. 3 babies. 8.
Back to Ed and Jay to bring you the second half
and 3. Or 8, 5, and 3. What point were they trying to prove? What type of fear were they feeling? Well, they felt a lot of fear in the day. How many parents are out here? How many parents are out here? Now, how would you feel?
To Allen Krabs for 3,
If
that's off the side of the rim short. And there's always so much talk about defense. How about offensively? If you continue to attack that shooter, now you're making him work on the defensive end. That makes him take his legs away on the offensive end. Not a busy night, but effective. 2 for 2. Attack mode isn't a switch that you can just turn on and off. He needs to do more than that.
What do you think about the shooter?
Again,
Moments ago, I want to go live now to Sarah Seidner, who just wrapped up that interview with Jacob Blake Sr., Jacob Blake's father. Sarah, what an interesting conversation.
Any way you can get
I just really feel for Jacob Blake's family. They're going through a lot right now. What was your big takeaway from your conversation with him, and what would the family like to see next? Yeah, the family wants to see, and their work
Nice touch around the basket.
but they also have been encouraging people to change policy by voting, not just marching in the streets. They have been very clear that they do not believe in
I know there's that old saying that says one man can't beat 5, but we're watching one man carry 4 other players. His back has to be hurting. Another big-time finish. Here's Atlanta.
His frustration with what he called 2 justice systems, and he mentioned what has happened here in the streets of Kenosha. A 17-year-old white guy with a gun strapped across his chest who had just been accused of killing 2 people and injuring a 3rd is able to walk down the street with the gun strapped across his chest and his hands up, walk towards police officers with the officers simply passing him by in the night, and his son, Jacob Blake, who is a black 29-year-old father, is shot in the back after having altercation with the police, showed up to try and deal with a call that came in, and he said, look, I don't see any threat to the police officers, so he believes that the officer who shot Jacob Blake in the back 7 times should be charged with attempted murder. That, of course, has not happened. There have been no charges. The officers involved in that officer-involved shooting are on administrative leave at this point in time. And
has a chance. Jabari Parker playing night with 2 for 3 in the contest right now.
Old school equals percentage. That the local agency does not actually investigate local shootings. It goes directly to the State Department of Justice. Another father, another family that had a son shot and killed fought for that, and that helps change the law so that there is an outside investigation whenever there is a police-involved shooting. But you've heard him very adamantly saying that he believes that this is actually, no matter what warrants were out for his son, he believes the officers did not know about those warrants when they approached him. Police Association said that they did know about the warrants, which includes a third-degree sexual assault, and that the phone call that came in from whoever called the police actually was about him taking some of his keys and trying to potentially take this vehicle that had his 3 children in it. We don't know the details.
You know, Ed, I'm down with guys having 35, 40, maybe 50 points in the game. But the one thing you look for in a defensive end, when there's a huddle after a guy is dropping multiple buckets on you in a row, and everybody's quiet, nobody stands up and says, yo, I got him, I'm going to stop him, you're in a worrisome place for your team.
We get a whistle and a timeout here from Miami as their coaching staff wants to start things over here in this third quarter. Changes coming from both sides right now.
Shackled to the bed, and saying he shackled to the hospital bed while paralyzed. He said that was just outrageous and was very upset until it's Friday. Police unshackled him, and the warrants that were out for him were
nice finish at the rim. You know, it reminds me of a story a legendary coach once told me. He said, if you ever get in a fight, you're not going to hit somebody with an open hand, correct? You'll probably break a finger. But if you hit somebody with a fist, what is that? That's 5 fingers working collectively together as one. That's how you deliver a knockout punch, and that's what we're seeing tonight.
And former Philadelphia Police Commissioner and CNN law enforcement analyst Charles Ramsey. Commissioner Ramsey knows more about what led up to Jacob Blake's shooting. Sarah laid out some of the details. We're hearing this account now from the Kenosha Professional Police Association, which has been contradicted as witnesses. The association says that Blake wasn't compliant, that he forcefully fought with the
another easy possession. How demoralizing can this be for the team? Why am I the only one yelling?
What? Talk about my game or your game?
Even if all that is true, could shooting someone in the back 7 times as we see in the video be justified?
Add 2 points to the board.
There's one video I saw.
Oh man, you're not supposed to be able to do that with that size.
Resisting arrest by itself is not justification for use of deadly force.
Dexterity and mobility
away from the officers. There's no imminent threat to the officers. He opens the car door, he begins to get in. Even if there's a knife on the floor, he's got his back to the officer. So, I mean, there's no imminent threat. And again, you know, in order to use deadly force, that's what it has to be. An immediate or imminent threat to the life of the officer or another individual. And I just didn't see it from the videos that I have seen.
And big-time coaching strategy by the staff right there, utilizing their bench, keeping fresh legs on that shooter consistently throughout the course of the game.
Rises for the slam.
Well, we got a chance to firsthand watch something be created. I think
it's something that just is very unfortunate, and I think it inflames things
I've
even
never
more.
seen something like this before. It was so contagious, everybody started to do it, and it ultimately led to the other teams doing it. That's an epidemic.
Defended that, saying it was standard procedure.
Lays it up and in. Man, that may not have been a given, but that layup at the rim definitely chips away at the prize.
And the restraints were removed. The shootings happened.
No emotion, just that ice-cold stare. That's a sign of somebody who's here to compete.
From the waist down.
Collison into the front court. Down a bundle.
Just came off yesterday.
Here comes the screen. Collison.
You have to always remember throughout this
missed it. They weren't going to give that to him. Trying to cash in. Knocks it down from mid-range.
Did you see the way that dribble freed him up? It created so much space. I did, but the defender didn't.
Very often they can shoot you, and that is also not a violation of the law. Even though it is inappropriate in every way, you can justify it in some way. You felt like...
You see so many players quit on a play after they were beat the first time, but not him. He stayed on his hip, he cut back, and he made the player miss a shot. That's great defense.
Because his discretion is incredibly dangerously wrong.
It's over, wait.
People after the fact. I'm not insinuating
Game over.
But he did it. And then the treatment
don't look at this
in the hospital, he's not going anywhere.
So what?
I get that the very next day they take those charges. Well, did that victim just evaporate? Right, so you can take this discussion. You can.
Wow, what wrong with that? What wrong with that, wait?
It's simply amazing in this context. The score display they put on is going to
they fine.
It's hard to imagine anyone doesn't come away impressed with how effectively they scored their points.
It just seems like black people never
play your partner by the back.
Or rarely or disproportionately do not get the benefit of that discussion.
What you see here is how the majority of the points were scored for the Miami.
He couldn't do it by a second team, which can make no good shot. They can't make it.
Seems to give up on this game as it got more challenging. Every team in this league loses games.
You know, I mean, a man is
You just don't want to lose them like
obviously he's not going to get
I
up
can
and walk
already
away.
see a player's
It's just
only
unfortunate that he's lost the use of his legs, whether that's temporary or permanent. So, you know, that's one of those things where
you said they ought to be fired.
Really thought it through. You know, it would have avoided the handcuffing, but it is protocol.
You said all the non-half need to be fired.
On a person who is technically a prisoner because of an outstanding one.
What about the goal?
Was separated these two squads.
Charles Wood, Jacob Lake's father, keeps drawing his contract.
You a fire cut off one game.
The way 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse, who was accused of shooting 3 people during protests.
You a fire cut off one game.
Had this to say, and I quote, he says Rittenhouse will be acquitted, he will become a civil and heroic individual American.
Okay, I got a question for you. What are you looking quoting for the hop? What were you telling nigga do?
So in the videos that I saw, the young man is walking towards youngsters.
I ain't like I said, you a coach at another hop. What were you telling nigga do?
Find their way into this part of the show.
You cannot get
You tell them what?
He's saying with the unstoppable that I just killed him. And just think back to all the other young people.
And then they say we like our defense.
Playing with a point guard, not the best of killing anyone, not in the middle of any melee, saying nothing, 12 years old, and in 3 seconds, in 1 point, whatever second, they said, good drop us 3 times in 1 point, whatever second, and they killed him. It is hard to talk to black people and not get them to see that there are 2 very different systems of justice and systems of law enforcement and the way people are treated in this country, because we keep seeing examples that illustrate to us that we are going to be treated very differently. And it is not out of the realm of possibility that this man will be treated as a hero by America for showing up and killing people. That would be a very big example of white privilege in this country. That you could do that. That you could drive home. That you could turn yourself in.
I hear Charles Blow, thank you, and just to put a little button on it, you know, the police say the reason this 17-year-old walked past them was because he had his hands up, and they didn't realize that he was the person that people were pointing to as the suspect in this case. They were responding to protests, they had heard shots fired, and so they paint a picture of confusion in that moment.
He's literally saying, I just killed someone. He's literally saying, I just killed someone.
quickly, please, Commissioner.
Yeah, I don't know how they do things in Kenosha, Wisconsin. But I've worked the streets of Chicago, Washington, D.C., and Philadelphia. You're responding to a call of shots fired. You see a guy walking down the street with a firearm. Guess what? You stop him and check him out. I mean, I don't get it. I really don't. I think that's a very weak excuse. I have no idea why they didn't stop him. But I'm here to tell you, I've never worked in a place where you would not have stopped them and at least checked them out to find out what's going on. I mean, he could be the guy firing the shots, which it turned out he was. Maybe you didn't know that at the time. But he's a guy with a gun, and you're hearing shots fired. You're responding to a call of shots fired. So I think that's poor. Personally, I just think that's very poor, and I think it's very poor on the part of that police chief to try to justify it. There are some things that just can't justify. They should have stopped that kid, and they should have checked him out, if nothing else.
We're watching the video from walking towards police with his hands up. Commissioner Ramsey, I'm glad you were able to add your insight in terms of how law enforcement should respond in that kind of situation. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Charles Rose, for offering your perspective. I appreciate the conversation, guys. Some breaking news as we're reporting here on CNN. First here on CNN, the nation's top intelligence official telling Congress today his office no longer will provide in-person briefings on election security. This comes just weeks after warnings that Russia, China, and Iran are trying to interfere. We're just 66 days away from the election. We'll take you live to the White House next. So stay with us. You're live on the CNN Newsroom.
This Labor Day, save 10% on a Casper mattress for a limited time only. Designed with a reactive system that keeps you cool and supported for uninterrupted sleep. Save 10% at Casper.com today. Hope. It is the light in all of us that cannot be extinguished. It rages on to give us a glimmer of what we can do and of who we can become. Because hope fuels opportunity. University of Phoenix is awarding up to $1 million in new scholarships through September.
I like it.
Yes, hope is alive and well.
I fucking like
it. You qualify for
like what?
Right now.
That's why I trust you. Compatibility matters. That's why every 14 minutes, someone finds love on Elon, download the app and start for today.
We got trouble coming in.
He has a ruptured screen.
He's right. Amazing. You're trying to more than
last night. You guys picked up my feet like crazy. We gotta check it out. Yo, the one bounce is actually insane. That dunk was incredible. Man, I'm out of breath for that. If you guys want to check out more from one, come back to
the Bounty picks up messes quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less. Bounty, the quicker picker up.
Was that your first grandmother who stood up? Who stood strong? Who demanded to be seen, to be heard, to be counted? Learning about her courage and grit can inspire you to pass on to lead your next. Find your family's connection to this American history and ancestry.
Have you ever wondered, have we met? Come on.
I've been that flash for a time.
Still have a touch on that. One fucking can't guarantee the win. Maybe you feel on a while. It's like you've been to that time. That was a diploma icon. well done. But seriously, what happened if you can't win? Here's another fun answer. You can't win them all, but you sure do try. I'm not worried about the rumors there because it was got so amazing tales in TV. No. Looking for the thing out. I good enough. But yeah, I think I we not gonna feel compared to people. I take it anyway. Can't hurt right teeth.
All branches and all ranks. Whether they serve one tour or many careers. We also
what you mean, well?
for military spouses and their kids.
Well, that's all they did about you.
You can save you money on auto, home, and renters insurance. Become a member today. Get insurance.
I heard what you said. You already took that pill.
Which are made of what we take.
Our breaking news first reported here on CNN this afternoon. The Director of National Intelligence has just informed Congress that his office will no longer provide in-person briefings on election security. Just more than 2 months from the November election and weeks after the nation was warned of threats from Russia, China, and Iran. Get straight to CNN. Jeremy Diamond live at the White House. Jeremy, why? Why this sudden change?
Well, there's no question that this is a confounding change by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence to no longer brief Congress in person on this critical issue of election security and on the issue of foreign interference in the 2020 election. This is an issue, of course, that is going to become only more important as we approach the November 3rd election, and so to not have those briefings is something that is already receiving criticism on Capitol Hill. Now, here's the official explanation from the Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe. He wrote a letter just yesterday to top leaders in both the House and the Senate, in which he said, in order to ensure clarity and consistency across the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and engagements with Congress on elections, the ODNI will primarily meet its obligation to keep Congress fully and currently informed leading into the presidential election through written, finished intelligence products. He also goes on to say that he wants to make sure that information on these topics is not misunderstood or politicized, and he also suggests that it's in reaction to previous disclosures of unauthorized disclosures of sensitive information, though he does not name any specific leaks that have led to this decision. Now, as I said, this is something that is getting roundly criticized by Democrats, at least on Capitol Hill so far. We have not yet heard any criticism as of yet from Republicans, but I suspect that too could possibly come because, of course, it has been a bipartisan concern on Capitol Hill to address these issues of election security, and of course they do like to be briefed in person. Here is a statement from the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and the top Democrat on the Intelligence Committee, Adam Schiff. They write, "This is shameful and coming only weeks before the election demonstrates that the Trump administration is engaged in a politicized effort to withhold election-related information from Congress and the American people at the precise moment that greater transparency and accountability is required. This keeps both the American people and the Congress in the dark when both are in need of information." They also call it a shocking abdication of the DNI's responsibility to inform Congress about these threats. And interestingly, they say that there was actually a briefing that the DNI had planned to give to Congress in mid-September about election interference, but that briefing has been canceled, and that is when they were also told that they were no longer going to be getting in-person briefings. Now, that being said, we still expect the Department of Homeland Security, the Pentagon, perhaps the FBI, to typically do brief Congress on these matters as well, to continue doing so. But as far as the intelligence community, the Director of National Intelligence, it's only going to be in writing. Anna.
Jeremy Diamond at the White House. More to come on that story, I'm sure. Thank you. Meanwhile, the president is touring the storm-ravaged Gulf. This afternoon, he's visiting both Louisiana and Texas after Hurricane Laura struck those areas. At least 15 people now confirmed dead from that storm. Will take you their lives now.
Have you ever used a dating app before?
Kind of a lifeline, you know.
Is that your workout hair?
Gotta let it flow, you know what I mean?
That's beautiful. Start something great. Match.
For the first time in American history, we're living through 4 crises at the same time. A public health crisis.
The U.S. set a new single-day record for coronavirus infections.
An economic crisis.
Devastating unemployment not seen since the Great Depression.
A climate crisis.
The impact of climate change is dangerous and is already being felt in the United States.
And a national reckoning on racial injustice. We need a team that's up to the task. Leaders who can rally the nation to fight this virus. To not only rebuild our economy, but build it back up. To address the threat of climate change. And to root out systemic racism. Together they'll lead America, unite America, and heal America. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Because a united America will be a better America.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message. People love simply us. Just me and us, simply us. Again, this will be us. You'll see it. You love it.
I won't love it.
Experience Boost has helped millions of people. How can it help you?
Oh my God, 16 points. This is great.
I refinanced my truck and saved up.
Why he put tuna in the refrigerator?
My credit score is 28 points.
Boost your credit scores instantly. Free. Download the Experience app now.
That's an ancient identity.
That makes any sense.
How do you preserve your culture?
Take the cruise can out the cabin, put it down there.
Culture of extremist people. Because they want to maintain their culture, at the same time they want to be seen as assimilated.
They're going to have more flags in the cabin.
You were since the beginning in the
And all new United Sheets of America with W. Lau at a special time tomorrow at 9 on CNN.
I'm Alex Trebek, here to tell you about the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85, looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps. The 3 Ps? What are the 3 Ps? The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget. I'm 65 and take medication. What's one price? You can get coverage for $9.95 a month. I just turned 80. What's my price? $9.95 a month for you too. Call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan. Available through the Colonial Penn program. No medical exams, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-480-5533 for free information and free gift. That's 1-800-480-5533. Call now.
A GPS special, CX, moving through Tri-America to Montana. Closed captioning brought to you by MesoBook.com.
Mesothelioma is all we do. For over 10 years, we have offered a free book on mesothelioma. Call 1-800-400-2802.
I want to take you to Texas now with President Trump taking questions from reporters after reporting hurricane damage. This was just moments ago.
What you weird about? Nothing that goddamn good. You want me to put my foot up your ass tonight, don't you? Keep up.
Wait.
Keep that shit up, John.
What are you laughing at, wait?
I think that goddamn
Information into the committee and the commission today. whether it was Shift or somebody else. They leak the information before it gets in, and what's even worse, they leak the wrong information. And he got tired of it, so he wants to do it in a different form.
Oh shit!
Leakers on the committee, obviously leakers that are doing bad things, probably not even legal to leak, but we'll look into that separately. But they were leaking the information as to whether you don't have other Texas. Can you even allow that in Texas? I guarantee Ken will not be allowing the leakers to be doing that. So we wanted to make sure that.
Okay, we're looking at that game. Wait. The next game gonna be Dottie fucking my team.
Don't continue to rattle. Well, I tell you, you've had tremendous storms in Texas for many decades, and for many centuries, and that's the way it is. We handle them as they come. All I can do is handle them as they come, and that's what we do. And nobody's ever done a better job of it. And we love the people of Texas and Governor tonight to be with you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great job.
That's all right.
Who is in Orange, Texas, where we just heard from the president.
Want me to do it again? Wait.
The major news stories we've been talking the hurricane itself. Tell us more about the hurricane there in Texas as well as the
On Carter it was.
Whirlwind day here in Orange, Texas, and then before that in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Just had a meeting at a command center with first responders and Texas local leaders. Right near where we're standing, I need to tell you this is heroic.
Miami controls the tip.
The HEB food store chain is serving 3,000 meals tonight.
JP was there too late. I say this a lot, and it's only because coaches front run it all the time.
You get lots of water, lots of ice. All very necessary.
Know who you can and should send to the line. This is a case of knowing the shooter probably had a better chance of hitting a jumper than he does of hitting the free throw.
HEB is providing them right now.
2 for 2 on that trip.
Earlier in the day, the president was in Louisiana. It's the only place where he went on the ground to see the damage. We went in a neighborhood just south of downtown Lake Charles, where there was immense devastation with homes and power lines.
Their screen sets him up for 2. The pro game has really come down to P&Rs. Let's see how the defense adjusts.
Has been decimated. We're very grateful for this point that the death toll is relatively low. It's still tragic. It's 15, 12 in the state of Louisiana and Texas. But these winds are much more powerful than Hurricane Rita and Hurricane Katrina 15 years ago. That's a testament to people who live here that they took this very seriously. The president also had a meeting with political leaders and first responders.
Oh, I keep forgetting to change that move. After the game, remind me to change that, okay?
Slams it down. Clearly not afraid of the spot.
Yeah, remind me to change that move, okay? After the game.
Waller into the front court. He'll run the offense. And finishes strong. Some players are so cerebral.
The people are incredible.
He's not paying attention to the player, pointing and communicating to everybody his team needs to guard on the next play down the court. To Porzingis.
We've been great, so we've done a hell of a job.
Now, this is kind of coincidental. I'm old enough to remember in 2005.
Nothing going here on that drive. He shoots off the mark. Basket's good on the follow. Way to stay with it.
Obviously, 2 for storm, 2 for magnitude, but we hope, for the sake of the people in Louisiana, Texas, that
here's Barea, trailing by 4. To Porzingis. It was right there.
An historic week in sports with multiple canceled games in support of Black Lives Matter. We'll talk to one player who's opted to sit out the entire 2020 season in order to focus on social justice.
whole season. Stop.
If you're a defense, you have to do more on the ball. Maybe throw a box of one. Maybe throw a zone. Maybe even throw the kitchen sink because he's putting on a show in the first quarter. Passed it on. Cash is in for two. And sometimes less is more. Keeping it simple is the best way.
Well,
Greg Monroe with the piece. Just incredible timing on that song.
Game changer. You can be a running tech floor liners.
Of course, that's our
Porzingis.
Well, the park was pretty new.
So what do you think of my trading now?
Just went up.
Monroe.
Well,
Short jumper off the mark. Dragic into the front court.
When it comes to buying a home, they say cash is king. But you're a queen, and that's just as powerful.
Stuffs it down with authority.
Is there a better game for you, wait?
Your offer is good, so your bid has the strength to compete with cash offers. Now grab your crown and rule.
Oh, so you like Dottie, huh?
Yes, sir. It's so good when you get everybody involved. In particular, your bigs. You get them going, they'll run the court faster. And guess
But the another hot you can't stand.
because you're actually in the game. Here comes the screen. Given 2 points, high percentage. When you're a EuroLeague MVP at the age of 19, let me break down why your game is perfectly suited at the PG spot to be a dominant one in the league. Because Luka Doncic is a technician offensively. In any screen and roll opportunity, he makes the simple read. He's not the most dynamic player offensively. He doesn't have Ben Simmons' athleticism. But what he does have is Rajon Rondo vision mixed with a jump shot where he can beat you any and every way he wants to. To Luka Doncic. Screen coming.
I know he's gonna look at that payback.
And scores. We talk so much about the MVP.
Already decided that Boomerang beat that bit. But in the triple threat match,
I have a phrase that I use when I describe
Boys Bowman's the one gonna get pinned, not Dre White.
There are certain players that approach the game with a certain mindset every single day.
I know that.
Do anything possible to win the ball game. He plays with his heart and soul every single possession and every night, and he will leave it on the court. That means he can win the ball.
I'm Greg. I'm 68 years old. I do motivational speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling to give back to young people. I think most adults will start realizing that they don't recall things as quickly as they used to. They don't remember things.
Ray White pissed off a bit to me.
I've been taking Prevagen about 3 years now.
So what's that about it?
Man, you got to remember like an allergy.
Monroe.
Really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, healthier breathing, better
To
life.
Luka Doncic.
Sleeping is like to fall asleep, but they can wear off in a few hours.
From the outside, no good. It's easy. Force guys into low percentage shots. That's the reason why we're big into stats. It was all provided to you before the game was scouted. Jimmy Butler, 2 for 3 now.
No boy, that fit to me, man, decide by one on.
What?
Not let one win that bet for
Lee, very little has gone right
we
in
might
this
be
first
caught right
quarter.
now.
With that three,
Because
the scoreboard
in
there.
WrestleMania 37, he did not want one to have that bet right now. Because he don't want to put energy down. Not for that time shit.
Anfield Walker, what?
Yeah, he will.
The NBA playoffs are expected to resume today, but only after players reach an agreement with their league to turn their unused arenas into polling locations for the November election, among other things. Now, this agreement comes after players essentially went on a strike after the police shooting of Jacob Blake. Another sport quickly followed: baseball, hockey, and WNBA all canceled games this week to show their support for the Black Lives Matter movement. Now, if you've been paying attention, this boycott isn't surprising. Back in June, after the police killing of George Floyd, multiple WNBA players announced they would be sitting out the 2020 season. Renee Montgomery of the Atlanta Dream is one of those players. She joins us live. Renee, thanks for being with us. Considering you've chosen to sit out the season for this cause, do you think the NBA strike 3 days was long enough? Yeah, I do, because I think it sends a loud alarm, it rang an alarm, that the players were not going to just allow whatever was going to happen and just keep continuing business as usual. So I think the players, they had a plan. They decided that they didn't feel like playing that day, so they didn't. And now they have some things coming out of that. As you mentioned, the arenas are now getting open in multiple locations. So if nothing else happens, that is good. That's a step.
It's progress. This week ahead of their game with your team, the Atlanta Dream, the Washington Mystics wore shirts honoring Jacob Blake. And the front read Jacob Blake. On the back, they had drawn 7 marks representing the 7 bullet holes in Blake's back. He also kneeled and moved arms with the 3 other teams scheduled to play that night. At least 4 WNBA players, including yourself, have chosen to sit out the season, citing advocacy. What do you think of the fact that it's black women leading this movement in sport?
I love it. I think it's time. It's time to bet on not just women, but bet on black women. I think that if you look at our history, that's been something that black women have done over time, for a long time. And if you look over the WNBA's history, it's something that the WNBA players have done for a long time. Me being on the Minnesota team in 2016, we wore shirts that said change starts with us. That following football season, that's when Colin Kaepernick started to kneel. So 2016 was a year where things really, started to get a light shed on it. So this is not new to the WNBA, and this is definitely not new to black women.
And we always hear that saying, actions speak louder than words, and you are putting your words into action and really taking up this cause. I want to ask you about the White House officials, including the president, reacting to the NBA strike this week. And just take a listen to what they said.
Mavericks with the possession.
It's absurd and silly. If they want to protest, I don't think we can. I think that the NBA players are very fortunate that they have the financial position where they're able to take a night off from work without having to have the consequences to themselves financially.
We become like a political organization, and that's not a good thing. I don't think that's a good thing for sports or for the country.
Jared Kushner, the second person we heard from there, he said he plans to reach out to LeBron James. I wonder if you had to hear someone like Kushner or maybe the president, what would you tell them?
Yeah, I think everyone wants to split everything, right? They want the athletes to just be athletes. Just go play. Just do your job. But people don't understand that what happens in America, the circumstances, the climate of America, that brings things into the world. When the social climate affects your work and the political climate affects your job, well then that's a time now where you're like, wait a minute, I need to show out on my job real quick and see what's going on. So I think when the players in the NBA took a mental day, when the NBA, they took a day to boycott.
When you give up a little bit of yourself and you make your teammates look great, that's the difference between winning and losing. So when you see these guys smiling, when you see them giving each other high fives, that's because of the energy that was created from the past. The past is one of the most brilliant things we have in this country.
Nothing's going to stop them in pursuit of the basketball. Crying on TV. It's not a stunt.
Has a chance. Dion Waiters. Better late than never. That was his first shot, and it goes down.
With him in the paint, ain't nobody getting that off.
The Mavericks signal for timeout as their coach wants to get a word
If
in
you
with
do
his
return
guys
to the
here in
game,
this third
do
quarter.
you think you can do so as part of the dream?
Someone asked me yesterday if what Senator Loeffler was saying affected me personally. When I answered yesterday, I said no, but I should have clarified that. Originally, it did affect me personally, because I was confused because I had interactions with Kelly before she became Senator Loeffler. So I was confused, but now, I understand that this is her stance and her political stance, and so for me, when I come back, I always tell people I opted out of this season because I wanted to focus on this year on social justice, so I'm definitely not thinking about next year just yet.
Doesn't get the bounce. And the game is so different. In today's NBA, defenders are longer, quicker, and more athletic than we've ever seen before.
No, I think I'll play next season. That's what I talked about. I only have to go to the 2020 season because I think at this moment in time, because I opted out, 2.5 months ago, look how much has happened. There's so much has happened in this past week. This past week we had Monday,
consistent effort. He's at 50%.
I love the drive to the basket there. Instead of trying to go around or over, everybody thought drive one for a little bit of time. And now look what's happening in just 2 months. Look what's happening in a week a day. So I just feel like this moment is very important, and I wanted to be here for it.
I appreciate your optimism and all this. Thank you so much for speaking loud and proud. Renee Montgomery, great to have you here.
Won't go down. The most important thing a shooter can do is continue to shoot. The defense is always going to give great effort, but it's more of your psyche that goes into the next
used as a weapon against democracy. After Truth, tonight at 10 on CNN. We'll be right back.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's Big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
Doncic to Porzingis. Has a look.
Bigger?
I said
Gets a look. Can't hit. Oh, I like that. You got the defense rotating from side to side or even recovering late. But still, you got to make that one. Jimmy Butler, he's now 5 for 6. You know, I'm down with guys having 35, 40, maybe 50 points in the game. But the one thing you look for in a defensive end, when there's a huddle after a guy is dropping multiple buckets on you in a
More browse online. You're vulnerable to cyber criminals. More threats demand more protection. That's why Norton and LifeLock are now one, combining device security, VPN for online privacy, and LifeLock identity theft protection, backed by a $1 million protection package. Get all-in-one protection on Norton.com.
And so many questions, Sister Lucy.
What am I?
You're a child of all people. I'm calling you a miracle.
Trying to cash in. Goran Dragic. 3 for 6 now. You know, it reminds me of a story a legendary coach once told me. He said, if you ever get in a fight, you're not going to hit somebody with an open hand, correct? You'll probably break a finger. When you hit somebody with a fist, what is that? That's 5 fingers working collectively together as one. That's how you deliver a knockout punch, and that's what we're seeing today.
I want free access to research.
Yeah, TD Ameritrade's got that.
Free access to every platform.
Yeah, that too.
I don't want any trading minutes.
Yeah, it's only great on any of those.
Buries it on the catch and shoot. Everything looks great when you shoot the ball like this. And yes, Ed, this team does have some issues, but they are all masked and camouflaged with this shooting display we're watching. Finishing inside the paint on that one. Well, we got a chance to firsthand watch something be created. I think we just watched the epidemic of passing. I've never seen something like this before. It was so contagious, everybody started to do it, and it ultimately led to the other team's demise. If that's an epidemic, sign me up.
Yeah. Quick! The quicker picker up. Now he picks up as quicker. And each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use
We'll have a chance at a 3-point play. The defender was actually in a good position there. They even made a decent play on the ball. But sometimes those bounces go the other way. Stay aggressive.
They can let in water return. Look, it's falling off. New Skin is a flexible liquid bandage that's sealed out. That's not in the spray through.
New Skin. Rethink how you heal.
Hello Fresh recipes are so easy. You can get dinner on the table in about 30 minutes. Yay, I love it. Now we're actually able to have some quality time on a weeknight, which is awesome.
Go to HelloFresh.com.
Free throws good. Add one more to the total. This game feels out of reach.
Complex issues explained all in 10 minutes.
At the buzzer, the Heat worth the victory as they win this one handily. That does it. For my partner, Jay Williams, and our
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us.
Some people may disagree, but I
We have
think their
local
ball
offices
movement
throughout the
was
U.S.
the
and
biggest
there's
key
no
to their
risk to you.
victory. Still,
Mesothelioma
I think
really
we
is
can all
all we
agree
do.
that they
Call
made
us
the
at
defense look so confused throughout this matchup.
That's 1-800-789-3736.
Yeah, we got one problem.
Or go to mesothelioma.com.
Mind you.
The Mavericks, they get the victory they wanted here today. I'm sure they can't help but feel frustrated with the result, but they can't let that feeling leak. Sooner than later, they need to start thinking about the next matchup. What you see here is how the majority of the points were scored for the Dallas Mavericks.
See for yourself at newsweek.com/TV.
The Dallas Mavericks made it pretty easy for us to determine why they lost, and it was clearly their portion.
Closed captioning brought
Even
to
if
you
we
by
hadn't watched this game,
WrestleBook.com.
all it would take is one look at their field goal
We offer a
percentage
free book
to make
on
it indicative.
mesothelioma. Call for the free book and receive so much more. Call 1-800-888
831-3700.
Being able to put up these kind of
This
numbers
just into
is
CNN,
always
the University of Alabama now
having the
reporting
ability to
more
lead
than
and inspire
1,200
is something
students have
special.
tested positive for the coronavirus, and this is just 10 days since classes began. We'll keep you updated on any changes the school plans to make in light of this. And new COVID numbers also in from South Carolina. That state reporting more than 1,200 new cases today with a positivity rate of nearly 17%. Now remember, health officials have said that rate should be closer to 5% to have even some return to normalcy, like having children safely return to school. And I want to take a moment to recognize the NICU staff at Lake Charles Memorial Hospital in Louisiana. Staff there stayed behind to care for 19 babies throughout the storm. During the night, the air conditioning and the water went out, but still the staff stayed. And they took turns between sleeping and watching over the infants. They even had to move into the hallways when the winds got too strong. Through all of this, they still managed to post Facebook updates so parents would know their little ones were okay. True heroes. Speaking of heroes, when COVID-19 first hit, many animal shelters across the U.S. quickly emptied out as people wanted to quarantine with four-legged friends. And Sherry Franklin finds homes for senior dogs and has been working hard to find new ways to do this as safely as possible, especially during COVID. And this is as adorable as ever.
When we got the shelter-in-place order for the COVID-19, we moved 86 dogs into foster homes.
Good morning, everyone.
We are having meet and greet virtually so that new adopters can meet their dogs before they actually touch them.
How's that feel?
It's really been so heartwarming to actually see the first time the new adopter actually gets to meet their dog in person. It's a great time if you've been thinking about adopting a dog. It's nice to be able to wake up and not focus on the bad news.
They sure are cute, aren't they? Sherry and her organization, Muttville, have helped more than 340 senior dogs find forever homes during this pandemic. You can see her full story at CNNHeroes.com right now.
CNN Heroes. Brought to you by Subaru. Love is what makes Subaru, Subaru.
We got a Subaru to give him some attention, to reconnect and be together. And once we did that, we realized his greatest adventure is just beginning.
Look, the most adventurous Outback ever. The all-new 2020 Subaru Outback. Go where it takes you.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru Walk the Love event.
Home restoration takes time and money, so don't renovate, rejuvenate. Rejuvenate's Cabinet and Furniture Store renews your Steelwood services in just a few easy wipe-on applications, making it look brand new with the protective shine that lasts for years. To make your clothes look brand new, get Rejuvenate Floor Restore. In one easy mop-on application, they fill and scratches, restore, shine, and protect hardwood, laminate, linoleum, vinyl, and ceramic tile. And puts a beautiful shine that can last for years. Easily remove dirt and grime from your floors with Rejuvenate's Hot Floors Cleaner. This pH balanced clean is safe for all flooring surfaces. It's easy to use and leaves behind a beautiful street-free shine. And for a fast thorough clean with a play and shine, get Clipping Cleaner. This extra large spray mop uses Rejuvenate's top-rated floor cleaners and clicking cartridges. The clean hardwood and laminate, vinyl and marble, the dirty tile and grout. So don't renovate, rejuvenate, and make your home look new again. Rejuvenate is available at favorite home centers and retailers everywhere.
Schedule collection for waste management and will pick it up whenever you're ready. The Baxter Bank. Buy,
That's right. That's a million-hour drive.
Here's the starting something great. Match. When you need to wear a mask, why not make it comfortable? Toilet paper was founded on comfort. That's why our customers say this is the most comfortable mask available. Adjustable ear loops, customizable nose bridge, free chin pocket, patented copper synergy for anti-odor benefits, and 100% machine wash
check out the reviews at TommyCopper.com to see what our customers are saying. Stay covered, stay comfortable. Tommy Copper Face Mask, now available at TommyCopper.com. You know when your dog is itching for a treat. Itching for an outing. Or itching for some cuddle time. But you may not know when he's itching for help. Licking for help. Or rubbing for help. If your dog does this frequently, you need signs of an emergency condition that needs treatment. Don't wait. Talk to your veterinarian and learn more at itchingforhelp.com. People are often confused about fear and fake news, especially if you see it online.
This child raised up there. It's like they had a mental model for us. And he goes and treats it. It's just created fake news. And there are terrible negative potential consequences. So what?
The next thing you know, there is nothing about the communication that is different.
There's never been a better time to stock up on Omaha steaks. That's the Omaha Steak Stock-Up Sale. For a limited time, get factory aged, hand-cut, grain-fed Omaha steaks shipped free right to your doorstep. With all your favorites, from burgers, chicken, or pork, to sides and desserts. In stock and ready to ship. All 100% money-back guaranteed. All without waiting. The Stock-Up Sale. Plus, get free burgers when you shop OmahaSteaks.com/TV.
Baby mama gon' need some 26 on the bench truck with a bad from Dykeman. She Dominican, but she light skin. Might beat that indictment. This is celebrate. Got 1,000 ones and 1,000 seminary boys get money. Where you from? Just 1,000 bucks. My Philly got a chillin' on the weekend. She medicine get me right now because I was her best friend DM Miss Phil.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We're live in the CNN Newsroom. Thanks so much for staying with me. I'm Ana Cabrera in New York. We are continuing to follow this breaking news, a stunning announcement 66 days before the presidential election. The nation's top intelligence office says it will no longer give members of Congress in-person briefings about election security. Now, this decision is sparking outrage. Top Democrats calling it a shocking abdication of lawful responsibility. Let's get right to CNN's Jeremy Diamond. And Jeremy, the president and his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, they were just asked about this decision during the tour of hurricane damage in Texas. What do they say?
That's right. Well, Anna, this is certainly a confounding decision by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence to no longer brief Congress in person on these election security issues just 66 days, as you said, before this November presidential election. Now, when the president and the chief of staff were asked about this, they pointed to what the ODNI had said, which suggested that part of this change comes in response to some leaking from members of Congress. Listen.
Why does the ODNI no longer have the updating the House and the Senate on election security?
Well, I could have Mark answer that question.
As we know, he's making these briefings. So he's going to ultimately give full briefings in terms of not thorough briefings, but full intel briefings. But it really comes down to one simple thing. The last time they gave briefings, a few members went out and talked to the press and disclosed information that they shouldn't have disclosed. And so he's going to make sure that there's the proper tools for their oversight and make sure that they contain it in a way that does not jeopardize sources and methods of the intel that we gather.
President Brown, Director Radcliffe information into the committee, and the information leaked. Whether it was Shifty or somebody else, they leaked the information before it gets in. And what's even worse, they leaked the wrong information. And he got tired of it. So he wants to do it in a different form.
Now, allegations that Capitol Hill leaked information that comes from briefings provided by the administration is nothing new to this particular White House. That has been the case in previous administrations as well. What is new, of course, is this decision to send these briefing updates only in paper form and not in person, which gives members of Congress an opportunity to have some back and forth with the briefers. And, of course, it's the fact that they are just doing this as it relates to this very specific issue of election security, an issue that, of course, we know President Trump is very sensitive about, particularly when it comes to potential Russian interference in the presidential elections. Now, as you said, Anna, this has already received round condemnation from Democrats on Capitol Hill. There is a statement from the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and the top intelligence, Democrat on the Intelligence Committee in the House, Adam Schiff. They call it this a shocking abdication of responsibility, and they say this is shameful and coming only weeks before the election demonstrates that the Trump administration is engaged in a politicized effort to withhold election-related information from Congress and the American people at the precise moment that greater transparency and accountability is required. This keeps both the American people and Congress in the dark when both are in need of the information. And they also say in this statement, very interestingly, that the Office of the Director of National Intelligence had actually scheduled a briefing on the topic of election security for mid-September with members of Congress. They actually then went and canceled that briefing and then made this announcement that they were only going to be providing this information in written form. So it certainly is a confounding announcement. We have yet to hear from Republicans on Capitol Hill, but of course we know that this is typically an issue that members of both parties have been concerned about in terms of election security and also in terms of getting these briefings in person where they can press intelligence officials about their conclusions.
Okay, Jeremy Diamond at the White House for Thank you. Let's talk more about it with Amanda Carpenter and CNN political commentator and former communications director for Senator Ted Cruz, as well as Paul Begala, a CNN political commentator and author of the book You're Fired, The Perfect Guide to Beating Donald Trump. So Paul, this move by the ODNI in essence means nobody in Congress can ask questions or push back on issues as they're being discussed. Just last month, intelligence officials committed to briefing Congress on election security, as Jeremy just mentioned. So what changed?
It's a cover-up. I'm trying to think of a nicer, more sort of politically correct term. This is a cover-up.
What are they trying to cover up?
The Russian involvement in the election. When you become a government official, because I have the honor of being, you swear an oath to protect the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. Our country, our elections, are under assault from enemies both foreign and domestic. It is your director's job to brief the Congress and to protect the country. He's not doing it. The Russian attack on our elections, we know, is ongoing. In my book, actually, I quote General Buckner, a four-star general, who said he's a very experienced hand who's had our troops in Europe facing Putin. He compared it to 9/11 or Pearl Harbor, the attack on our country. And it is their job to defend us. Why would they not? Because Putin is favoring Trump. It is, to me, just astonishing how transparent they are about their corruption and their treasonous cover-up.
Paul, does it threaten the integrity of the election?
It could. Russia threatens the integrity of our elections, and apparently Mr. Trump does too, as he undermines people's faith in the security of their ballot through vote by mail or other processes. I think this is a four-alarm fire. I mean, this is a guy who I think he's a very good politician, and he knows he's in deep trouble. He's losing the election right now. He's got plenty of time to make it up, but he's losing the election, and so instead of campaigning harder or doing something about COVID, which is what he's losing, he seems to want to cover up Putin's attack on our elections.
Well, here's what the Office of the Director of National Intelligence says, Amanda, that this was done for clarity and to protect sensitive intelligence. Apparently, the president seems to have, he's straight up said, it's about leakers. How do you see it?
I disagree with Paul. I actually don't think this is about Russia. I think this is about laying the groundwork for his next big conspiracy theory. And that is because he himself has said, without any evidence, that he thinks there's going to be foreign interference with mail-in ballots. Right? Like, he's trying to lay this narrative. He thinks, the Chinese, somebody's going to steal the election through mail-in ballots, but it might be a foreign actor. He said this, okay? And so now you cut off the information to Congress, and you're just going to send them a note with whatever story you want to tell them. You control that. He wants to control and politicize the intelligence, and I know that because he already has. In Congress, you have to fight back. You have a right. We all have a right to this information. Donald Trump doesn't want it. They need it to do their job. And this is only going to get worse. Donald Trump, we know this because we've seen it, is going to use all his power to try to protect his power. That started in grand fashion the last night the RNC, where he made the White House a top election. Expect every other arm of government to become that as well in the next 70 days.
I should point out that it was just this week we heard from U.S. officials reporting is that they have no information or intelligence that foreign countries, including Russia, are attempting to mess with NATO and voting specifically. Paul, the New York Times has been reporting in the wake of the president's controversial choice to hold his the acceptance speech at the White House. So let's talk about this. The Times is reporting that Mr. Trump's aide said he enjoyed the frustration and anger he caused by holding a political event on the South Lawn of the White House, shattering conventional norms and raising questions about ethics law violations. He relished the fact that no one could do anything to stop him. What does that tell you about the president's mindset?
Yeah, it tells you that he'd rather own the libs than follow the law. They should just run a crime case around CT or Pennsylvania. I mean, it's a crime scene, and it is an ongoing crime. But I think this is a bit of a trap for Democrats. I worked for the White House. It was an honor, the greatest honor of my life. But it doesn't really affect people's lives very much if the president pulls a stunt like that. I think Democrats should say, my own belief is, heck, he should have given the speech from a COVID ward, maybe from that NICU at Lake Charles, where those nurses who you showed a moment ago were working, somewhere that has some relevance to people's lives. But he's done such a terrible job at COVID. I'd let him speak from the roof of the Washington Monument, the top of the Washington Monument. If he could get his arms around testing and tracing and treatment for COVID, he's unable to do that. So the best he can do is just own the libs. It's just pretty pathetic, pretty weak.
He doesn't want to talk about COVID. He doesn't want to talk about law and order. And Amanda, I mean, we're seeing a shift in Americans' perspective of these ongoing protests for racial justice. There was a new NPR PBS Mayor's poll, and 53% of Americans say they see these protests as, quote, mostly legitimate. But that figure was at 62% back in June. So how do you see that decline playing out when Americans go vote?
Yeah, I mean, it is starting to wear. People want a revolution. I think most Americans gave people a lot of leeway, even put up with some looting and some graffiti in the beginning, but this has gone on for a long time. And it really seems to be getting more perilous. You know, you have armed people going to these protests for a confrontation. People are dying. And so while I think the American people are extremely generous and want to get on board with the movement for racial unity in America, they need a way to do that in a peaceful way. And if this keeps getting more violent, if cities keep getting burned, and more businesses keep getting looted, people are going to eventually go to person who they think will restore peace, even if that is in maybe an authoritarian way. And so I think Joe Biden is extremely vulnerable on this issue. I think he's waited too long. He's got to do more than make a statement. He's got to show action, showing that he will be the one to unify everyone in a peaceful and just way.
I'll leave it there this evening. Thank you, Amanda Carpenter and Paul Gallagher. Thank you. So how does the world see the U.S. nearly 4 years into the Trump presidency? Find out on How They See Us, the global view of America, Trump's America. Fareed Zakaria, GPS special airs tomorrow morning at 10 on CNN. Up next, an emotional interview with Jacob Blake's father. Only here on CNN, you're live in the newsroom.
Find things and love and you every day on Etsy. Shop Etsy for everyday finds.
Online dating? I know people meet that way, but where would I even begin?
Open laptop, go to OurTime.com, look for free. It's easy to take a look on Our Time, the fastest growing dating site for people over 50.
Being a patient with diabetes myself, I can say without question that the Dexcom system is the most powerful tool to help navigate diabetes better on a daily basis.
I love it.
I just wear a little sensor, and that's it. It's totally painless and private.
The Dexcom sends my glucose readings to my receiver every 5 minutes. I just pull it out of my pocket, look, and I don't have to prick my finger.
Dexcom puts you in control, not your diabetes.
It's now a good time to flare up. For adults with moderate to severe Crohn's or ulcerative colitis, Stellara can provide relief and is the only approved medication to reduce inflammation on and below the surface of the intestine in your skin. Getting on that light track.
Stellara may increase the risk of infection, some serious, and cancer. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, you like symptoms, sores, new skin growth, have had cancer, or if you need a vaccine. RPLS, a rare potentially fatal brain condition, may be possible. Some serious allergic reactions and low inflammation can occur.
Lasting remission can start with Stellara. If you've been financially impacted by COVID-19, Janssen may be able to help.
Humira patient, this one's for you. You inspired to make your Humira experience even better with Humira citrate-free. It has the same effectiveness you know and trust, but we remove the citrate buffers. There's less liquid and a thinner needle with less pain immediately following injection. Ask your doctor about Humira citrate-free, and you can use your copay card to pay as little as $5 a month. Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, or bronchial infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't struggle there if you have an infection. Ask your doctor about Humira citrate-free. The same citrate you trust, with less pain immediately following injection. If you can't afford your medicine, ask if they may be able to help.
Your house brought you together. Like, really together. And all that together is great. Together with more space is better. With Rocket Mortgage, you get personalized loan options, closing costs, and tax estimates all in real time. So when you need to know what it takes for a house to fit your budget and your family, Rocket Mortgage.
I'm so sorry you're social responses. Emotional work. Cries for change from family members of Jacob Blake, the black man shot in the back 7 times by a police officer in Wisconsin. Blake's relatives organizing a rally and march today in Kenosha. They're strongly disputing a new account of what happened by the police unit. The union claims Blake was combative with officers, that he had a knife on him which he refused to give up. Blake's uncle called their version of events insulting and garbage. Family's attorney argues Blake did not pose an imminent threat. Sarah Sider joins us now from that rally in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Sarah, you just had a chance to speak with Blake's father last hour. Let's talk about that. Yeah, you talked about some of the things that are really bothering him as now you spoke to the crowd. There was absolutely, here today, there were several thousand people who showed up to march in the name of Jacob Blake and in the name of Black Lives. We asked him some questions about who David has come up, especially from the Crucifix Commission, which has revealed new details that investigators and the investigating agency have not revealed. That investigating agency is actually the State Department of Justice, and they came out to say that police association does not represent anything to do with the investigation and, in fact, in defense just of the police officers themselves. Here's what Jacob Blake's father had to say about some of the allegations made by the police association, including that his son, Jacob Blake, had a knife at the time and was tucking with police after he tased and was trying to take someone's keys at the time the police showed up. But they came out and they made a lot of allegations. Do you think that the officers were in any danger? At the time, the officers didn't do anything.
what was it, Superman? You can see the knife through the wall of the car. The police union means nothing to me. It's a bunch of checks up there, a bunch of dudes that have a title, a union. They do nothing but support their bad cops. He's a bad cop. It didn't take 7 shots to find out that. The first shot told you that the second one was coming. The third shot told you the fourth one, he's trying to kill him. The fifth shot said, damn man, how many more times you gonna shoot? By the time the seventh shot got there, he's quickly murdered. He showed he was no threat after the third shot. Now my son won't be able to walk for the rest of his life.
This officer should be charged with something.
He should be charged with attempted. He should be charged with attempted murder because he didn't kill him. So if he'd have killed him, he would have actually murdered one. But it was an attempt.
So you heard there that Jacob Blake's father is saying that he believes, in his opinion, this is what he's seen, this is what his son has said, that the officer should be charged with attempted murder. That has not, of course, happened. The officers that are involved in this incident, and the officer in particular, especially who is involved in the shooting himself, have been put on administrative leave. There have been absolutely no charges that have come up against the officers in this incident. But Jacob Blake has faced charges in a prior incident from July that included several counts, including sexual assault. So there are a lot of questions that are still surrounding this case, but certainly the father is speaking very passionately today about what he believes was absolutely an injustice to his son. Verified note. Thank you. These conflicting reports bring us to cross-examine Ellie Honig. He's a former state and federal prosecutor. He is here to answer your legal questions. The Wisconsin Department of Justice Division of Criminal Investigation is investigating this shooting. Ellie and the Wisconsin Attorney General says the officers involved are on administrative leave while this investigation continues. One viewer asks, what state-level criminal charges could we see in Wisconsin against police officers who use excessive force?
All eyes are on Wisconsin. Now, the key concept is what Wisconsin state law calls mitigating circumstances. Here's how it works. If the prosecutors find there were no mitigating circumstances, that this was a reasonably justified shooting, given all the facts, there's no reasonable justification, then it will be a first-degree homicide. Now, of course, Jacob Blake survived, so it can only be an attempted homicide, as we just heard from the father. That carries a maximum of 60 years. But if prosecutors find there was some mitigating circumstances, for example, if they find that the police officers were trying to stop a crime in progress, or trying to prevent harm to a police officer, it will be then a second-degree homicide. Now, that's still very serious, but less than a first degree. And if prosecutors somehow conclude that the shooting was completely justified, then there will be no charges at all. It is hard to see that outcome, given the video, given the 7 shots to the back. What's next? The state said they're going to take up to 30 days to investigate, send it over to the DA. You can bet we'll be watching, the entire nation will be watching to see if justice is done.
And there are multiple entities part of this investigation. Now we know the FBI is assisting in the investigation. Another viewer asked, can a police officer be charged under both state and federal law, and what federal charges could apply?
Yes, a person can be charged by both federal and state prosecutors at the same time. We know that because the U.S. Supreme Court decided that exact issue just last year. DOJ has confirmed they are investigating this shooting. We could see federal criminal charges if the police officers willfully deprive Jacob Blake of his civil rights. Now here, the constitutional right is the Fourth Amendment right to be free of unreasonable search and seizure. And legally, a shooting is an extreme force of a seizure, a police seizing a person's body. Now, DOJ has charged police officers using this law before, but there also have been incidences, controversial incidences, where DOJ has declined to charge under this statute. Understand, this is a high bar legally. Some reform advocates want to change the law and make it easier to charge police officers federally, so that could be one of the longer-term outcomes of this case.
We'll be watching. I want to switch topics for a moment because this week was the Republican National Convention, and we saw multiple federal employees participating in this political event. Under the Hatch Act, federal employees are generally not permitted to engage in part of the political activities while on duty in a federal remote building, wearing an official uniform or insignia, or using a government vehicle. So, one viewer asked, what are the penalties for violating the Hatch Act, and why does it seem like nobody is enforcing it?
Yeah, so the basic idea of the Hatch Act is to keep politics out of the federal workplace. Back when I was a teenager, we were told you can't use your government email to send any political messages. You can't wear a political t-shirt or a button in the office. Compared to that, what we saw this week at the convention was over the top. We saw high-ranking federal officials using federal resources, including the White House, to stage a political convention. Now, for most Hatch Act violations, there are civil penalties, fines, potentially suspension or removal from jobs. There are some criminal penalties, but only in extreme circumstances. Now, the question is, why isn't anybody enforcing this? Great question by the viewer there. This is the responsibility of something called the U.S. Office of Special Counsel. This is a person named Henry Kerner, who was appointed by President Trump. He is doing nothing despite flagrant violations happening almost every night on national TV. He needs to do his job.
Howard Honig, thanks for your take.
Thanks, Anna.
Quick break, we'll be right back.
That's a Buffalo Blackberry Boyside from my mouth to eat.
Oh. Yeah, well, what they do, I just keep zooming along on that thing.
Yeah, I know. And here's what I really hate. Uneven. It's thick, it's off. It's thick, it's thin. I gotta go over and over and over again just to get it to look good.
With the painting, it takes all the guesswork out. I just spray, and it's covered.
Are you done?
Sure. So, what would you rather be? Sloppy Joe with the mess of trays and spills and brushes and rollers, or Happy Office with the paint suit? Step aside, Joe, and let the lady finish this job.
All right. Yeah, I know. You want to be happy, Father, don't you? I can't blame you. Paint smarter. Get a paint zoom.
I was definitely blown away that I could paint the whole house for myself. I didn't think that any one person could do that. You know, you always have to have a crew, but with the paint zoom, I was definitely able to. It's very even whenever you paint with it. You can get a lot done in a short amount of time, and it's very easy. Having the paint zoom to help me out was definitely a plus. I felt like I really got something done, and I did it myself.
We've seen the paint zoom dramatically transform ordinary rooms into extraordinary living spaces.
Like this one. It's like magic.
We've seen the paint zoom beat the brush, beat the roller, hands down.
Paint is faster, cleaner, easier to use. Don't paint harder.
Paint smarter with the paint zoom. Here's how to order yours.
Uh-oh, wasting another weekend working overtime on a painting project? The uneven coverage of that roller not cutting it? Tired of battling with the brush? Had your fill of spills, splatters, and running up and down ladders? Say so long to those obsolete rollers, brushes, and paint tray catastrophes, because now you can paint like a pro with new spray technology that's so advanced, it's simple. Introducing Paint Zoom, the amazing one-coat professional power painter that turns any project into a piece of cake. Now you can transform any ugly space into a designer showplace in just minutes. It's so easy. You just pull the trigger and paint. Imagine if you could paint this, and this, and this, or turn so-so into sensational. With the Paint Zoom, anyone can paint, stain, or varnish just like a pro. It's a fact. The best professional painters all use power sprayers because spray painting guns get the job done in a fraction of the time with a superior finish. Now you can paint like a pro without spending the dough with the Paint Zoom. It's a painting tool that has homeowners, renters, crafters, do-it-yourselfers, and weekend warriors painting like professionals for just pennies. Inside the portable power pack is an industrial strength 650-watt motor that delivers the power you need for the biggest projects. You can dial the coverage you want for vertical or horizontal painting. There's even a pinpoint setting to get you into the tightest spaces and places rollers and brushes can't reach. The Paint Zoom does the hard work for you, painting in just minutes all of those surfaces that would take you hours with a brush and roller. Paint flat walls, stucco, brick, paneling, concrete, wood, and so much more. Now you can bring knickknacks and worn-out antiques up from the basement and back to life. The Paint Zoom turns back the hands of time, turns trash into treasure, and turns an ordinary house into a magnificent home. And it does it all in one coat, cutting your time and paint costs in half. You'd spend thousands for professional painters and up to $600 for one professional paint sprayer. But you won't pay $600, not $400, or even $200. Not even close. For a limited time only, you get the paint suit, including this handy shoulder strap, to help paint from floor to ceiling hands-free for just 4 easy payments of only $33.33. But wait, as part of this introductory special, we'll drop your final payment. That's right, order in the next 5 minutes, and you get the paint suit with the 650 watts of painting power for just 3 easy payments of only $33.33. But we're just getting started. To help ensure that professional finish, we'll also include the perfect painting kit with its extra large roll of trim border tape and 2 jumbo drop cloths absolutely free. Call right now and we'll also include these 3 additional spray paint storage containers so you can go from color to color without stopping. They're also perfect for storing leftover paint. They're free too. Just pay a separate shipping and processing fee. So get the paint suit, the perfect painting kit, and 3 bonus paint storage containers. A $400 value, all yours for just 3 easy payments of only $33.33. This is a risk-free offer because the paint suit comes with our exclusive 1-year replacement warranty and our unconditional 30-day paint like a pro money-back guarantee. Use your paint suit for a full month, and if it's not the fastest, easiest, and most affordable way to give your home an extreme makeover, simply send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. But keep the perfect painting kit as our gift to you for just trying the paint suit. You get it all for just 3 easy payments of just $33.33. Have your credit card ready and call the number on your screen or go online to order your paint suit right now.
The preceding was a paid commercial program for Paint Zone, sponsored by Paint Zone LLC.
It's summer in Alabama. We know that means another day, another hot afternoon camp. A few pop-up showers in the morning hours. The First Alert weather team works hard to let you know we just need shade.
You're certainly going to feel the humidity.
Grab an umbrella.
There will be a few isolated showers and storms that pop given the heat and humidity.
Or both. Trust Josh, Amanda, Lee, and Tyler to help you stay cool and dry all summer. First Alert weather on WSFA 12 News.
Nearly 3 million U.S. workers were injured on the job last year. These accidents can be life-altering. If you were injured in a workplace accident, call Alexander Shannara today. We're available 24/7, nights and weekends.
Call me, Alabama!
The WSFA First Alert Weather Team has put together the 2020 Alabama Weather Guide. It's full of important weather information you need to know to make sure you and your family are prepared. Get your free copy of the WSFA Alabama Weather Guide today from any Alpha Insurance location. The WSFA First Alert Weather Team has put together the 2020 Alabama Weather Guide. It's full of important weather information you need to know to make sure you and your family are prepared. Get your free copy of the WSFA Alabama Weather Guide today from one of these sponsored locations.
Every 2 minutes in the U.S., someone is injured in a drunk driving crash. Alexander Shannara has over 23 years of experience with cases involving drunk drivers, and he is here for you 24/7, nights and weekends.
Call me, Alabama!
Download the WSFA 12 News app on Roku and Amazon Fire today.
Breaking news tonight, demanding justice. New protests today over the shooting of Jacob Blake. This father's emotional words. Shadow. Ran with my son Dawn. Where did you go? They're already paid in the bed. After police union gives a new account. The video shows Blake was carrying the knife when he shot. Game on. The NBA back in action today after this news walk-up. Powerful moments just before the game. And how former President Obama helped players seize the moment. The shocking death of Black Panther star Chadwick Boseman, just 43 years old. The real-life superhero battle he fought against cancer, and the important health warning for all Americans. On the ground, the president toured the destruction from Hurricane Laura.
We have to take care of Louisiana, we have to take care of Texas.
As hundreds of thousands try to rebuild, now facing weeks without power or running water. The first line of defense, school nurses claim they're underfunded and understaffed. The daunting challenge they face as schools reopen amid the pandemic. And extra credit. The teachers carry out the lesson plan, going above and beyond to welcome their students back.
This is NBC Nightly News with Jose Diaz-Balart.
Good evening, begin with breaking news. The calls for justice are growing louder tonight in Kenosha, Wisconsin. A week after Jacob Blake was shot 7 times in the back by police. But we're getting a new version from the police unit that Blake physically assaulted an officer just before the shooting and was carrying a knife. The Blake shooting spurred NBA players to walk off the court this week. We were playing again today, but not before demanding and getting big changes. We begin our coverage with Kathy Park in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Tonight, passionate pleas from Kenosha, Wisconsin, demanding justice, this time for Jacob Blake. Family members overcome by emotion and passion for change. The shooting that paralyzed Blake and sparked a deadly protest has become the latest flashpoint in a country reeling from racial injustice and police brutality. After nearly a week of tension in Kenosha, President Trump made his first comments on Jacob Blake.
It was not a good sight. I didn't like the sight of it.
State authorities have identified 2 more officers at the scene of the shooting, Vincent Arenas and Brittany Moronic. The union representing police in Kenosha shared a statement detailing what they call undisputed facts that help paint a more complete picture of the incident, saying officers were dispatched because Blake was attempting to steal the caller's keys and vehicle, and that Blake hit one of the officers in a headlock. The union also claiming Blake was armed with a knife, but zooming in on the video, it's unclear what is in Blake's possession.
My son didn't act. He didn't do anything to provoke being shot.
The Attorney General of Wisconsin says Blake was interviewed after the shooting.
One of the pieces of information that the investigators learned in the course of their interviews was that Mr. Blake acknowledged that he had a knife in his possession.
All 3 officers, including Rustin Chesky, who opened fire, are on administrative leave. Also in the national spotlight, 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse, accused of killing 2 men during Tuesday night's protests in Kenosha. 36-year-old Joseph Rosenbaum and 26-year-old Anthony Huber. They were reportedly trying to intervene when they were shot and killed by Rittenhouse. His lawyer said his client did nothing wrong and exercised his God-given right to self-defense. Tonight, a community on guard, but moving towards healing.
And Kathy, late word tonight, President Trump may be going to Kenosha.
Jose, that is right. We are hearing reports that President Trump will be paying a visit to Kenosha, but it's unclear when exactly that will be. Meanwhile, the curfew here in the community is set to expire Sunday night. It marks 1 week since the shooting of Jacob Blake. Jose?
Kathy Park in Kenosha, Wisconsin, thank you. NBA players were back on the court today after staging a historic walkout earlier in the week over the Jacob Blake shooting. They returned to play only after demanding new actions to get more voices heard this election season. Here's Aaron McLaughlin.
The teams have not played since Monday.
Tonight, the NBA is back. The Black Lives Matter movement still center court. The Milwaukee Bucks took on the Orlando Magic days after striking with playoff. Response to the police shooting of Jacob Blake. Minutes before tip-off, the Bucks tweeted this message from guard Wesley Matthews.
It's script change. You can't scribble moments. And, we saw an opportunity to be with brothers, to show them we're unity.
The walkout triggering a cross-sport protest, the likes of which has never been seen in history. An unprecedented agreement between the players and the NBA.
Voting is something that everyone in the world is very passionate about.
Promote social justice and use NBA resources to get out the vote, including dedicating playoff advertising spots to voting and converting basketball arenas and facilities into polling locations.
This could be a huge game changer for voters in so many cities and in battleground states.
Advising the players on their social justice initiative, former President Barack Obama. Saturday, a source confirmed to NBC News the phone call was at the NBA players' request. Included LeBron James. Obama's spokesperson saying he was happy to provide advice on Wednesday night to a small group of NBA players seeking to leverage their men's platform for good. Basketball's return caps off a week of peaceful athletic protests across football, soccer, hockey, tennis, and baseball. Friday night, the Houston Astros were supposed to play the Oakland A's. Instead, a moment of silence. Players wore the number 42 in honor of Jackie Robinson Day. And then, both teams walked off the field. The WNBA earlier this week taking a similar stand. Its
Thursday back on the court and continuing to speak out.
We're ready to fight as well. The women have their voices heard and they're being heard.
And Aaron joins us now from Inglewood, California, where a concert hall has been turned into a voting center.
That's right, Jose. The LA Clippers don't actually own the arena where they currently play, but they do own the world-famous Forum, and they've announced as part of this initiative, they'll be converting it into a voting center in November. Jose?
Aaron McLaughlin in Inglewood, California, thank you very much. Movie fans and superstars alike are mourning the shocking loss of a hero gone too soon. Chadwick Boseman, the groundbreaking star of Black Panther. We're learning more today about the 43-year-old's secret and heroic battle with cancer. He's back.
A cinematic king has fallen. An actor as iconic to his fans as the legend is played on screen. At 43, after a valiant 4-year fight, Chadwick Boseman lost his battle with colon cancer Friday. His wife and family beside him. What a gentle, gifted soul, showing us all that greatness in between surgeries and chemo. This is what dignity looks like. A flood of online tributes from former co-stars to a former president. Brother, you were one of the all-time greats, and your greatness was only beginning. Lord love you, rest in power, King. To be young, gifted, and black, to use that power to give them heroes to look up to do it all while in pain. What a use of his years. Boseman found fame as the star of the groundbreaking Marvel superhero film Black Panther. But he also played real-life Black heroes Jackie Robinson in 42.
Until we can find somebody better, it's you and me.
Thurgood Marshall in Marshall. And soul singer James Brown in Get On Up. Boseman, a Howard University graduate, saw his success as a tool to inspire the generations behind him.
Sometimes you need to get knocked down before you can really figure out what your fight is.
His deadly illness largely kept off stage. In April, this post showing Boseman's decline as he celebrated Jackie Robinson. While working through his pain, he eased it for others, giving comfort at the bedside to children battling cancer.
We all have a superhero in us.
And in real life, they're even braver than in the movies. Katie Beck, NBC News.
What an extraordinary life. Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. Dr. Azar, Boseman was 39 when he was diagnosed with colon cancer. I seem so young.
The American Cancer Society a few years ago lowered the recommended age to start screening from 50 to 45 because the incidence of colorectal cancer since the 1990s has been increasing steadily among individuals less than 50, and Black Americans have a higher incidence and a higher mortality than white Americans.
Dr. Azar, what are some of the symptoms and risk factors?
So some of the most important symptoms to look for, Jose, would be a change in your bowel habits, rectal bleeding, fatigue, abdominal pain, and bloating. Regarding risk factors, there are certain things that you can't control, such as your family history and genetics, but you can control your diet, you can increase exercise, you can maintain a healthy weight, quit smoking, and consume alcohol only in moderation.
Dr. Azar, thank you so much. We'll have much more larger impact of Boseman's trailblazing roles later in the broadcast. President Trump spent the day in hurricane-ravaged Lake Charles, Louisiana, where residents are suffering through brutal heat and humidity, many with no homes, electricity, or running water. It's a dire situation that could last for days or possibly weeks. Morgan Chesney is in the latest.
Tonight, President Trump in hard-hit Lake Charles, Louisiana, touring the devastation with state and local leaders, but we're heading to Texas for a first-hand look at Laura's impact.
One thing I know about this state, they rebuilt it fast, so no problem. And we'll supply what we have to supply, and you know what a lot of that is, a thing called green, right? And we'll take care of you.
For many, the visit alone, acknowledgement for what will be an incredibly tough road ahead.
I'm coming. Spends a lot more than me, they probably anyway. See pictures, you know, a lot different than me and you.
For Bethany LeJeune and roommate Emily Manuel, it was family to the rescue after Laura ripped off the roof.
Yesterday was one cover. Yesterday we came saw it for first game yesterday. So today we were kind of mentally prepared.
Not everyone is as fortunate. There's also hundreds of thousands without power and tens of thousands without running water, prompting hospitals and nursing homes to evacuate. Go in almost any direction, and the sheer power of war is clear. Here in Calcasieu Parish, this railroad shut down. Florida's devastating winds so strong, it blew this entire train right off the tracks. The Category 4 storm now estimated to cause up to $20 billion in damages. Significant. But 15 years ago today, Katrina struck, followed just weeks later by Rita. The storm's combined impact, crippling the state, but giving good perspective to residents like Rachel Owens.
This is just a house. We'll rebuild. In Louisiana, we know that this is always a risk. And our community is probably the strongest community that there is. And so everyone's helping everyone, and we'll come back.
Morgan's going to stop in Lake Charles. Morgan, any idea what power will be restored?
Yeah, Jose, unfortunately, it could be quite some time. The mayor here in Lake Charles says, due to the extensive wind damage from Laura, it could not be days but weeks before those come back to normal operations. Jose?
Morgan Jeske in Lake Charles, thank you very much. Coming up, stretched to the limit, school nurses and the new challenges to keep your kids safe. Also, a happy ending to this great-grandmother's marathon battle against COVID.
What did it take for me to be lymphoma? It took an incorrect diagnosis, a failed stem cell transplant, and one call to MD Anderson Cancer Center to renew my hope. It took the brilliant minds of my oncologists and a groundbreaking clinical trial to defeat my cancer and trailblaze a path to help thousands more.
What will we do in the pursuit of making cancer history? Whatever it takes.
People came and they felt comfortable. It's what we did with COVID. We felt safe, and extra safe. You could be joyful. Everybody has to do this, and small businesses, they can close if people don't do something. We have to keep our communities together. That's how we get through this.
New Advil Dual Action with acetaminophen fights pain in 2 ways. Advil targets pain at the source, while acetaminophen blocks pain signals. The future of pain relief is here. New Advil Dual Action.
When you have diabetes, managing your blood sugar is crucial. Try Boost Glucose Control. The patented blend is clinically shown to help manage blood sugar levels. It provides 60% more protein than the leading diabetes nutrition shake. Try Boost Glucose Control. Back off.
You're not welcome here.
Get out of my face. HPV can cause certain cancers when your child grows up. Get in its way. HPV can affect males and females, and there's no way to predict who will or won't clear the virus. But you can help protect your child by taking a first step. The CDC recommends HPV vaccination at age 11 or 12 to help protect against certain cancers. Big news. Not for a child. Don't wait. Talk to your child's doctor about HPV vaccination today. PNC Bank believes that if you can get a pair of goggles that helps you master your backhand, then you should be able to get a bank account that helps you master your budget. Virtual Wallet is so much more than a checking account. Clearly see the big picture of your finances and easily manage and grow your savings. Virtual Wallet for digital banking from PNC. It's time to get more from your bank.
Along with teachers, school nurses are facing agonizing decisions about how to protect students while keeping their own families safe from COVID. Some say it's just not worth it, while others are taking the risk and Thompson has their stories.
Everyone feels sick. I want to know about it. In Lake COVID, the school nurse has never been more important.
Yeah, what about it?
And headaches today. Jen Mueller is at an elementary school in Orlando. Because students present with just one COVID symptom, they go home.
If I send this child back, I could expose an entire class.
To say nothing of bringing it home to her own family.
In Iowa, Heather Slomo-Weber has dual challenges of COVID,
The sick kiddos might come in here,
and geography.
people trust me with something that they hold so dear, their children.
She's the nurse for 750 elementary and middle school students, and each afternoon adds 300 high school students across town.
They called on me to come over there and have to make sure the kiddos on the side of town had what they needed.
School nurses are already stretched thin. The National Association of School Nurses says most oversee 920 to 1,200 students, and 25% of the nation's schools don't even have a nurse. To meet students' needs in the pandemic, the association says nurses must have appropriate PPE, including N95 masks, and a separate space to isolate students who may have the virus. Things not many schools can afford. Amy Westmoreland says she recently resigned as an elementary school nurse in Caldwell County, Georgia. Her school district where high school students proudly
like I said, me. Like I think it was fair I want a cop banging them paint home. You ain't about to be like fair I want a cop banging them paint home.
No, absolutely not.
Because in certain players' mind, it doesn't matter if they're amongst the trees or not, they're always going to be the giant in the paint. To Julius Randle.
I miss it terribly. I do. I miss their faces. I miss their hugs. I miss their pictures that they used to draw me.
A difficult choice. Trust me, you want to avoid early foul trouble. Take that one as a warning.
At school and at home. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
At the line for two.
It is a day of celebration for a now former COVID patient. 73-year-old Marie Jean-Pierre got home today